Good evening. If everyone can have a seat, and all council members, please join me in the dais. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. Good evening, everyone. I welcome you to today's Tuesday, May 8th. Happy International Women's Day to all of the beautiful ladies of the city of Paterson and all over the world. Madam Clerk, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of March 8, 2022 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
Here.
Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Paterson. Good evening, Madam Clerk. Preston.
Good evening. Councilman Mims.
Good evening, Madam Clerk. I just have to say hi to Senator Paul and Tony Perez. I'm here.
Councilman Rivera. Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Madam President.
Present.
Okay. Madam President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us to render the prayer Pastor Priscilla Rivera, and she's the pastor of the Freedom City Church located in Paterson. And also to lead us in the flag salute is Dr. Melissa Barat. Everyone at this time, please rise for the prayer and flag salute. Thank you.
Do you have the microphone? Madam Clerk?
If you would be so kind to bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we come before your presence at this time, and we thank you. We thank you for bringing us here safely, God. We thank you, God, for what you're going to do. We thank you for who you are, God. We come before your presence at this time asking you for guidance, Lord, for this city council, Lord. We pray that you will lead these leaders as they lead our city, God. And we just pray, Lord, that they will continue to be right in their decisions and the policies that they're making, the ordinances that will pass, the local laws that they will change, Lord. That they will advocate the concerns of their people, God, of their wards, of their zones, Lord. That they will vote rightly, God. That they would negotiate the right things, Lord. They would be patient with each other, Lord. And that they would be concerned of the public safety, God. We pray, Jesus, that you would give them the wisdom, that you would continue to make them wise and give them the knowledge, just as Daniel 2:21 says. That they will stand for injustice, that you will give them strategies on how to get rid of the crime in this city, God. Let our city be a beacon of hope, God, not just for this city, but for this county, God, and for the neighboring cities. We trust in you, God, because we seek over your guidance over our policemen and women, Lord, over our firefighters, DPW workers, Lord, our healthcare workers, our religious pastors and leaders, Lord, the churches and the mosques, that we would unite for one purpose, for one community. We ask you that you will continue to uprise athletes out of this city, Lord, artists and singers, Lord, for your glory, Lord. Bless the educators of this town, Lord. Cares, the preschool, the public schools, the charter schools, the private schools, the high schools, the academies, God, that you will take control over the families of this city, Lord, the mothers, the single moms, the single dads, Lord, the widows, the grandparents, the senior citizens, the young people, Lord, the children of this town, Lord, that our diversities, Lord, would not separate us, but unite us. God, we seek after you, Lord, that we would just not be known for our historical sites, Lord, for the Great Falls and the Hitchcliff Stadium and the Lambert Castle, Lord, and Paterson Museum and etc., Lord, but that we would be also known for our food, our vibrant music, Lord, and our art, Lord. That people will begin to take pride over our city, Lord. And we thank you, God, because we know that for every time there is a season, there's a purpose, God. And you have put them here for a reason, for such a time as this, God. We pray that you would give them the wisdom and the knowledge to lead others in their ward. In Jesus' wonderful name, amen.
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 Please remain standing for the flag salute.
Flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
We could just remain standing for a moment of silence for all of our troops and all who have lost a loved one. Moment of silence. Thank you. You may have a seat. Madam Clerk, at this time, Councilwoman Mims has requested a moment to do a recognition. Do you need
Statement.
You're going to read the statement first?
Sure.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance, and then we'll have Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2021 to 2022. Meeting date, March 8th, 2022. Time, 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2021 to 2022 on or about July 1, 2021. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2021 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Italian Voice, the Arabic Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Kisketer International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of the regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested, and it paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Mims.
Councilwoman Cotton. And so, first of all, it's always an honor to honor people in the great city of Paterson for the great work that they have done day in and day out. One of the things that I truly believe in is giving people their flowers while they can smell them. We did a resolution back on October the 12th, 2021, but due to COVID and that we were doing virtual meetings, we were not able to do a presentation to this amazing family. And so if the Brown family would come forward, we would like to read the resolution memorializing the life and the legacy of Elder Pastor Herbert Brown Jr., which was sponsored by myself and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and it was unanimously approved by the city of Paterson. So can we just clap our hands for the legacy and the life of Elder Herbert Brown. So just for the record, I am vaccinated and boosted, just for the press. It's election time, so I want to put it on the record. And the resolution reads, whereas the city of Paterson has suffered the tragic loss of Elder Herbert Brown Jr., a longtime resident of Paterson who passed away at the age of 71. And whereas Elder Herbert is the son of the late Reverend Herbert Franklin Brown Sr. and Kathleen Thompson, and whereas Elder Herbert, after graduating Rosa Mary High School in South Carolina, moved to Paterson, New Jersey, and met his beloved wife of 49 years, Pastor Denise Rogers. And whereas, as a result of this union, had 8 beautiful children, Keisha Rogers, Michael Brown, April Brown, Herbert Sonia Brown, Eric Brown, Monica Renee Apollinaire, Isaiah, Reginald, Bridget Brown, and Jolanda Brown, one of my former students. And whereas Elder Herbert was employed at W.T. Grant in Peterson, Newport News, Virginia shipyard and Purelator carrier. And whereas after years of service, he retired from the Paterson Board of Ed, where he held employment as the chief custodian at Paterson Public School number 12. And whereas Elder Herbert will be remembered as a dedicated, passionate, and generous man that for 5 decades worked hard to provide for the needy families in the community, and whereas a man of faith with culture and distinction served God as a deacon, reverend, elder, and pastor for decades. Whereas he was the pastor and founder of Joy Tabernacle Apostolic Deliverance Church, which was established in 1994. And whereas those left to cherish and continue his legacy are his wife, children, 18 grandchildren, and numerous godchildren, siblings, cousins, relatives, and friends. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson hereby honors the late Elder Pastor Herbert Brown Jr., and by this resolution does hereby memorialize his exceptional spiritual leadership, dedicated service, and faithfulness to his family, friends, and to the community. Let's give a round of applause, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You know, I always say that I've been knowing the Brown family way before being a councilwoman. And it's about community. It's about working. It's about helping. And she doesn't live far from me. And we're always, and she's doing something all the time for our community. And I appreciate everything that the Brown family is doing. And make sure you keep your husband's name alive so everybody can always remember. But I just want to say we love you dearly here, Councilwoman Mims and I, for all the great work that all of you have always done, and you will continue to do, because God's going to see to it that you do it. Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
On behalf of my mother, she said, let me talk. On behalf of the Brown family, we would like to say thank you to Pastor Mims and our dear Ruby Cotton and all the councilmen here, President Davila, Mendez, we love you all, Jackson, Valles, everybody here. As you know, yes, I am a speaker. I won't give y'all a speech tonight. So, if you do the right thing, I won't have to come back and give that speech. Amen? But I just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank y'all for y'all support. Today is the actual day. My dad been gone for 3 years today. It seemed like yesterday. And if I can say anything, I will say, if you have parents, cherish them. Whatever went on in the past, talk about it, try to work it out, but cherish them. Because when they gone, and once they go down, and the dirt is on top of them, there's no coming back. Love your parents. God gave us parents for a reason, and it's to love them and honor them. And your days will be long upon the earth. God bless.
I just want to say something. Praise God. on behalf of my husband. One thing I learned, well, I learned many things from him, but one thing I learned from him, if you do what's right, your reward is already given to you. If you walk upright, your reward is already given to you. So I'm here to say tonight, walk upright and your reward will be given unto you. Do what you know to do what's right. Love the people. Serve the people. My husband was not just an elder of the church for 15 years. My husband was a server. He believed in serving the people. Even before my kids got big enough to help us out in the mission, he served, he wagged, he took food as high as the 3rd floor to make sure that families had food to eat. And he taught his children how to serve, be a server. Because if you can't serve, then you can't be a good leader. And he was that. And he prayed for the people. He loved the people. And he went beyond his work. And so I'm saying tonight, do your job, but do it wholeheartedly. Do it with the right attention. And if you're not going to do right, then sit down. Take a seat. That's what Ella Brown would say, take a seat. If your heart is not in it and you're not ready to do what's right to the people, there's no use in you taking no seat up here. You need to go sit down, and you need to pray, and you need to ask God to give, like David said, create in me a clean heart and renew the right spirit within me. And my husband had the right spirit, and we have the right spirit. Amen. And so I'm asking, even tonight, as we journey on and as we try to keep his legacy going, I'm asking every time that you can possibly come by, support us, make donations, because we can't do this by ourselves. We need your help. So anytime that you know that you can help, send a donation. We're genuine. We're not out to get something for ourselves and store up for ourselves, because we know that we have to answer to a higher God, higher than us. And so when we take the donations and we do other things with it, God is watching us. So we have to do what's right, because if we don't, we're gonna get the consequences behind it. So do what's right. Do what's right. Love the people. And I don't mean just our people. I mean all race. Love them all. We are all God's children. And we love everybody. So y'all pray for us that we continue to keep his work going on.
Amen. Amen. Take a picture. Yep. Come on, Council.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you tell me how many speakers for the public portion?
The public portion?
Yeah, can you
Sure.
tell me how many speakers?
Sure. Eighteen speakers.
Okay.
18.
Okay. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'll take a motion for payment of bills.
Thank you, Council President. Summary of disbursement for tonight, March 8, 2022. Total payments is $7,350,038.14. We had a payroll, which is about $4.3 million. There is no payment of solid waste. I recommend this bill get paid. Move it.
Second. Very good. Madam Clerk? Roll call, Madam Clerk, a payment of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $7,350,038.14. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Give me a moment. Pass.
Sure. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Not having a moment to sit in the Finance Committee, but trusting my colleague, there is no payments to this garbage company, which, by the way, continues to get worse. Garbage rolling around our city like tumbleweed in a cowboy town. It's absolutely ridiculous. But considering there's no payment to the garbage company, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Payment of bills, the amount of $7,350,038.14 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to take the consent agenda.
Sure, Madam President. Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda, which are items 17 through 34. One second, Council President. Consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 17 through 34. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the consent agenda on items 17 through 34.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on consent agenda items. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez, consent agenda items.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Items 17 through 34 is hereby adopted on the consent agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam
You're
Clerk.
welcome, Council President.
Madam Clerk, I'm gonna take the first reading ordinances.
First or second?
Yes. Item number 8.
Oh, number 8? Okay.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
I just wanted to make the inquiry now while we're here early. I could not help but notice that the request that I've been bringing forward for the past several weeks has been excluded from the agenda. The item with reference to the Committee of the Whole and holding members of this administration accountable, it was a request of the council. We had a discussion, full discussion, which was private, kept from the public. Public deserves an opportunity to understand what it is that we discussed and how their interests are being met, and yet I could not help but notice that the item was excluded from the agenda. Is there any reason why?
Councilman Jackson, as you know, process, there was no written resolution on the workshop. Okay, so the process is that there's a resolution drafted through legal, it comes to a workshop, and then the council decides. So if this council decides that they want to move forward with a committee of the whole, then we move forward. That is the process. So there was no resolution drafted. So Corporation Counsel, question to you. Was there a resolution given to you by Councilman Jackson for a committee of the whole?
Thank you, Council President. No.
There was no request by me to your office for a draft for a committee of the whole? We had a full discussion. I made a request 3-4 weeks ago.
So Councilman Jackson,
we were asked to wait until we had a private session away from the public's eye, which we did. And I thought several council members agreed that we should move forward, including myself.
Okay, so hold on, Councilman Jackson. I really want us to be very mindful, and to the audience, that the process for having a discussion on an item needs to be on the agenda. The item is not on the agenda. We have an agenda currently that does not have that. Councilman Jackson is correct that in the workshop we did have an executive session, and that item that you would like to bring as a committee of the whole. Anyone here say different? Please correct me right now, because that's exactly what happened. Councilman President, don't try to put me out there that I'm trying to stop something. That is not what is happening. Right now, every council member here that wants a committee of the whole can say yes, and we move forward to have Corporation Counsel draft that ordinance, that resolution.
Council President.
That's the way the process is. But let us not try to make it seem that there's some blockage or there's some conspiracy when we know the process. The process is it goes through a workshop. It has to be a consensus of the council. Then it moves forward in a resolution to be put on a regular and voted on. So that is the process. If I may, Councilman Jackson, I can right now, any council member here, and Madam Clerk, this is not on the agenda, but I would only say this. Any council member that wants this done right now, I want a poll for them to indicate yes or no if they want to move forward with a committee of the whole.
Council President? Council President, may I get the floor for 1 second?
Councilman Abdelaziz.
I'm not going to get in a debate about what's on the agenda or not. I could just talk about process. We don't usually do this in a regular meeting. I received my agenda on Friday as Madam Clerk prepares with her office. If we want to have this discussion, the people that want to do the committee of the whole should have a resolution drafted, as we all do with legal, introduce it in workshop, and we have it for discussion. We don't do public polls. We've never done that. I would like to, I received my agenda. Madam Clerk works hard with her staff to put an agenda in place. They deliver it to my house on Friday. They email to us. If council members want to do it, just like we do every time, we work with legal, we put the resolution in place, it comes to workshop, we have that discussion. If it makes the agenda, we vote on it. I'm not saying if you want to do that, whoever's sponsoring it, put it together, and let's follow the regular process in order. We're here for a voting session. I have the agenda that was publicized, and you guys could, we never do public polls, so I would recommend maintaining the process that's been in place for numerous years in the city. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Councilman Abdelaziz. I believe that's what I indicated about the agenda and process, okay? And because we have so many here, and this is a hot topic, that is why you are correct. We don't normally do a poll, but why not do it here? For everyone to put on record, because one thing is what you say behind closed doors, or when you make phone calls to individuals, and then another thing is when you're standing here grandstanding. So that's the honest truth. I just want to keep it, let's keep it real. Let's be real to one another.
Council President, if I may?
Councilman Jackson, I am just going
I'll
to
make
ask
it
you,
quick.
Councilman Jackson, I'm going to give you the floor, but I'm going to ask respectfully that once you make your statement, we want to move forward with the agenda.
So first, Council President, with all due respect, since I'm the only one asking about it, never do I take a moment to grandstand.
I wasn't
stay
talking
extremely
about you.
consistent, but the public may get the wrong impression. I'm the only one speaking about it. I'm the only one, if it's having enough courage, or the one who has enough concern, I'm the only one bringing it up. I made the request several weeks ago while we were in workshop. I made a request to put it on the agenda multiple times. I was asked not to because we were scheduling a private discussion in a private session last week's workshop, which at that point, the understanding was we were going to move for it to come on today's agenda so we can have that poll publicly. We can vote whether or not there was an approval process for this item. Now, I'll just say this very quickly. It's a concern of mine because as we continue to ponder over these things, we're costing the city more money. We have an individual who was injured in the academy yesterday under the same person's purview, under his watch, and that's going to ultimately, it puts the city at risk. So, and when we're talking about process here, there's been a new process that's been established. We have former members of the council here in the community. They all can attest to that whenever there's an issue, whether it's through public portion or not, even the fact that when we don't have an opportunity to address these things, this is where we do it. And with all due respect, and I will acknowledge Corporation Counsel has been extremely helpful, but he works for the mayor. And if the mayor decides he doesn't want an item like this to go on the agenda, obviously there's been obstacles. So I'm putting it on record once again on public forum in front of the members of the public. I'm requesting that a resolution for a committee of the whole be drafted and allow council members to vote as they so see fit. But it's something that needs to be addressed. We cannot address some items away from the public's eye and then pay for it with public dollars. How do we pay for an attorney utilizing public dollars and then don't disclose the information from that investigation? It's not fair to treat the public
Council
this way.
President.
And it's never a moment of grandstanding. Whenever I support families who come here and members who come of the public who come to the podium, employees who are wronged, it's not a matter of grandstanding. It's a matter of doing what's right. And we're sitting here turning a blind eye to corruption, to people being mistreated, and I'm not going to be a part of that. Councilman of the 6th Ward can go to bat for the mayor all he wants to do. I'm going to continue to swing on behalf of the members of the public, the way I've done the entire time I've been here. It's not a matter of grandstanding. I call it consistency. But I appreciate the moment, Council President.
Councilman Jackson,
Council President.
I'm clearly not going to have a back and forth with you, but I was not referring to you with the grandstanding. So, with that said, we're going to move forward.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson knows me very well. Councilman Velez, I really want us to stick to the agenda, so I'm going to have you. As I allow Councilman Jackson, you can make a statement.
Thank you.
But I really want us to move forward with the agenda.
Thank you, Council President. The only thing I'm just going to say that when we came out of that close section meeting, I had the conversation with Councilman Jackson and told him the process to put a ordinance or resolution, sorry, send it to legal to draft it right away and to put it as an addendum to this meeting. And in that time for now, it should be placed if he requests it that way. But knowing that we had the right to put anything in the workshop, if the legal want to draft their ordinance with the A, B, C, up to Z concerns that had to be discussed in that committee as a whole, to do so. And I would recommend, because it's a hot topic and then people need to get answer, to instead of putting it in a workshop, we have a special meeting and the next meeting so we could take action in that special meeting also.
So Councilman, and I'm actually going to...
That's a request. I'm just saying a request.
No, but Councilman, you just made a statement that Councilman Jackson did not provide the information to the Corporation Counsel, to the legal department, so that's why it's not drafted. So although you could have suggested, it is Councilman Jackson that has been on this for quite a few weeks, okay? But that was not done. There is a process. If that is what needs to be done, it will be done through the legal department. The resolution will be drafted. It will be brought to the workshop. Now, just so you know, you said X, Y, Z, A, B, C. It has to be specific. A committee of the whole is specific to a specific concern. Am I correct, Corporation Counsel? And in this case, can you elaborate?
Yes, thank you, Council President. That is correct. And, you know, it was my understanding that to move forward with this, the council was going to ensure that it had the requisite votes to move forward with the committee of the whole. Certainly, Councilman Jackson has been vocal about this, and, you know, I don't mean my last response to deny him that he's been requesting this, but my understanding is that the process going forward is that if there were enough votes for a committee of the whole, my office would certainly draft that. It would be put on for a workshop agenda, be voted upon by the council in their collective wisdom, and then move forward from there. So I believe I understand what Councilman Jackson is asking for, a specific request. So if that process is followed, we're happy to draft that tomorrow.
So, Council President.
Okay, wait. I said I didn't want to keep.
But just for a point of clarity, Council President, I apologize very quickly.
Jackson.
So, Corporation Counsel, you and I had a discussion the other day. First of all, it's not my responsibility or obligation to poll. We don't poll for votes to get legislation written. If, as to my example, if I want to write a piece of legislation to paint outside of City Hall pink, it is within my prerogative to write such a piece of legislation. Then it comes before the council, and the council votes at that point. I don't have to poll for votes in order to write a piece of legislation. If I made a request for a piece of legislation to be written, I mean, I could draft it myself if necessary. And I know we talked about that in the past, and I have in the past because of circumstances like this. But if I make a request to have something drafted, I should not have to rally votes just to have a piece of legislation drafted and to have something placed on the agenda. That's not the process. The process is any council person has the absolute right to put anything on the agenda. We have a discussion
on the
in
workshop agenda,
which we did. We had a private discussion. Now we need to have that discussion in the public's eye, so the public can be privy to that, to the findings of that discussion as well. And I'll rest it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will continue. Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to take that back. We're going to go on with second reading ordinances. We'll go with item number 1.
Yes, Madam President. Next item on the agenda is our second reading ordinances. Item number 1, public hearing is required, and guarantee ordinance irrevocably securing the payment of the principal and the interest and revenue bonds, Ward Street and parking garage project in parentheses, and any notes issued in anticipation thereof in an amount not to exceed $32 million to be issued by the Parking Authority of the City of Paterson for the purpose of providing additional security, therefore, and determining certain other matters in connection therewith. Finance Ordinance 22019.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez and Mims. Roll call, no, I'm sorry. The public hearing is now open for item number 1 for second reading.
Seeing no, move to close.
Close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 1 for second reading approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call public hearing for item number 1. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public hearing is now closed for item number 1.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1 for second reading approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for item number 1 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much.
Number 2.
Madam Clerk, item number 2 for second reading?
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required. Guarantee ordinance unconditionally and irrevocably securing the payment of the principal and the interest on revenue, refunding bonds and any notes issued in anticipation thereof in an amount not to exceed $16 million to be issued by the Parking Authority of the City of Paterson for the purpose of providing additional security therefore and determining certain other matters in connection therewith.
So
Finance Ordinance 22020.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. The public hearing is now open on item number 2.
See no move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Mims. Madam Clerk, roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2 for second reading approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 2. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilman Cotton?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that we have discussed this item in depth for ordinance number 2 that we're discussing. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just for the record and for a point of clarification to the voters, when this is not a bond, we're not bonding. We're just being the guarantor of item number 1 and number 2 for the Parking Authority. And let me just acknowledge, that we have the director, Tony Perez, here in the room, a person that has been doing an outstanding job as the director for the Parking Authority. So I'm confident in voting on item 1 and now number 2. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
We're just closing the public hearing.
And that's what I'm saying. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public hearing is now closed for item number 2.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 2
Yes,
for
Madam
second reading
President.
approval.
Yes. Roll call on item number 2 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I didn't hear what you said.
We're adopting item number 2 for second reading.
You can know that.
Earlier, we were doing the public, closing the public
Okay. I know.
hearing.
We're all over the place sometimes.
realize.
I know, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Definitely yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you, Director Perez. Madam Clerk, item number 3?
Yes, Madam
second
President.
reading?
Next item is item number 3 for second reading. Public hearing is required. Capital ordinance providing for various park improvements by and in the City of Paterson, the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, and appropriating $5,700,000 therefore from grant proceeds received pursuant to the Federal American Rescue Plan to pay for the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance 22021.
Do I have a motion? Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton.
Discussion.
The public hearing is now open on item number 3.
Trucker Paterson. This item, $5,700,000.
Million.
Million.
$1 million, I'm sorry, to be utilized for parks. Now, let's get some straight. I want to see our parks fixed. But I watched last week's agenda, and all of the open space funds we received, this is out of the American Rescue Plan. We've taken $5 million when we're getting the funds through the county. And that $5 million is going to be sitting somewhere, never used for parks. We've gone through this several years in a row. Several years in a row is in the budget. We know what's going on here. Why are we not taking this money and doing something good with it? Cameras, extra security for the parks that we have. And I know everybody here has a park that you want to get fixed. But this is not the time to take close to $6 million and put it into another park that you can't keep safe. I don't understand it. You just spent $1.3 million on Lou Costello Pool, which will be the prettiest homeless park in the city of Paterson. What are we doing? We took this $64 million and split it up and treated it like it was our money.
No, his money.
Okay? Let's stop it. I sat here when I heard that figure, and I saw how much money we were getting and still getting, and no one up here had a nerve to say, hold it. What do we really need?
I said that.
Oh, you did, I'm sorry. What do we really need? And so the mayor comes to you with a pot of money and tells you to disperse it, and you vote yes. I'm not understanding this. You know, maybe when my mother raised me, she hit me in the head too much or something. I would never take $5.7 million and put it in more parks that I can't protect. And the kids in this city, even the adults, are scared to go to our parks. They took over. The community had to take over Barbary Park. Take it over because the city could not protect it. The city couldn't protect it. When are you going to start questioning and forget about your personal alliances with the mayor? That's not why we put you there. We put you there to watch our money. The taxpayers of this city, and once the 5.7 is gone, then we're going to find money through capital budget by bonding that we have to pay back. Ladies and gentlemen, look, I know y'all get tired of hearing the same thing. So let me make it plain and simple. Do your job. You're not the mayor's friend, you're the council. Your job is to protect our dollars and write legislation. And as a matter, the only other responsibility you have, which you seem not to understand, is the investigative arm of this council. It's called a committee of the whole. I'll be back.
Good evening, Council. I wanted to piggyback on what Ernie has said. My name is Frances Harrison, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Green Team. And I want to talk about the CSO problem that this city has. Parks are good. Again, we're not protecting the parks. This city's infrastructure is falling apart. This money needs to be used for infrastructure. What if we never got the Federal American Rescue Plan? We would still be at square one. Every year, money is budgeted for streets and roads and whatever else, and then all of a sudden, nothing's done. And then now you get this pot of money, and you want to do parks. This city is falling apart. I heard 3 people tonight talk about their tires getting torn up on Chamberlain Avenue. Their tires getting torn up on River Street. CSO, for those of you who don't know what it is, it's combined sewer output system that this 200+ city has. That's a cost that needs to be addressed. Paterson is one of 8 municipalities that has this type of system. And there is a plan that was written up maybe 5, maybe 10 years ago of what they plan to do about the CSO, which means that they have to do something about the way the water is distributed out of our sewer system. Okay, we got municipalities that pour into the Passaic River that have all these different outlets. The water goes down into Newark. It's treated to come back to us to drink. But the problem is that somebody needs to wake up and look at what's happening in this city about this combined sewer output, not parks.
Good evening, Council. Aslan Gal Sr., Paterson, New Jersey. I just want to take 30 seconds of your time and just add a little something to the two speakers. This was a gift. What you got was a gift. We owe a lot of money, we're in debt. We have a lot of opportunity right now. It's very simple. The council is who controls the purse. You guys have a major opportunity to put some input as to the direction of where these funds are going to go. And that's not happening right now for some reason. But let me say this. One of the single most important things you can do for the taxpayers is give them some money back. You got $60+ million. Immediately, you're all heroes. Even the mayor becomes a hero. Take $30 million and give us some tax relief. Okay? You can do this. Don't waste it. The previous administration bonded $40+ million for road repair. Look at your roads. Where did the money go? And then you get state money for resurfacing roads. But we know PSE&G is ripping up roads. We know there's a lot of things going on. Well, you guys can make a tremendous difference. 5 of you can pass anything. 6 of you can overturn anything. Thank you.
See no more speakers, move to close.
Move to close the public
Second.
hearing for item number 3 by Councilman Abdulaziz and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing for item number 3.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 3. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
We're voting just to close. We're not voting on the item. My vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes to close.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public hearing for item number 3 is hereby closed.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Mims, you had a discussion? Okay. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 3.
No, discussion.
Okay. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. So, first of all, the administration has absolutely no clue when it comes to spending. Playground landing pad, that's a cement pad, benches and bleachers for a stage, $150,000. You talking about overspending. Dog park fencing, $250,000. For a fence. This reminds me of the $500,000 we spent on a fence before. Now, if you talk about the $63+ million, one of the things, and I will, I'm glad you can't rebuttal, Mr. Rucker, but I mean, I've been starch on this from the beginning. We should have made sure hazardous pay was taken care of, made sure we could have given increases and bonuses to the employees that put their lives on the line. Those employees that was forced to come to work during COVID, this is COVID money. This is COVID money. So while the BA was comfortably at home and members of her staff was working from home, there was members of this of the administration that was forced to come to work. The women in the tax office, they didn't get an option to work from home. Members from DPW, they didn't get an option to work from home. Remember, firefighters who had to work the ambulances put their lives on the line, and now who are being forced to work in Elmwood Park, even after this council said, no, we're not approving the contract for Elmwood Park. So it's a consistent disregard of this council, because council members, you're right, there are various members that no matter what it is, not only do they rally and cheerlead for the administration, but they bat and go hard for them. But lastly, I want to point this out. We took money from first-time homeowners situation from CDBG in the past to give money to the overspend at Hinchcliffe Stadium. Here you now have more money from CDBG being taken. We never recreated, or reinitiated the first-time homeowners program, and nothing is being given to our residents. When are we going to put a focus on creating homeowners and not just allowing people to create more high overpriced rental units that's under qualified? And again, to line up with some of the commentary from the public portion, it lies in the shoulders of this council. But the council cannot be effective if we're so fragmented, and some people are just, no matter what happens and no matter what is presented, it's just going to get approved. This is a blatant disrespect. This is an insult to our community. And guess what? All of the money here is going to third-party contractors. We spent $1.4 million. We spent $1.4 million on Lou Costello Park. And as I continuously say, we're overpaying for things. Councilman Velez strikes up a conversation, which happens to be the owner's son. And he says, yo, we only spent about $200,000 worth of material, another $100,000 in labor, $300,000 they spent. So where's the $1.1 million? In their pockets, being distributed. And this is a fact, but we want to sit here and act as if it's not happening. It's happening right under our noses. And then you have these finance gurus that take seats and things of that nature in this council and have done absolutely nothing to hold the people accountable. And we're going to sit here and give away $5.7 million. That's all going to go to third-party contractors that we can't even take care of the parks. I mean, I guess it's a rush to vote. I'm curious to see. Everybody, I think everyone knows how I'm voting,
Okay.
but I often get a lot of heat because he only votes no, because we're being taken advantage of. Every single night we're being taken advantage of. You can't show me one project that we worked on. $144 million that members of this council talked about. We don't have a right to vote on the tax credits. Yes, we do. If I'm shopping for the food and you're the chef, you say, no, we're having steak tonight. I'm buying the food. No, we're having shrimp and chicken tonight. If I buy the food and I don't buy the steak, you can't make steak. So we are providing the menu for them, and we're just allowing them to run away with it. $144 million in tax credits. Not one of them created not $1 in ratables, and it created 3 local jobs. 3 local jobs, which was promised to us that this was going to create local jobs. This was going to jolt our economy. What you guys tell me? Where have you seen the ripple effect? That's money being flushed down the toilet.
Council President.
Okay, Councilman Kalik, Councilman Abdulaziz, then Councilman Velez, and then
Thank you, Council President. My question is to the public. Do this park needs improvement? Definitely do. But I think we have to look at the money, finances, we have to look at the other options. Open space, CDBG money, not this CAREX money. We could put this money into better use. For example, road resurfacing. City is tearing down. We should put that money, my suggestion is put that $5.7 million to road resurfacing and fix our roads. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Council President. So I'm going to just address some of the things that were said to the public and to the residents of the 6th Ward. We talk about hazard pay. We heard people, our employees should get paid. You're absolutely right. We passed that about 2 meetings ago. That was passed already. That's a fact. My council colleagues passed hazard pay 2 meetings ago. Madam Clerk will get the resolution, the ordinance, to let people know. We could say things, but we have to state facts, right? Hazard pay and to our employees, it was already passed. 2 members on this council voted no a couple meetings ago. That's a fact. We allocated money and we passed it. Those are facts. Sewer, I heard that the sewer needs to be, absolutely, our sewers need to be repaired. That's why there's $7.3 million on the next item going to fix sewers. Do we put all our money in that? We have 160,000 people that live in this city. Everyone wants money for this initiative. Everyone wants money for that initiative. We got to look at the totality of the city. We're going to respectfully disagree. In the 6th Ward is the only ward that probably has the least amount of parks in the entire city. So parks is a big thing for my constituents. We only have 3 parks, from People's Park, Lakeview, and South Paterson. South Paterson does not have a playground. So 160,000 people, and we got to try to spend the money and make everyone happy, which you're not going to make everyone happy. But when we have park improvements in front of me, and when we talk about, I wish we could give this money back to the taxpayers. I'll be the first person to support that plan. Unfortunately, we can't. There's federal guidelines. This is federal money. We can't give that money back. Those are facts. I would love to support any money going back to the taxpayers. I've tried to put some other initiatives in place with some other revenues coming in to bring that back to the residents and taxpayers. But the money we have in front of us, we can't do that. We want to make our parks safe. We could hire more police officers. We could do this. But guess what? After we pay their salary for 1 year, where's that money to pay for the next year? So you have to invest in infrastructure. I agree with my council colleague, Shaheen Khalid. Roads, things that will last us 10, 12, 15 years down the line. We won't get this money ever again, right? To invest $5.7 million in, Council President, we got to have some decorum in the chamber. Thank you. So this plan that's in front of us is an investment in our infrastructure. Our parks need improvements. Just like anything else, right? Just like anything in anyone else's household, everyone could spend money different ways. But I know in my ward, and I'm looking throughout this list, which everyone says the 6th Ward, we're getting the least amount, but 2 new parks will be put in the 6th Ward. 2 new parks will be there for kids to go and play. And I'm going to tell you something and I'm going to commend the residents that took over Barber Park. Because when a community rallies around and takes over, the people the drug dealers, the addicts, they move out of the way. I saw this happen when I worked in Passaic. If you went down by 4th Street, right, and that was a haven for drug activity. But guess what the mayor in Passaic did? Resurfaced everything on 4th Street. They took over the tracks. They connected a park on the other side. You won't see anything there. They moved the band there, that's 150 members, with the trombone, the drums. They took over that entire neighborhood. Guess what the drug dealers and drug addicts did? They don't want to sell drugs when you have the band playing there. They don't want to do their activities when you have 150 people that took over a park. But our residents need the city's help to improve the park. Not that the residents have to clean it up by themselves. So, Madam President, we could all agree, we got 9 individuals, we could spend money all different ways. But I know in my ward, and I'm looking at 4th Ward's getting investments, 1st Ward's getting major, the bulk of the money is going into the 1st Ward, more 50% of it, at that $5.7 million, 50. This is an improvement for our youth. Our children, Madam, our children need, and I think I just heard recreation center. That's in the plans also with ARP money. So everything you're saying, we're spending. We're not spending all the money on certain things. We're trying to divide it across different areas. And I know Councilman Collins has been advocating for a rec center, but in the next line of ARP money, a rec center is a proposal. That's what we have to spend this money on infrastructure that's going to be here for 20 years, not something that we're going to spend right away next year and not have it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilman Abdulaziz. And before I give the floor to Councilman Velez and then Mendez and Rivera, well, no, after Velez was Mendez. What I just wanted to state is, and I know we have a document in front of us that has it broken down by ward, location, what the project, and an estimated cost. An estimated cost. And so, you know, to make statement of certain, you know, amounts that are here are estimated. I mean, granted, you know, they have to go out for proposals and it has to come back to the council for approval. So, you know, right now, I believe, you know, this is to appropriate the money, and then it comes back. Every single contract has to be approved by this council. And so when I look at, you know, some of the parks that, you know, I've been advocating for so many years, it's on here finally, all right? I've been here 8 years, and 8 years I've been talking about Commons Field, okay, our girls' park. I'm looking at here, Vera Ames Park. I'm looking at here Bear Track, West Side, East Side, tennis courts. I mean, I'm looking at quite a few things. Why can't we have the same thing other towns have? You know, why can't we? And so with that said, this is why, you know, I was one of those individuals that said, you know, I do want to support this. This does support our Master's Park plan as well. So with that said, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. I got to direct to the audience in Paterson, because whoever watching out there is not only from my ward, so I had to address the whole city of Paterson. You know, it's a little bit disturbing when I single out the needs of Paterson to my ward only. And when I lobby for my ward, and all my colleagues who understand this, I lobby for my ward in my committees and et cetera, but when I'm here, we all represent Paterson as one. So the ARP, it was an American Rescue Plan because we was in the middle of the pandemic. So the first thing that we heard out there is business owners, small business owners, struggling to succeed, to survive. We had tenants that cannot even pay their rents, and then still cannot pay the rents. We have individuals that went through fires and situations saying they still cannot come out of that hole. So for me, this funding, as Councilman from the Sixth Ward stated, we'll never see it again. I don't know how he could promise things saying when we receive again. So I don't know which one we're going to believe. But one thing is that I'm looking at this list here. I don't know why we don't draft a ordinance saying to freeze any proposal, whatever, in election time, between May all the way down to, between March all the way down to May. We should draft an ordinance to stop the spending in election time. All right? You know why? Because they're playing politics. They playing politics with the needs of the community. Yes, that day we approved $2 million for hazard pay, and I asked to add $5 more into the coffers, all right, because I know we're going to surpass the need of those employees. Yes, we pass it, and in paper is good and dandy, but they haven't dispersed it. So I have the experience sitting in the committee of DPW since I've been here, lobbying for parks. At the end of the show, they say, we cannot do it now because we had to shift the money to another place. So based on that experience, I know some of this stuff is just on paper, and they probably shifted to another place. Now, I get offended when in a workshop I stated, I don't know, my colleagues going to recall this, I don't have a short-term memory, that I stated that a lot of things that he's requesting to do with this money for parks could be done with CDBG money. Somehow, in the paper says that open CDBG money park projects, and they put in $2.1 million on it. Now they could use CDBG money for that purpose. So I don't know. We need to watch what we're saying. We cannot give a blank check to this administration to be spending. And one thing that Councilman Jackson forgot to say, because I just slapped this guy, the individual, to talk with him, and I had to give him 5 more slaps to shut him up. The guy from the park in Costello Park. One thing that he forgot to say, that he was proud to say that this mayor has a lot of meeting with the mayor in his office in Richwood. Right? Sounds right. So $1.2 million for Costello Park, and they spent $200,000 in material. The remaining goes to the pocket, and a lot of special meetings in the business owner office or the developer office. So we need to watch what we're doing here. I think that we cannot put the carriage in front of the horse. I think the city of Paterson deserves better. There's a lot of things out there that had to be done before going to the park. Is putting the safety of the city first, that people would like to go to a park where they feel safe. That is, feel safe. So, and before you interrupt me and cut me off, I just want to wrap up.
Councilman Velez, please.
I just want to wrap up.
Okay, Councilman, wrap up.
I want to wrap up. I want to wrap up because before I finish,
Madam Clerk, are you timing?
No, they don't want to put the timing to me.
I didn't think so. Okay.
See, this is, I don't know if the audience out there see it and the people sitting here, and you could go rewind all the tape of this council. When I'm saying the truth, they want to shut me down. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing against the council president. She's the one that runs this meeting. But I take breaks to say something, to say it right, so she thinks I finished. So, I haven't finished yet. Once again, this is in front of us. There's other priorities that our city is going through that we have to take care first. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. And the statement that I wanted to say is, you know, based on what you're stating in terms of CDBG monies, we have a committee. Councilwoman Mims, Cotton, Councilman Kalik. One of the things that we've said to the administration is, you need to look into, am I correct, Councilwoman Cotton? Look into getting more monies for our parks through CDBG. It's here. It's part of it, 2.1 million, specific to Riverside Oval for the turf field replacement, Barber Park stage construction, Burrell Field House, the final phases. You know, it's interesting, right? So Councilwoman Mims and I, and Councilman Rivera, who stated that we're running for re-election. So I guess we should stop city business, and we should do the same when they're running. But because now all of a sudden everyone has a different agenda, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot stop city business. We have to move forward. This is not about us being with the mayor or not with the mayor. This is about city business. And I'm going to continue to say it. We deserve, and our children and our adults deserve to have better parks, better fields, tennis courts. Yes, we do. And this is why Councilwoman Mims can't, her and I, we went to Chattanooga, Tennessee. We went there. Okay, and so everyone has a different take, and that's to be respected. But when we sit here and we talk about, you know, the fundings, I mean, we can't sit in a committee meeting and do one thing and then come out here and do something else. That's all I'm saying. So with that said, Councilman, no, it's Councilman Mendez, Rivera. No, you spoke, right? Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that I really want to thank Mr. Rocket that started a conversation about how we invest in $5.7 million. If you recall, at the last meeting and on first reading, I voted against this piece of the $5.7 million because it's nice to have a park, but, our community, they cannot even go into the park because they don't feel safe. The park are homeless in fact. So we got to think about priority first. It's $5.7 million. We spoke about open space. Yes, we have $2.1 million in open space. Let's continue pushing for the county resources. We are the county seat. Paterson is the county seat, the largest seat in the county. So we deserve more. Let's keep pushing for that. But those $5.7 million, we have to invest in the need. We have to look at it. 2022, this year is going to be a very difficult year in terms of our economic. We have to think about how we're going to invest that money. And Councilman Jackson, he just mentioned what this administration did with the first-time home buyer program, taking over $1 million to invest it at the stadium. That's a crime. The best way to clean our community is to invest in home ownership. That's the way you empower your community. That's the way you support our Patersonians to stay in our city and not be renters all the time. That's the direction that we should be taking. Supporting this community to become homeowner, to be able to buy a property here in the city of Paterson. That's what we should be looking into. I'm not saying that, and I'm being advocating for the tennis court at Eastside Park, but I see a bunch of other things that I don't agree. And you know what is the game? They put something in there that you really wanted to force you to vote for the rest of the stuff. I might need, okay, the $100,000, yes, I need that. But it's $100,000 out of 5.7. That's the game that they use it. But my biggest concern that I have is that sometimes, in a lot of the cases, we vote in some projects that they look so nice. And the only power that this governing body has is the vote. Once we vote, the administration, they do what they feel that they want to do with the money. And when you realize out of $1 million, they maybe spent $300,000, and you don't know where the rest of the money ended up into. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Rivera.
Yeah, so let me just remind, last time for first reading, I voted no on this. And I'll be very clear and transparent. You know, we have council members that talk a good game, but ask them what have they done in the last 4, 6, 8 years. At least the time that I've been here, anything that I wanted to do, I get it done. For example, this was presented to us previously, the $63 million. I went in the mayor's office and said, you know what? We've been talking about River Street forever, and I keep telling the politicians, because a lot of them say, well, we spoke about it 10, 20 years ago. It's not when you speak about it, it's when you get it done. So I told the mayor, with this money, we haven't done River Street because it's going to cost too much money. At one point, it was around $6 million. Now it's almost $10 million, probably. $9–10 million on River Street because of the sewer work that needs to be done. If we don't take advantage of this now, of this funding, it's never going to get done in the future. Guess what? It is in the plan to get done, right? We talk about doing our parks. No other council, and I said this before, every year we have built parks, nothing that was been done before. You see it around. There's some parks that have been done in this city. But we cannot afford to do all of our parks. I said this last time. We're talking about $5.7 million. We're more concerned of saying we're going to do this, doing press conferences, but we have a bigger problem. We don't maintain anything. So how are you going to start building and building? And the reason I'm cutting off some of my sentences, I'm going to try to stick to the 2 minutes. Other council members took 4, 6 minutes to say things that some council members here, the first minute, they have a lot of valid things to say, the first minute. The other 5 minutes, they don't have nothing. It doesn't make sense, whatever they're saying. But let me just continue. Councilman Jackson says something that's correct. And we have one of the fields this year, they wanted to improve 2 bathrooms and a concession stand. They wanted to spend $500,000 on that. And I'll tell you why I bring this up. Something similar happened in the school district when I was there. Something that was supposed to cost $300-something thousand, they presented to me something for $1.5 million to approve. I have here a small field for $2 million. Now, whoever does the proposal, the law says that it goes to the lowest responsible bidder, right? The issue is that you need to have a limit. We don't have unlimited cash in this place. So we have a big issue in this city. We also talk about some council members, oh, we deserve things that other towns have. Yes, like services, which we're not getting, right? I also agree with Councilman Khalid. Let's build on let's start investing more on roads, because that's something we're gonna have to bond on in the future. The problem here is that we do a lot of things without planning. This is not the time to spend almost 10% of this money on parks. This is not. $5.7 million on parks doesn't make any sense. I don't care what trip you took. I don't care where you went. We already spent under the same.
Are you addressing me, Councilman Rivera? Are you addressing me?
I'm addressing.
Are you addressing me?
Okay, can I?
Okay.
Did I say any name? First of all, did I say any name? Don't use. See, I didn't want to go there because we have a good relationship, but don't go there. I am. The mayor went and other council members went. The administration went, and every time the narrative is we went. Okay, based on that narrative, we fixed a lot of parks in the past few years. We fixed like 3 or 4 parks we bonded for. That means the taxpayers are going to pay for those parks in the upcoming years. I'm not saying we're not going to do more parks in the future, but this is not the time to spend $5.7 million. We've been lacking services forever. And again, this is from a person that's not running for office. And regardless if I was running or not, you're still going to hear the same words from my mouth. That's why my colleagues say I'm a bad politician, because I wasn't put here to play politics. So I'm telling you like it is. Let's demand more services, and let's work on our roads. That's all I'm going to say for now.
So, wait. I'm gonna let Cotton. No, who wants to go first? No, you already went. Mims. It's Mims and Cotton. Okay, Cotton, Mims, and Jackson. It's Cotton, Mims. She wants you to go first. Councilwoman Mims, Cotton wants you to go first.
So let me say this, public, audience. The truth is, when it came to the upgrade and the assessment of the parks, it was not the mayor's idea, it was my idea. Because if we're gonna spend money or do things in the city, my idea to the administration was, we need to develop a master parks plan to assess all the parks, so that way we can have a plan before we start spending money. Now, I voted yes last week because I always want things to go to the next reading because I want the public to be aware of what's being outlined. But I do agree with a lot of my colleagues, and what's really egregious, and I really wish we could make a copy of this and everyone could look at what is here. When you look in some areas, right? In some areas, they're spending $2 million. Some areas, $50,000. Some areas, $250,000. But you know what's sad? For years, and I hope Mama Bug is watching, for years, Mama Bug has been advocating for Tyrone Collins Park. And when I came on, I walked the park, sent photographs, and even went myself with the green team, me and Tina Galone, and we planted and put mulch there because there was no maintenance. To this day, and I want Paterson to go look, if you walk on the bridge of Temple Street, there are 2 gaping holes, and the entire gate has a hole in it that if a child is walking, they will fall through. And that is still yet to be fixed, but they're saying, leave it to the American Rescue Plan. I think it's absurd. Another item on here, Cobb's Park. Miss Rosanna Elder, God bless Mama Sarge, who has passed away. When Mama Sarge was living, there was, I know that's not 2 minutes, but Mama Sarge was living. Mama Sarge was living. There was a real bad accident at Cobb's Park on East Main Street. In Cobb's Park, there is still, to this day, a huge spike up in the park that they are yet to fix, but they're saying, you gotta vote on it with $5.7 million. And our kids have had Fright Fest there, all types of stuff. We've been there with Rosanna Paterson in this park, and still to this day, it is not repaired. Bear Track Park, which everyone knows, I am like the project manager of Bear Track Park. If you go there right now, the leaves are up to this brown level. I went by Barber Park today, I rolled through there because I want to ride through these parks that are on the list. There is still hay from last year's Halloween Fest in the park. If you go to Montgomery Park, right, which we have renamed Vera Ames Park, there is a huge sink in the ground, huge, that the people that work recreation summer program with our kids complained about, and they yellow taped it off, still yet to be repaired. So are you telling me that we can't fix these things because we can't approve $5.7 million? That's not true. And you know what really bothers me? Look at all the old trees in our city that are falling by a blow of the wind. I have reported when we came before us a small contract of tree trimming, which we should have had a larger amount. If you drive down Broadway near Eastside Park, the old Paterson Catholic, the trees are kissing each other across the highway. This is not an exaggeration, it is a fact. If you go into Bear Track Park, 5th Ave, across the street from the funeral home, I've reported this. In the park, the reason why I advocated, because the trees were so bad, they didn't fix it, until it fell on the neighbor's house. And then when it fell on the neighbor's house, it left a tree trunk, which we know we just paid over $200,000 to a person who fell over a tree trunk. And guess what? The tree stump is still not fixed. And we just paid a lawsuit. I'm not saying it because then somebody else gonna fall. But there's a tree in Bear Track Park. There's 2 trees that are old. We have brand new playground equipment in the park that we advocated and found a grant for. And I've been begging, please go trim the tree. Because if the tree falls, the entire playground equipment is gone. We have to stop dangling carrots in our community. And to me, this speaks of the fact that we have no pulse of the city. People are not going to the parks because they're scared of the shootings. People are not going to the park, there's no cameras in there, people are still in, the gates are not being locked and open. As a matter of fact, I've been opening the gate and locking it myself at one of the parks to try to help and maintain. And you know what really broke my heart? Coming to the State of the Union address and seeing the listing of all the parks up there and not one mention of Barber Park. I was so hurt by that, because Barber Park was a park that was taken back by the community, and a lot of work was done to that, and that was so hurtful that we would give a message to the people and not mention one of the most hardest work parks by the residents and the work of our community.
Councilwoman?
So Paterson, I'm closing. Paterson, watch what's happening tonight. Right. I'm a big advocate for parks, so I don't want nobody to yell, well, watch if she do it, don't vote. Guess what? If I don't get reelected, I'm still gonna fight for the city. Okay. But on my vote tonight, I'm gonna show you how hard I'm gonna fight, because we have to be able to spend the money wisely and be fiscally sound. Right. We gotta stop dangling carrots because it's election season and think of the people first. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Council President. Let me just start off by saying that, Councilwoman Mims, I sat in Barber Park today too. It is filthy. The hay is still there. I've been calling and calling to get it clean. As a matter of fact, no one really knows how much time I spent in that park with the other community members, with a lot of community members. Now, I got a text not too long ago, but we had a discussion. The rescue money has categories that we can spend this money on. And we've been talking, and I've been going downstairs saying to the Madam BA about it's not the rescue money, it's the premium pay. You know, how we gonna figure out the premium pay? Because some of us work from home, some of us didn't work at all, and then some of us worked every day. So now you have to distinguish who came in every day, who came in 2 days a week, who came in one day a week. You have to be able to figure it out. 25 years ago, my daughter played at Commons Field, maybe 30 years ago. It was horrible. For 30 years, it's been horrible. With how many mayors that done came through this city? How many mayors done came through here? Now, I received a message a couple of days ago, and our council colleagues, and there's a bunch of parks on here that we need to do, we need to fix. There's tree stumps that need to get pulled up. There's so much stuff that needs to get done. But I may not like you, but I still need to talk to you. And that's what we need to understand as elected official. If I don't, I may not agree with you, but we still need to talk. We still need to talk no matter what. I disagree, but we still need to talk. Now, with this rescue money, and I received the text, and I see my buddy back there, Casey Melvin. We had in front of us a couple weeks ago to help with the crime and the crisis of what's happening in our community. It was taken off. To be able to put money on the side, to be able to use some of this money, 12.5 million of that rescue money can be used for parks, can be used for the homeless, can be used for, and I got to pull it up real fast, that can be used, what my buddy back here, Casey Melvin, does with our community, that we need to, and let me just pull it up real quickly. Anti-violence. Anti-violence. That's what my buddy do back there, Casey Melvin. Anti-violence, to try to see how we can get this right. It was on in front of us, and it was taken off. So we not to figure out, we gotta, you know, there's so many things that we gotta get done. And I know that Commons Field, for 30 years, that part, and it was for our young ladies, and I was getting angry because all the parks were getting fixed for the men and the boys, and no parks was getting done for the ladies and the girls that play sports. We have 2 high schools that them girls play sports, and those are places where they play. There's so many things here that, and I'm just going by the categories, because we still got money left over from CBG that we haven't spent. But just remember one thing, no matter what happens, I can say 500,000, but no matter what happens, they still got to come back in front of us. This money can't be spent until they come back in front of us again. And I say, and once we have to vote on one item to go out for bid. No, first we have to allocate it. It ain't going out for bid yet. We have to allocate it. Then we vote to go out for bid. Right. Once we go out for bid, then we vote on accepting the company. So for one pot of money, we're voting 3 times. On one pot of money, 3 times we'll vote. And there's so much other things, but I just thought about the anti-violence with my friend back there sitting. We were friends for many years, Casey Melvin, who does that anti-violence. So there's some stuff that was already in here that was taken off. And I just want to share that because, you know, they think that it can save $2 million, but it may not be $2 million.
That's why it says estimated, Councilwoman.
No, that's what I just want to say to the community. It could be 1.7 million.
Right.
It got to come back to us no matter what. Everything got to come back to us no matter what. And that's what I'm saying. You know, and the CSO, I want to just make a correction. No, that water that get processed in the Newark Passaic Valley sewage do not come back to the Passaic River. It goes out to the Henry Hudson. It doesn't come back to us. Now, yes, CSOs, I've been talking CSOs since I've been sitting up here.
Councilwoman, you're the chair, right, of Passaic
No,
Valley?
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not even on that board.
No, I'm talking about Passaic Valley Water.
I'm not, but that, no. She's talking about sewer, not water.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So, you know, Jersey City, Newark, that's why we're partnershiping with Newark. We're partnership with the city of Jersey City. They have the same problem we have. And that's why we came up with the long-term plan. They're giving us 40 years.
Okay.
We ain't gonna be sitting up here for 40 years.
All right, so we're gonna complete.
So I need to share that with you because we're not just, no matter what, we still has to vote on this. We still gotta vote again. We still gotta vote again. We still have to vote again. And I just think about Commons Field, where my kids, my daughter played, where they have not, and these last 3 or 4 mayors have not put nothing aside, especially for Commons Field.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Cotton. And I just want to make a statement because I know you referred to a gentleman in the audience, okay, who is part of the Paterson Heating Collective, and they've come before us. And it's my understanding it's an open application to put in proposals. So I don't see them not, you know, if this entity, which I know does great work because I've seen them, I work across from them, I've been part of their programs, put in for a proposal. So I think I would ask Madam BA, has their proposal been submitted?
No, we took that off.
No, I'm just.
Yes, we did. We took it off.
That's part 5.7. Anyway, let me keep to, let me keep to the agenda. Let me keep to this item.
Go ahead.
You could just ask me, and then we're just gonna complete with Councilman, I believe it was Abdelaziz and Jackson, and then we're gonna move forward. We'll call a roll call, and we'll open the public portion because I know there's quite a few people here. Okay. Madam BA.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Just to clarify that was one of the items that was included in the temporary budget for the American Rescue Plan, and it still is our intention to fund that, but that was what was voted down by the council and took out and left only the amounts for the capital funding for this. I also want to highlight in that same plan, it also exists money for road resurfacing, which numerous council members have mentioned tonight, about $2.5 million. It also includes money for cameras, about $1 million, so we can put cameras around for dumping for parks. So we have been doing our best to listen to the council and the council's requests and the requests of the residents. I think the important thing to think about for this 5.7, and I've been hearing it since I joined the meeting, some council members are saying, well, not enough is being allocated to this park. Other council members are saying, well, I don't see, you know, my park on the list. I think it's easy to say, 5.7 million, we have enough work to do $5.7 million worth of work. What we can do going forward, if this is, and this is not a final plan, this would be an appropriation. The council can look at this list and tell us, what are your highest priorities? What do you want to start with? And we'll do those first and bring those projects before. We can go out to bid for Commons Field first and make sure that that the money is triaged and whatever is needed for Commons Field is needed for Commons Field. Then we can do another project next. But we need the council's help in making sure that we prioritize it in the right order. But I think everyone can see that we can spend that money.
Thank you very much. Councilman Abdelaziz and Councilman Jackson.
Roll call.
No. Councilman Jackson, then complete.
No.
You were done?
Roll call,
Okay,
yeah.
very good. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 3.
Yes, ma'am. Roll call on item number 3 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So I'd like to go first, and this shows some of the struggles that this city goes through, and Councilman Rivera and I have a little saying. We try to get things done, and everything is a fight. Our BA has stated a lot of the things that people said we need is in the plan that got rejected. Road resurfacing was in the plan that got rejected. The rec center was in the plan that got rejected. Sewer is in the plan that we're voting on next. And I'm actually happy. I'm happy there's an election. I'm happy, actually, to the residents of the 6th Ward, because I'm going to speak to my constituents and to the city. You get to vote. There's 5 people on this council that will be on the ballot in May. And I'm telling you, I'm advocating for 2 new parks into the 6th Ward with the litany of other parks throughout the city. Half of this money is going to the 1st Ward. There's money going to the 4th Ward. Every ward is getting parked. And I am happy that it's going to be on the record that 5 of my colleagues are going to be on the ballot. And I will make sure that when I go door to door, letting people know that 2 parks were added, not because of the mayor. If you support this, you support it. If you deny it, these are why we vote. And I'm happy that I advocated for 2 new parks, and the residents deserve it. The residents deserve it. All I know, when you drive through Chamberlain Ave right now at Buckley Park, you have hundreds of kids that play there till nighttime. I drive there through there in the morning time. There's families at that park. Marshall Park, those investments, our kids are playing there. And I'm glad to support park improvements that does not impact your tax bill because of the federal dollars that came in. $5.7 million that came from the federal government that's going to improve our parks, and it's an investment in our communities, our kids, and the property values in the neighborhoods where these improvements go to. So I'm gladly voting yes on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
I just want to say, I know that but when I see the money being set aside for doing different parks, this is, like I said before, I wish we could use especially the anti-violence that was voted down, which we need that, to help with the homeless that was voted down. So there's a lot of stuff that we need to do, but what can we do? What can we do? And I think about Commons Field where my daughter played, and they have never fixed any parks for girls, for young ladies, never. I don't know when the last time they did that. I think about Ms. Buggs, who's been trying to get that Tyrone Collins thing, you know, Tyrone Collins and Nazira Buggs. I mean, to some poor people, if that's not important, then it's not important. But you don't, you know, like I said before, me and you can disagree. I don't go out and badger nobody. I don't do that to no one. Fine. Now, we can spend the money put $2 million, $3 million for anti-violence, which we need to do. We need to do that too. We need to spend $2.3 million for homeless. We need to do all of that. But when I see certain parks in here, I don't know when the last time they did Wrigley Park. I don't know when the last time they did Wrigley Park, which was known as Montgomery Park, which is now Vera Ames Park. So if you disagree, fine. You never see Ruby Cotton badgering anybody. You never see Ruby Cotton downing anybody. You never see me. If we disagree, we disagree. But when, like I said, this money here, we vote on this 3 times. This ain't the end of it. It's gonna come back again, and it's gonna come back again. And we're gonna have to vote on it again, and we're gonna have to vote on it again. And with that being said, this is for the parks. I wish we could do my anti-violence. I'd be glad when maybe someone will bring that up for our homeless. We need to do that. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Before you start the clock, Madam Clerk, let me just send notice to the public. We are going to the public portion after this. You guys have been extremely patient. To the De Jesus family, I mean, you guys have always been patient. Your patience needs to be acknowledged. So, I mean, I bet Council President has acknowledged me going to the public portion after this. But, okay, Madam Clerk, I'm ready. So, relative to this item, what kid wouldn't love new clothes? Every kid will love new clothes. I'm gonna buy you a $200 pair of Jordans, but how many kids care about new clothes when they're starving? It's not about whether or not we need the park. You can ride past the parks and tell they desperately need to be done, but it's about priorities. It's about priorities. I posted on my Facebook page a number of different times how 2 employees of the city was able to post in one pay period close to $10,000 in pay for one pay period. Yet today the BA was absent. Neither one who carries the responsibility even showed up to the meeting. But it's their responsibility to do so. If the BA's not here, they should be here. But you look at the disparaging treatment of where the money's going. And when you talk about people here lobbying for different things, they don't want a park. It's not about that. We've been talking about employees that have been grossly mistreated for the last several decades. And you talk about advocates. while the mayor was a council person sitting right down the road there, I begged this council, please, we are getting taken to the cleaners. Let's not spend $1.4 million on a trailer park that's worth $250,000. Yet, lo and behold, which I'm very appreciative because I was excited when they came on, Councilman of the 6th and the at-large councilman came on. They have a relationship. All of a sudden, the park that I've been advocating for, Buckley Park, gets approved. I'm thankful. I'm grateful. So they'll pose it as, Madam Clerk, I'm going over. I apologize. They'll pose it as some of us get it done. Yeah, because some of us know how to bend knees better than others. I'm not doing that. I'm going to do what's right by my community. I'm going to be consistent. So when you talk about bending a knee, bowing, how's that inappropriate? If honesty and truth is inappropriate, then so let me be inappropriate. I didn't say anything inappropriate, I don't think, because this is how we communicate in our communities. All of a sudden now it's inappropriate, right? Okay. But let's talk about the ambulance that made it to someone else's country, and they then take a flight over there who probably had a parade because we gave that away for free. When you talk about relationships, let's talk about the $50,000 pay increase to someone who now all of a sudden doesn't want to run for re-election. Yeah, because you know you're not going to win.
Councilman Jackson,
Council President,
can you please wrap up?
I'm trying my best. So when we're sitting here making decisions, these rash decisions that definitely impact our community, let's keep it honest. Let's not box around the truth. Let's not make it seem as if we have good intentions when we know we do not. When the community is being mistreated, let's be honest about that. When we have DPW workers that's coming to work every single day who barely could pay rent, when we have a number where my phone stays ringing but people getting evicted, and this money can be utilized to help cure that, it's not about a matter of whether or not we should get the parks done, but let's do that last. Let's take care of the needs of the community first and then see what's left over. Let's not spend all the money on the flashy things that we could put together state of the city addresses with and talk about how phenomenal of a job we've done, when yet the community's still suffering. Maybe I live in a different community than everybody else here because all I hear about is how wonderful things have gotten. But I've sat here for 8 years, done the same thing from the first time I've sat here. I've advocated, I've fought, I've rallied, and to me, it has gotten a lot worse. The crime rate in the last 2 years has peaked, and the numbers have never been this high. But yet we want to slide over that. We have family members who lost loved ones at the hands of our employees, and they can't even get a question answered. And here we are focusing on $5.7 million on a bunch of parks. If that's being responsible to the community, I'm in the wrong place. Because this is totally irresponsible. Yeah, nobody loves parks more than I do. I train, I still train.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes, Council President?
I need your vote.
My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Wow. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a better use for this money? I believe definitely yes. Also, in this proposal, I see close to $2 million for West Side Park, which belong to my ward, second ward. I represent that area. But is it the priority right now for the city to do West Side Park? Also, there was a talk, probably almost a year or so, with the county to have a shared services agreement about West Side Park. So county could take care of everything in that park. They will have sheriff officer patrolling the area as well. As far as I know, it was confirmed that they will take over. Why is there a delay right now, or there is no communication between the administration and the county official. Who are the stakeholders blocking that item? Until you get a clarification to me, I will not support any money putting on West Side Park. Also, if we put CDBG money on West Side Park, then we go to shared services agreement with the county. As far as I know, we have to pay that money back. So why are you wasting money right now? At the same time, we could have the county take care of that section of the park. My vote is no at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'll be brief. And all I want to say is I will be consistent with my vote on this $5.7 million for different parks. Improving the quality of life of our residents is when we bring safety into our community. To make sure that our children go to the park and play safe. That's what you call improving the quality of life of our community. Our parks are homeless infected right now. What are we doing? You think that our children feel safe? You think that parents feel safe in those parks? No. Let's talk about priority in this community. I mentioned before that this is going to be a very tough year in terms of the economy. A lot of people that are very close to be evicted from their property. We have $5.7 million in front of us. Let's go back. Let's help the community directly with this money. Let's make sure that we impact their quality of life directly, and they receive the help directly. So I think that I'm excited, not in support of this, because there's a lot more things to do. Let's talk about how can we maintain the park that we have right now. Let's put an effective maintenance program for the park that we currently have. I invite you to go around the park. And I just mentioned, listen, I can't wait to see my Eastside Park well fixed and maintained, but just go and look at the condition of the park. And to keep the park in good condition, you don't have to spend all this money. You just have to clean it and maintain the park. It's not difficult. So that's what we have to talk about. People, they try to make you feel bad, you know, because you're not investing. I say, no, you know what? Listen, this is the time for us to make the right decision on behalf of our Patersonian. You know, let's talk about helping our people to stir and to stay in their home. Very soon, you're gonna see a lot of people crying because they've been evicted, they got no jobs, they got no help, and we have $64 million in front of us that we have to think about twice how we're gonna spend this money. With that being said, let's talk about Paterson first. My vote is no. Thank you.
So Paterson.
Councilman Mims.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
And so Paterson, I'm not going to elongate my comments, but I have to say this. Parks have been one of my passions. Education, our youth, our families. I've been living in Paterson all of my life for 52 years. I'm a mom of 4, grandmother of 2. I heard it stated that 5 of you will be on the ballot, and if you don't do this, all my people are gonna know. You didn't support me when I ran in 2018 and I won. So I'm not really focused on politics over people. The item before us is the item that does not represent the people first. The people have talked about the streets that are not clean. All the issues, I mean, there's a myriad of issues. Cameras not working. So many different things, and the money that we have is not that they're giving it to us all the time. So the question is, once the 5.7, number one, it has to go through RFP process, 6 months, it has to go to another process. What is the sustainability plan? After you fix the part, how do you sustain it? How do you make sure that the vagrants that are sleeping in the swings and the slides, how do you ensure they don't do that? There's no plan currently, so I don't know how there will be a plan later. So Paterson, when you elected me to vote for you. I voted in the first reading because I wanted to get through to this phase so that we can get to the final place. But this plan as a lot of dangling whistles and carrots that sound great. So you'll say, oh, 1st and 4th Ward. It appeases the 1st and 4th community, but the 1st and 4th community is not getting the necessary treatment that they should get all the time. So I'm not gonna let an item for $5.7 million make me believe that you care about the 1st and the 4th Ward. My vote is no.
Councilman Rivera?
So in the last 4 years, we have made it a point as a council to invest in our parks. We have done that. It's in the books. The initiative was started back then was Councilman Abdelaziz, and the council as a whole, we continue from there. But we need to make sure that we have a say of how this funding is going to be used. We didn't have a say when the $133 million of tax credits came through. We didn't have a say on how that funding was allocated. I don't care what some council members say that have been here for 8 years, have not accomplished anything in 8 years. If not, then let it be known what have been done. All I'm gonna say is, listen, we invested in parks, and for the first year, all we saw was chains on the parks. We talk about us having the need, not having enough parks in the city of Paterson. So we invest in the parks that were being used by our kids, but then they put chains on the parks. I don't know if you guys recall. That happened for a while. So they had the parks locked up, closed during the summertime. So right now, the best use for this money is not to use it on parks at this moment. I already spoke my piece earlier, and my vote is no.
Councilman Velez?
I'm not going to take too long in my vote, but I just want to say that everything that my colleagues have just stated about this administration and how this is operating, it just sent a great message to the community out there that this administration have a poor vision, a poor planning, and poor leadership. It's wrapped up in 3 words: poor vision, poor vision, poor planning, and poor leadership. And I'm looking over the parks situation here. For example, I sit in the DPW committee. I requested a quote for Roberto Clemente fence to cover. In that time, they gave me $95,000 quote. And now they want to put $200,000. Lou Costello Pool and Riverside Vet Pools, I think we could do with the contract that we already have to maintenance those pools. So why we want to put almost $300,000 there? They cannot maintain a door park in the 1st Ward, ladies and gentlemen. They want to put another door park in Alabama and Trenton Avenue. That's the park that the residents want? I don't think so. A door park in the 6th Ward. Give me another park that the children could play, ladies and gentlemen. That's poor planning, poor vision, poor leadership. So I'm going to stand with the acknowledgement of what we speak in committee and based on the statement of my colleague. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
My vote is yes.
The vote is 3 in favor, 6 against. Item number 3 failed.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Public portion is open. Can you please
Madam Clerk,
call the first
I'm sorry,
first speaker?
Council President. 1 second real fast, please.
I'm sorry?
Can I have 1 second real quick?
Can you speak into the
I say,
microphone?
can I have 1 second real quick before she walks out of there?
Who are you addressing, Councilwoman?
Ceasefire with Winnie Harris. She
Okay,
got up,
it's
but-
my understanding that Casey Melvin's going to be speaking.
No, her and Casey, it has nothing to do with each other.
I understand
Yeah,
that.
but I just want to say that
She sent me a message.
Besides Casey Melvin, Ceasefire also wants to do an RFP for the anti-violence too. So I just want to mention that because I got some texts. Because Ceasefire is also part of the anti-violence organization besides Casey Melvin.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that, put it out there so they'll know Winnie Harris of Ceasefire Also,
Yes.
nobody can't go RFP it because it's not out there to go
Right.
RFP
You
it.
have to put in a proposal. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, first speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. The public portion is now open, and the first speaker is Dr. Baralt. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Melissa Baralt, 53 Potomac Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey.
Please, no speaking out loud.
So I want to lighten the mood and say Happy International Women's Day, a global day designated by the United Nations dedicated to uplifting and honoring the achievements of all women, achievements that include the arts, science, education, mental health, political, and much more. Today is a reminder of the grit and determination of women globally, irrespective of origin, religion, or socioeconomic status. I am here to celebrate all women in this city and everywhere in the world. May we continue to inspire and raise the next generation of leaders and innovators, and may we lead with impact and have nurturing hearts that shape our community. Individually, we are one drop, but together we are an ocean. Congratulations to all the sisters. Happy Women's Day.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Reverend Clayton.
Good evening to the council and to all who are watching. My name is Kenneth Clayton. My address is 139 Carroll Street in Paterson. I am coming to address you very quickly on behalf of the Paterson NAACP, the Paterson United Clergy Council, regarding an ordinance that you're going to read. The first reading is tonight regarding the early voting process and the accessibility of and the polling places in the city. As president of NAACP, obviously, we are in support of early voting. It is proved in our last presidential election and in our state and locally that it is a help to an incentive to people, particularly of black and brown people, minorities, to vote, to participate in the voting process, to ensure that our vote is heard and that our choices are shared by virtue of the vote. Tonight, as you look at the first reading, or have the first reading, we are in support of the ordinance to support early voting in our city. I think we'd be the third city in the state to do so. My question of the council is that I would hope that you would consider expanding the accessibility to the voting, early voting, to not just 2 wards. That does not speak well to accessibility and providing voting opportunity to all people. Somebody may say, well, if it's a new place, they know they can get there. Some people don't have transportation. There are other things that may impede people from doing it. We are in full support of the opportunity for people in our city to vote early, because it will hopefully allow for more people to vote, people to be excited about the voting process. My hope and my plea to the council is that as you listen to that you have the first reading, and as you vote on it, that you will support it, but that you will do so allowing full access to all the constituents, all the voters to the city of Paterson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Reverend Graham, Barry Graham.
He left. Next
Okay.
speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Dr. Fulmore.
Thank you. Good evening,
Good evening.
council members,
Good
and
evening.
especially to Madam President. Not to be redundant with what Reverend Clayton just stated, I'm here again to reinforce the concept and the opportunity for all ethnicities and having the opportunity to vote. I take this very seriously because as a product of the Brown versus Board of Education, long time ago, as some of you might know, see, I have seen my folks who got lynched and everything else as a little boy, and there are relatives in my family that I know who died to vote. So that so I take that very, very seriously, even at this stage. So, as Reverend Clayton said, for everyone in the city of Paterson has a right to have that opportunity and equal accessibility to that. So we are asking you, the council members, as you look into your heart and as you think through the process, please consider all of us because we are asking you if you would identify at least one site in each ward, also each 6th ward. That, I think, would be a balance for all of us, because that one piece of information that I'm sure comes under the statute of 4019 that gives us the opportunity to do so, let's take advantage of that and allow our people to have that right to vote. And in doing so, I want to acknowledge Reverend Steele, the Honorable Reverend Steele, being here this evening and supporting us. And with that, I say thank you and good night.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fulmore. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Kenyatta Stewart. He left.
Kenyatta Stewart's not here.
Okay,
Next speaker?
Yes, speaker, Mr. Ernest Rucker. Mr. Rucker.
Ernest Rucker Paterson. Now, my second, Madam President, I am begging you today for 5 minutes for Save the Village. There's a lot I have to get out, and I want to be able to do it. It may take me 4, it may take me 3, but I want to make sure I have enough time. Ladies and gentlemen, I sat here and watched a phenomenon. When the public comes out, seems like y'all do things a little bit differently. Let me say this here, and we've been friends a long time. I'm not caring about parks right now. I listened to the mayor's State of the City address, and I'm still trying to find out what's the state of the city. We have one of the dirtiest cities in the tri-state area. We have people on every corner with a cup begging. And we have an ordinance on the books that say they can't do it. The mayor came out, and this is the people's house, I believe. That means this belongs to us. But yet, you had a family kept downstairs, hostage, not allowed to come into a public meeting. How in the hell do you explain that to me? Their brother is missing. Been missing for over a month. And you took a public event and made it private in the people's house. Are you guys kidding me? The mayor stood there and he congratulated everybody, all the stakeholders. None of those people are from Paterson. But yet, you guys want to give me some lessons and point of views on how to spend $5.7 million? Don't spend it at all. You know, I come here week after week after week because I love this city. But I damn sure don't like what's happening. You let the mayor make a campaign speech, which will be turned into some type of video or commercial at the State of the City address. The city's address. He didn't say nothing about the multiple murders. He said nothing about the vagrants. He said nothing about the filth. He said nothing about affordable housing. He really didn't say nothing about nothing. And then when you guys have something to vote on, for example, like a committee of a whole, if you have any connection to the mayor, financially or anything else, do not vote. Recuse yourself. Do not deny us accountability. Do not deny us the right to know what's going on our behalf by this administration and this council. Do you think this is a joke? You're running. And we don't forget. You have not seen me go hard yet. I've been nice for the last 2 years. But now I feel like you're sticking something up my behind and telling me it's ice cream. It's not. We're hurt. We're hurting in this city. We have people that live in apartments, $2,600. What a $30,000 a year job where two families have to live together. But you're telling me about the state of the city. What city was he talking about? It damn sure wasn't Paterson. We're hurting. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not feel the pain, walk the streets and just ask somebody how you're getting along now in Paterson. We're not here on a Tuesday night because there's not a television show on that we want to look at. We're here because we're scared. We don't know where the next meal is coming from or how to pay the next rent. We don't know if my kid is going to go to this corner store and get his brains blown out. And I think I've had enough to say, because every last one of you understand exactly what I'm saying. And let me take this opportunity. Councilman Khalid, thank you for your vote on that $5.7 million. You're right. There's someplace else for it to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Mohammed, Ms. Wahida Mohammed.
With God's name, good evening.
Good evening.
Or good night. Let me start off with this first, because you all just keep saying how hazard pay has been approved. Until I see a paycheck with hazard pay in it, it means absolutely nothing. And I'm tired of us saying that it's been approved, because our people that deserve that money is still saying to me, Ms. Muhammad, we still don't have it. And I'm tired of you saying it. The CBG funds that you're talking about, and surely we had some issues, some of the nonprofits of not being able to do what we needed to do. But still, we were told the money that was left over could be given to other entities, but we couldn't reapply for it. Makes no sense to me. Because if you know we're already hurting, you know that we don't have funds, why can't we reapply? Makes no sense. You're talking about how dirty the city is and how the parks got hay from whatever. But you know why DPW can't do what we need them to do with that? It's because they're busy cleaning up after that damn company that you're paying $3 and $4 million to clean up this city. That's why they can't do what they need to do, because they're busy doing their job. Because every single time that something is left and you call the mayor's office or report it, what does he do? He sends DPW. Is DPW getting that $3 million contract? No. The other thing is, with this Hinchcliffe Stadium, and I know some of you proudly said how all the contracts come back to you. Things have to come back to you. So when that whole thing with Hinchcliffe Stadium, where we were promised that there was going to be so many jobs for our people in this town, that they were going to be career-changing jobs. And I said to the mayor, myself, how many people are being employed at that Hinchcliffe Stadium? You know what he said to me? If I had my phone, I'd read you the exact words. But it had to do with the fact that he was still waiting for the developer to send him the list. No, damn well there's no list. So you all have to take responsibility. Because I'm going to tell you, you can sit there and act like we don't know, But we don't sit here for nothing. And when you know better, you do better. Because if you don't, we got more sense than to put you back there. Realize that. And although some of you are completely comfortable with your setup and your pulling up of the mayor's pants, let me tell you, you better realize whatever it is that you think you're doing, you're going to pay the price sooner or later. Because one thing about God, he ain't looking at how cute you are. He's looking at what you do to his people. And the last thing I want to say, even though Rivera is not here, I wanted him to know how much I am so glad that he's decided not to run. Because the money that he claims he has, whatever it is he thinks he has brought to this city, I remember the times he talked about how the money that we needed to collect from the other cities surrounding us because they were not paying their fair share. Those are the same people that are paying him now. So he could care less about what we are getting. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Ms. Joyce Thomas.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can.
I have several questions, but in the interest of time, I'm going to ask my questions, and then you can respond. The first thing I have is River Street, but thank God, hallelujah. I see River Street is going to be fixed. I don't have to mention it right now. Praise God. All right, number two, my second question, the taxes went up significantly. I notice no one talking about that. They talk about rent, but what about the taxes? Can you stay in your house? Also, I see high-rise building, luxury apartment. My question to this council and the mayor, is everyone paying his or her full share, fair share of taxes? Because my taxes, even my sewer, I think has tripled. No one talk about that. But I noticed, do you all notice that the taxes gone up significantly? Okay. Okay, River Street has not been swept properly in a long time. Usually they give tickets. You'd have police and they would give tickets, but they stopped giving tickets for some reason, and people are not moving their cars. And I'm going to say something that I don't think myself saying it, but I want them to continue giving tickets or resume tickets because people are not moving their cars anymore. And so the streets are not being swept. And I live on River Street, so I know that. Okay, in April of last year, I fractured my foot in Eastside Park. I know you're all talking about don't fix the park, but I heard the mayor with my own ears, and he said he has money to make a walking path. Now you have to be careful when you're in the park because the car's coming at high speed, and the road in the park is lumpy. So I fractured my foot in Eastside Park. So at least I'm asking this council, whoever vote, however you vote, just to make the path so people can walk and walk safely because the cars are coming down in the park real fast. I don't know if you're aware of it. Also in Eastside Park, I see limbs, green limbs and dry limbs. There's an accident waiting to happen because they're not trimming the trees, as you talk about. So the trees are hanging, dry limbs are hanging off the trees, and I know this because I walk in the park. And my next question is, I know that you're not connected to the YMCA, but I'm asking the mayor, he has influence all over the place, if he could get the people to open up the YMCA, because I know people who used to go there for exercise. They had trainers to help them. This is elderly people who cannot afford a gym membership. So if he can use his influence in some way and see, because I call and there's nobody answering the phone. These people, some of them are lonely, they live by themselves. So they celebrate Christmas there, they go to Eastside Park, they go to the parks with each other, and they celebrate birthdays. So if he could use his influence, or any one of you know people connected to the YMCA, to have it open so that people can start going to the Y to keep healthy. I don't think that's too much to ask. Every other areas have some place for people to go. There's nowhere in Paterson that the elderly can go and exercise safely. So I needed to consider it, or, you know, something.
Thank you.
I'm finished.
Thank you very much. There is no rebuttal. Once you're done, there's a few questions that you asked pertaining to the administration, so I'm going to ask that if you give us a few, the BA will be able to address them at the end, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam BA?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker,
Madam Clerk.
that's okay. Mr. Pedro Jimenez.
Mr. Pedro Jimenez? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
I honestly thought, you know, that was just to sign in. I mean, like, I didn't know I was going to be a speaker, but you know what? I'm here. So, might as well. Might as well. So, I'm not from Paterson. I grew up in West New York, like Union City, that area. And a big thing over there was recreation. Like, you know, the rec centers. If you guys open up the schools and like have, like, I don't know, in West New York, there's a cop that goes there. He opens the gym for us, and we just play ball. And, like, you know, and some of my friends, I'm not gonna say we all, you know, God-fearing guys or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, we're not all straight citizens. You know what I'm saying? But we go and play ball. You know, instead of being out there and doing all that, you know, we play ball. So I mean, like, if you guys open up the schools, do that. I mean, like, you never know. You never know. Another thing about the you know, the elderly. We also had like what's it called? I don't know. It was like a facility for elderly, you know? I mean, like, I'm surprised that Paterson, being Paterson, doesn't have one. That's weird to me. Yeah, you know, I didn't come up here. I didn't know, you know, this guy, somebody over here told me sign in. So I mean, like, somebody told me to sign in. So I don't know. But what else?
Thank you for bringing laughter to
the whole situation with the parks. I mean, like, isn't that DPW's job anyways? I mean, like, I don't know what DPW's for if it's not for the parks. Because in West New York, it's the DPW guys that go and clean it up and do all that. So I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know why you guys are gonna waste this money on 5.7. I don't know. I don't know why y'all doing that. I mean, like, honestly. I don't need 2 minutes. I mean, like, I just, you know.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Casey Melvin. It's funny. It's so hilarious.
I got you. I got you. Good evening, members of the council, administration. I thank you for this opportunity to allow me to present an announcement on behalf of Operation Ceasefire. But I think it's very important, though, prior to me making this announcement from Operation Ceasefire on behalf of Ms. Winnie Harrison, is to first disclose that I'm a member of the Paterson Healing Collective, which is a violence intervention program. And our objective is the same. It's to deal with the social determinants that causes violence. And there's a whole list of things that I could name, and Ceasefire's mission is to stop the next shooting. But I think it's important, Ms. Cotton, she's not here right now, but oh, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Cotton, for bringing to the front of the table the importance of the violence that we're experiencing in the city. Councilman Mike Jackson and Ms. Cotton can write books on the number of funerals that we've been attending in the past few years. We had over 120 shootings, over 24 people murdered, and the Paterson Healing Collective deals with this on the daily, right? So for me to hear that the council voted it down, financial support voted it down, I think that's depressing to me. And I hope that it could be reconsidered later on. We were told at one point that $12 million was going to be allocated towards violence prevention, intervention, but I've heard different in the past announcements. So if there could be some clarity added in regards to what type of investment is going to be placed on one of the earliest public health crises, violence. If you know the statistics, African Americans and minorities are more likely to die from gun violence. and Paterson has a large amount of minorities. You know, we had deaths as a result of gun violence from individuals as young as 14, right? Riding skateboards, going to play basketball. Teenagers dying, right? And it not be one of the top 3 priorities on, with the administration and getting the adequate support. I think it's very, very important that you look at not just our program, the Paterson Healing Collective, or Operation Ceasefire, but we have a plethora of alliances. We have the pastors here who actually donated and helped facilitate some violent acts from happening. Reverend Clayton and a lot of the members of the clergy helped us out when we had no money. The Paterson Police Department, our operation is not just community-based, but we also collaborated with community policing. Deputy Chief Fallon, she's still there. The previous police director, not director, chief, he gave us our first men's stand-up vehicle. He donated that, right? Director Spezial, all support. So it's not just, when you invest in anti-violence and community-based organizations, you invest in the city, you invest in the residents, you invest in the clergy. Frontliners, exactly. So to hear that there's funding available, please reconsider the investment because it can go a long way. And I think nothing is more important than an investment in saving someone's life. All right, so with that being said, Operation Ceasefire is having a Bridge the Gap Palm Saturday Peace March, and that will be on April 9th, 2022, from 9 a.m. until. It's a prayer for peace march leaving from Paterson Public Library on Martin Luther King Boulevard to Cobb Park. So it's going from the 1st Ward to the 4th Ward. And Cobb Park is on East Main Street, and the Law Library, of course, is on Broadway. And it's praying and laying down palm. Everyone is welcome to attend this historic event. And it's being sponsored by Operation Ceasefire. Winnie Harrison is the contact person, and I encourage everybody to support financially if you can. She has a hashtag $ Operation Ceasefire if you'd like to donate. And it's sad that we have to ask for donations when there's over $63 million being allocated in Ceasefire and Paterson Healing Collective and other organizations, other groups have to try to, hold the cup out to get donations to fight for a person's life to be saved and maintained. So again, Council, I appreciate the opportunity on behalf of all the anti-violence organizations, groups, faith-based, law enforcement that's been participating in reducing the amount of young lives that are being lost. I thank you, myself personally. I thank the Council for the opportunity. And please participate on April 9th, 2022 to Ceasefires, Bridging the Gap, Palm Saturday, Peace March on April 9th, 2022. If you have any questions, you can contact Winnie Harrison at Miss Winnie Harrison 000201 7. That's Miss Winnie Harrison 000201 at Gmail. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Michael Eitel.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Michael Eitel, and I live at 463 Preakness Ave, apartment 6B. So if anybody wants to make sure that I live there, it's fine. I'm no longer a candidate for city council because we were short. We came in 10 petitions short. But during that time, I had the experience of going into the towers. We were in the towers for 4 or 5 hours. We had a team of 6 people travel throughout the city. I've knocked on some doors, people that I know, and they were surprised. But let me tell you something that I have spoken to the people in the entire city, and I'm here to stay. I'm not going anywhere because I'm a man who believes in my city. That's why we returned. As I drive around this city and I see what goes on and I talk to the people, it's absolutely time for a change. You know, some people think that it's only politics. If you drive around the city, and it's good that you voted down the parks, because if you drive to the parks, you kill your car. So how are you going to get to your parks? Every single street has got potholes. When you make a left-hand turn from West Broadway to Chamberlain Ave, you'll kill your car. Guarantee you'll kill your car. And then when I drive around and I see parks with flags that are not there, or schools, and this is for the school board, When you have schools that the flags are ripped and torn, see, I'm a man of perception. If you look behind you up there at the clock is wrong. It's been broken for years. You don't fix it. So people see this and they drive around, and then we're spending money on parks to make it look good. And it's not to bash anybody. It's not to bash the mayor. This is the facts and the reality. It's absolutely shameful what's going on in the city. And we continue about building. We're building and building and building. It took me almost an hour and a half yesterday at 4:30 to get from the top of Chamberlain Ave to the bottom of the towers. That's insanity. And what we're doing is we're continuing to build. This is not how you build a city. You build a city like Councilman Mendez says. You build houses, you build neighborhoods. I grew up on 365 Sussex Street. You know, I'm a product of Paterson. I went to School 4, School 25, School 9, and John F. Kennedy. I consider myself, I used to consider myself a part-time Pattersonian because everything we do is here. I'm full-time now, and they're not going to push me back. And there's a lot of issues that I'm going to come to the front with. And if people don't like it, that's just too bad. But now is the time to fix our city. If, God forbid, if COVID would never happen, we would be in worse shape than we're in. So we'd have no money. Like Ernie Rucker said, we have no money. So why are we spending money on parks? I'm great for parks. We spent all that money on Buckley Park, but yet we forgot nobody cuts the grass on the outside of the park along the strip. By the car wash on Chamberlain Ave. We need a sewer or something over there because every time it rains, you have to go around that big pile of water and then you have an accident. You know, so I don't understand it. But me personally, what I think we should do is we need a change of government. That's what we need to do. We need a change of government because in governments that the mayor has the same vote as the council, none of this happens. Guarantee you that none of this happens. Drive in any other city, go to Clifton, the mayor has the same vote. The business administrator is held accountable by every member on that council. I think maybe it's time to do that. Because people come here and they complain, but nothing is getting done. So now is the time to put a referendum on the ballot and change the form of government. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. The next speaker, Madam President, is Mr. Elvis Durham.
Elvis.
How y'all doing?
Good evening.
Mr. Elvis Durham, 283 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. We got the grand opening coming, y'all. Just want the city council attention. I'm here, y'all. How y'all doing? I want to acknowledge the city council. I would like for y'all to acknowledge me as the promoter of the city of Paterson. We have a grand opening in Center City Mall. Burlington Crow Factory will be opening on April 1st, Friday, April 1st. Jobs, that's what we need, people. More jobs, less problems. The thing is, right now, it's like the young man said right here, he's surprised. The third largest city in New Jersey, we ain't got nothing for the senior citizens. No community centers. No community center buildings for the youth. Third largest city in New Jersey, this city is known for entertainment, gospel music, R&B music. We don't even have no performing arts center. So what do you expect? That's why the crime is so high. Ain't nothing to do, nowhere to go, no jobs. Rent is $2,100 a month. But people want to run for office, want to run for re-election. We do need a new mayor. And people that's in the city council at law seat, y'all got to ride around y'all city. And y'all got to talk to the people. We suffering here. No jobs. The senior citizen can't even go out to get some Wendy's or some chicken without somebody trying to rob them. Y'all really want to sit in that seat? And say, if y'all win, y'all got a job on y'all hand, because this is a new Paterson. Do y'all really know y'all city? You're right. It's a new generation. Study your city. Study your downtown area. Y'all lost touch. When the last time y'all been downtown? When? But people want to tell me how to speak at the city council meeting. I've been coming to this city council meeting since I was 17. So I should know something. I learned from Marty Barnes. Okay? I learned from the great pioneers. It's time for a change, people. And the change start right now. We the people. We your boss. We could vote you in, and we could vote you out. So this next election that's coming up, people, let's have a clean election. Before you run, we should all pray by City Hall. Even the people that's in the seat, even the ones that's running, we should come by City Hall. We should pray and let God come in. Amen? Let God come in. Because that's the only one that can save us right now. This city is in trouble, people. And we need help. So who we going to look for help from? The Almighty God. It's time for a change, and it's time to do right. May 10th, 2022.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Reverend Teague.
Good evening, council members. Corey Teague, 65 Prince Street, Paterson, New Jersey. I'm here once again representing the family, the De Jesus family. I'm representing them as an activist and an advocate. I want to make that clear too. Not an attorney yet, but I'm on my way. I'm a legal studies major at Berkeley College, and I'm at the top of my class. Just made it into an honor society. I'm on the dean's list, so I'm not playing games there. I'm here to represent them because the search for Felix continues. We now have a change.org petition that is out. You can go to change.org, find Felix De Jesus. We also have search teams that we're forming and that we're going to bring out for the rest of this week and the weekend. We're not going to stop searching for Felix until we find him or until we get answers as to what really happened or what's going on. This is not a moment, it's a movement. Over the years, I've been a part of a lot of movements in this city, more than I've probably been acknowledged for, and that's fine, because at the end of the day, when the work gets done, the work gets done. That's the biggest part of it. Make sure it gets done. Doesn't matter whose name is on top or on the bottom. So we're here, again, I know you don't have the answers, but we got to get the word out. There are people watching, and all the people that are watching, we want to encourage you, if you're out in the street, we have descriptions of Felix on just about all of our Facebook pages. If you see anybody that even remotely fits his description, you reach out to us and let us know. You reach out to us and let us know. You reach out to Giovanni or any other family members or myself, and I will get right back to him and give him the information. Some of you have been sending me information and pictures. Some of that I know is not him to begin with, but the ones that look similar, I will send them to the family so that they can look at it and see what's going on. I just want to make sure that we understand that we are not giving up this fight. All of you that have been watching the videos, have been sharing, have been posting, please keep doing that, because that's what we need to do to get the word out. I don't care if you don't even live in Paterson. Let's get the word out nationwide, because I'm hoping in my heart that he's somewhere safe and that we can find him and bring him back home to this family. I'm keeping the faith that we can do that, and we're going to continue this search until that happens. The family has acknowledged that the Paterson Police Department, the Sheriff Department, the Haledon Police Department has been trying to assist them in the search. But it's still not enough, because we haven't found him and we don't really have concrete answers. There was a meeting with the mayor the other day. Of course, he didn't want me in the meeting, and that's fine. The mayor left. He saw me in the hallway, so don't politicize this, and then he ran down the stairs. So since he didn't want to stand there and be a man and listen to me, I'll say it here on the mic, because I know he's going to hear it. You, sir, need to be a man and let this family know what's going on. You can meet with other families in any other situation, but you can't meet with them in their home. In the beginning, they had to wait 10 days before they got any answer from anyone. So they were behind the 8 ball from the very beginning. So there's no need for you to act cocky now. The fact that you're up for re-election does not matter to me. Only thing matters to me is that this family gets justice and that they find their family member. I'm not on the ballot, so you can't say, oh, he's doing this because he's running for the council. I'm not on the ballot. So what else you got? What else you got? I'm here with this family, and we're going to keep searching until we find Felix de Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Giovanni de Jesus.
My name is Giovanni de Jesus. How you guys doing? I'm here back again. You know, I still haven't received no answers. After 30 days, the mayor sat down and spoke to me, saying everybody's communicating, everybody's working together. I appreciate that. But my thing is, why I haven't gotten the footage of these cops with my brother? Why I haven't got their names? They know all my full information. They know they dealt with my brother. Why can't I get their information? That's all I want, footage of my brother. Last scene, at least a footage. The last footage I have of my brother is when the cop arrested him. I had to find out 10 days later from the internal affairs, 10 days later, I find out that the cops had an encounter with my brother. And by his own behalf, they dropped him off on Preakness and Front Street. But why, if they didn't do nothing wrong, why can't I get their footage? Why are they still working? Why they cannot get suspended? Why can't they be incarcerated? Because if it would have been one of us, trust me and believe me, we would have been behind bars. And we peacefully, my family is peacefully, just asking for answers. We cannot find my brother. We have the whole town, out of town people coming. My family's coming out of town, everywhere looking. I'm driving the Passaic River up and down Westside Park. That's when my brother went missing. And he trying to spend, I don't know how much, in parks. It sucks. First thing, get in training with the cops. That's what you have to do. Training with cops. Because unfortunately, these cops wasn't trained right. They picked up my brother from a visual area and put him in a park area, a dark area, Westside Park. So they say. Just risk his life, you know? And it's not fair. It's not fair for my family, you know? All we want is answers.
In a park.
Please, answers. It's not fair. That's what I'm asking.
41 years old, grown-ass man went missing, but it's safe for our kids, right? What's our fault?
Okay.
Well, listen, anybody find any information about my brother? I don't even have much to say because I want this mayor, just those are my 3 questions that I have for him, and he still haven't answered them. He told me the detective, the sheriff, everybody's working with it. Listen, I want answers. Anybody knows something about my brother went missing in Westside Park? Please just contact me, 862-264-9635, or contact Carrie, or contact my older brother, you know, and if we have to put money out of our own pockets to put these cops or detectives to work harder or put scuba divers in that river, because that's what he's saying, that my brother was last seen, listen, we'll put the money. We put it out of our own pocket. We'll pay for it.
But they still don't want to,
Because I don't know what's going on here. He's talking about having money to help me. If you want to help me, listen, find me my brother, find me this footage. Like that can see my brother. That's what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next
Yes,
speaker.
Madam President. Next speaker, Ms. Crystal Garcia.
Good evening, Crystal Garcia.
Good evening.
Today, same situation. My brother-in-law is 35 days. Today is 35 days. So we didn't get the actual confirmation that they had any contact until 10 days later. Not yet. Still didn't have a meeting with the mayor until 31 days later? 31 days later. So today is 35 days. Even, okay, we have to thank the mayor for giving the little 5 minutes. Jerry is assisting with the case. You know, I have to thank, I don't want to say his name wrong. He did show face when we were in the search group at the park. So I do have to call him out on that as well and thank that. But let's go back to Why didn't they take him to somewhere safe? Why didn't they drop him off at the complex? Why didn't they take him at the hospital? He was last seen in the arms of a state employee. We still haven't drafted any resolution. We was denied to be able to come in to the chambers when the state Senate was here, which is against our civil rights. I mean, just saying. Also, let's put out there that I put in an Oprah form 12 days ago, February 24th at about maybe 2:30, right? And it's 12 days later, and I still haven't gotten a response. By law, you're supposed to have a response by 7 days. I believe that's correct, if anybody can correct me. Still haven't gotten that, right? This is public records. This is where our taxes are going for light cameras, parks, $1 million in parks. A 41-year-old went missing. Bigger picture. Okay. Still, in the state employees, they still didn't do the right thing. Somebody has to be held accountable. Somebody has to be held accountable. Whether you're not helping with the search group to find him, yes, there is. Jerry Spezialis did meet us out there, but the dogs, cadaver dogs were out there. They only scented him right there. Who's to say? There's no footage that they actually dropped him off. Yes, there is someone that says in the park that they saw him, but who had last human contact, hand to hand, state employee, okay? Let's remember the bigger picture. He's still missing, and no one has done anything. The cadaver dogs did smell something. Why didn't the scuba team get in right away? Isn't this what they're trained for? Isn't there a team behind them? You're supposed to have special equipment. Yes, I understand it's freezing, but in Alaska, if you kill someone and throw them in the body, there is no hot water. You gotta go in. Or the team goes in. One goes in 5 minutes, next switch out. That's how it goes. EMT, proper protocol, everybody knows that, right? So what the bigger picture is, like Luis Velez said, and I gotta bring it back, Paterson is turning to shit because of poor leadership. It starts from who is running the city, who is behind this city. The mayor goes first, and who comes after him? Council president. It's a damn shame that this is what we have to come here. It's a shame that none of you know. Some of you, I have to say some of you, are here, Jackson, Mims, are really here and need your seat and award your seat. But some of you really need to just give up, sit down. Yeah. Sit down, because it's not for you. If your kid was missing, he would have been found already. Your car was missing, and it was found in one day in Clifton. This is Paterson, they took it from. Okay, it was found in a day or less. A dog, a sheriff dog went into the water. They had boats, helicopters, everything for this one dog. But a resident, held in resident, is the leading case. We understand it's under investigation. We got all that. We understand. We gave you that. We was ahead of you guys. And 10 days later, you guys caught up to us. So the officers are still working. State employees are still working. And this is what they're doing with people. And when we went to the prosecutor's office, their first question was, is he a bum? So this is what you're doing to Paterson's homeless, bums, intoxicated. It's a damn shame you can't even make a recreational place for these people to sit here and sober up. But you got millions of dollars for personal events and also for you to sit here and host private parties that's illegal for us to come up to and make invites available at 8 o'clock in the morning when you knew we was coming because we was here the night before and the 3 weeks before. But that's a civil rights issue later. So it's just a shame what this city has come to and who is behind this. We still have not found Felix. If anybody has any answers, anything, any information that is helpful, because obviously our city isn't helping us. We see it. The officers are dumping homeless people in as per request. So now we can all just get drunk and Uber the cops. Yo, we need a free Uber to the house because I'm intoxicated and you can't protect and serve me. You may be able to just take me home. I mean, if you want to be here to protect and serve, you're supposed to do the right thing, but they didn't. They left them at Westside Park, supposedly as per request. But I still haven't gotten the Oprah form to give me my recordings, the footage for it, to actually state that that was that.
Thank
Well,
you.
have a good one. I'll still be here.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is a former Councilman Gall.
The phone number is 862-264-9635. For the information, if you have any information, seen any information, if you live by Front and Preakness and have cameras of February 2nd at about 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock p.m., I will personally pay for them. Thank you.
I don't understand for the life of me. You got a chief executive of the city, and these folks are desperate. They need answers. Anything. Meet with them. This is indicative of what the public opinion is about this mayor. He is not liked. He's a failure. 4 years into the term, when he sat there, he criticized every other mayor for their faults. He always voted against tax increases. He complained about everything the previous administrations were doing, but yet he thought he was going to be smarter. And that's what happens to people who are not conscious of their creator. You've heard speakers say this about God, and the truth is, without God, we are failures. And we are failing on a national level, state, county, city level. There's this new idea of liberal leadership. And the mayor, not too long ago, in addressing the crime, along with his public safety representatives, tried to, say that that was a national trend, that it's happening everywhere. And the truth is, it is happening everywhere because of this poor leadership. We need to get with the program. We have a business administrator, you have an attorney here, they're all here, they supposed to work for everybody. You have a governing body, you have committees. Something's not right here. There's supposed to be a balance of power, and the only way you can have that balance of power is if that governing body is united. That governing body is not united. Don't play to the devil. Don't think it because there's an election, you might not make it, you make it if you support the devil, because that's what's happening here. You don't need anybody but God. And if you weren't meant to be there, you weren't meant to be there. It's no big deal. You did your job, you did your duty. Be grateful that you got to serve there. I served 12 years there, and I managed meetings. I was a council president, and I had an excellent record as a council president. Everything that's going on here, whether you, as Councilwoman Ruby Cotton said, whether you like it or not, whether we get along or we don't get along, we have to talk. So do your business in the workshop. Do not bring it out here, and none of you should tolerate it. And when you're in the process of voting, after you already had a discussion, don't have another discussion. Because you guys wasted a lot of time tonight. But these things happen, and I'm not criticizing you. But the truth is, we need new leadership, and we need it desperately. This mayor is a rogue mayor, and if you don't know what rogue means, look it up. It's not a rogue administration because they have to do what they do because of who's paying them. But this city has lost its way. And they have sold the city out to the developers, and I'll conclude, Madam President. They sold the city out. They've been buying the properties in the poor neighborhoods. They've been forcing out the people that live there, bringing in new people. And I had the pleasure of speaking to some of the new people while I was campaigning. And they all told me, Mr. Gao, we didn't know what we were getting in here. But what we did know is that it was cheaper here. And it's not that cheap, but it was cheaper than where they were. There's no more land in New York. There's no more land in Jersey City or Newark to be developed. They're coming to places like Paterson. And I always said this city is a gold mine. And they're all capitalizing on it now. And what they have said to me is, when their leases are up, they're out of here. and nothing has improved. And now 2 months before the campaign, he's giving citations to employees, but he's not rewarding them accordingly financially for all the years that they did work here. New workers are coming in at $70,000, $80,000, when you had people here that were here 30 years and so, making $30,000 and $35,000. And many mayors have promised those individuals they were always going to take care of them. And they all came out to support us. And you know what happens all too often? We forget the very people that put us in those seats. Be grateful for where you are and what you have accomplished. If you don't make it, you did a good job. You did represent your people. Don't get comfortable in that chair. It's not your chair. And don't think for 1 minute that you are here to punish us. Don't make any more new laws. We don't need laws. Right now, you should be taking some laws off the book. Don't make laws that punish your community. And when you talk about street cleaning, you've heard it, streets are filthy. The street cleaners come, inspectors come, they hammer you when you don't move the car, but then when they do move the car, they don't come. So we can go on and on and on, and I will say this, and most of you know, I'm a mayoral candidate, and I will be showing up at every meeting to reach the viewers. And if the viewers don't get it together, because you are ultimately responsible for what's representing you. Everybody got fooled by this last guy. He fooled everybody. He even fooled me. He doesn't have a word. His word is worthless. And at the end of the day, that's all we have is our word. And when you shake somebody's hand and you give them your word, you should stand by it. And I felt the wrath of politics since I've been here. And most of you know how I am and what I represent. If they're doing what's in the best interest of the city, then we move it forward. But if they're not, that's where you guys come in. You have to balance that power. Don't let this guy do what he's doing. Don't spend all the money and leave nothing for the next administration. Do the right thing. God is in control. And if you think you're lining yourself up with a guy that will deliver you, you are wrong. Because the only person that's going to deliver you is your Creator. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Ms. Gina Johnson. Last but not least, Akeem Durham Burgess.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Madam President, listen, I jotted down a few things so that I can be long, but since we was already 5 minutes late, could I also have 5 minutes? No. I said last meeting, Madam President, that I kind of hoped and wished for Paterson to wake up. And I'm so joy-filled in my seat. I'm speaking to you, Madam President, to see the community come out and actually speak how they feel. Paterson isn't what it used to be. And I know last meeting, if you remember me, and I know you said that you didn't, I kept bringing up my age. I kept saying that I was 30. Because when I left here in 3rd grade, I remember seeing peach trees and apple trees. There was an old lady on the porch that used to throw me a pear tree. We don't see too many pear trees around Paterson, do we? But when you think about that pear tree, it kind of make you happy, don't it? That's what we're missing here. We're missing happiness. And in closing, because I got a Netflix movie I want to watch. Come May, I think we will really see our Patersonians turn out and vote. Almost to me, if I was you, to sit there and to be schooled on ethic matters, on how I should carry myself as a council person. That would bother me specifically. And it would say to me, I need to get myself together. Well, Patersonians have said that. And come May, as I said that February 8th meeting, they're waking up. It's a new delegation that's the young people. We want certain people to sit at this table who deserve to sit at this table. We want people to sit at this table who, when they come to work every day, they think of the regular Patersonians. And when I say regular Patersonians, I mean some can care less about parks. Why? Because there are actual people who don't know how to make ends meet, don't know when the next food is going to come from. Me, I had that luxury when I opened up my fridge and I decided if I wanted a bagel or a piece of toast. But there are your constituents that are out there that don't have that luxury. So when they see you up here, something that, I don't know, I said I'm 30, so my mother probably would have smacked me upside the head if I would have came in a house with a red cup while some adults were talking, or if I was so agitated in an adult room, I would have been smacked upside the head. But as a youth, we don't elect any of you to come here and act immature, but with maturity. And so in closing, I hope what our brother who just left here said, that our viewers are watching, that come May, we will choose the right leadership. Thank you.
No more
Can I have a
speakers.
motion to close?
There's no more speakers.
There's no more speakers.
The Councilman Mims? No, there's no more speaker,
There's no
Council
more
President,
speakers.
for the public portion.
Motion to close.
I moved it,
Okay,
Council
so-
President.
Okay, moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Jackson. Roll call, they're not on the list, there's no more people on the list. They were not on the list. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion of today's regular meeting.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion of March 8th, 2022, regular meeting. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman?
You know, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Are we just going to close and try to go in, please, and then we come back? Because I do have some comments for the...
I know, but Councilwoman, it's 10:15.
I know, but I can say
Okay,
that
we had
I
18
am.
speakers.
We got to say what?
I said it's 10:15, we have 18 speakers, and we still have the rest of the agenda. So
Oh, I know that,
let us
but I'm
close the
just saying
public portion.
No, we all closing. I'll say no and then...
No,
going
no,
further
I
down
think
the line.
everyone,
I say no and then going further down the line, then.
okay.
So Councilman Cotton, your vote is no to close the public portion? All right. Okay, Councilman Jackson?
I have to be honest. I mean, I'm really not fond of this new process. The members of the public come here, you know, to address their concerns with the city, and their questions go unanswered. It's impossible to answer all of the concerns and questions of 18 different speakers in a matter of 3 minutes. We're here for the public. The public's concerns need to be answered. You know, it's a grave concern when members of the public, anyone, whether it's someone who lost a family member or whomever, come here to be a part of the State of the City address, and the mayor blatantly misuses his power to deny them the opportunity to enter the building. He did the same thing the night the Jameek Lowry family came here, and he spent taxpayer dollars to barricade off City Hall and prevent them from entering the building. The writing's been on the wall for quite some time. Unlike former Councilman Gow, I never was fooled. I warned everyone that this would be the outcome. I sat right next to him for the several years as he was a council person, and he's shown his disregard or his lack of concern for the community. So, Corporation Counsel is not in the seat. Madam BA, maybe you could answer, and hopefully Council President, you'll give her an opportunity to answer. Oprah laws are very clear. There's a 7-day process in which people are entitled to have an answer. Family still doesn't have an answer. Anyway, I don't want to go too far into that. I don't see the young lady who was talking about the YMCA I agree totally. I spoke to the director of the YMCA, reached out to him with regard to the lack of services that's being provided in our community, and the fact that we allowed them to shut those facilities down in the services community for 100 years is again another travesty. Anyway, Madam Clerk, I appreciate the moment and your patience. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
My vote is yes to close the public portion, ma'am.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will definitely be brief, and I will be addressing the situation of what happened at the State of the City address, because it's very concerning to me. We all know that the city holds the people's house, and the mayor not allowing certain people to getting into the chamber is something that I have to check the legal ramification of that, because that's not, it wasn't a private event, and I'm very concerned. The resident of the city of Paterson, every week we hear on a public portion what's going on in our city, and Ernest Rucker said it the best. I mean, this city is a serious problem. We have people that are about to lose their property because of the high tax and high sewer, and at the same time we have the other people that they're not paying their fair share. The condition and the violence in the city, the shooting in the city, the robbery. People don't feel safe in this city. Look at the garbage in our community, the condition of a road. And this mayor, he's not addressing none of those problems. When you hear that he's talking about on the State of the City address, you might think about that he's talking about another city that is not Paterson. I recommend him just to drive around the city and look at the garbage in our community, the violence, and the condition of the city, for him to wake up and take the right action. And I definitely enjoy when I hear Pedro Jimenez from Western New York speaking about it, because we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We have 52 buildings in the school here, a public school. Let's utilize those public schools. Let's put together a shared services agreement with the school. Let's use some of that funding to get staff, all right, to make sure that our children stay in the school playing sports, getting help with the homework, on a safe environment to take our kids off the street and to protect our children. You mentioned the senior, that they don't have any place. We have the Riverside Vet that we could use it for a senior to exercise. Let's not, we have, the location, but this city, they're not thinking about the resident of the city of Paterson, and that's my concern. And this is not politics. Everybody knows that I'm a candidate for mayor of the city of Paterson, but it's concerning to me that he's not paying attention about the cry and the need of the people. And I'm gonna say this again. We have so many families that they are about to be homeless because they are about to be a victim. People with no job, that they can't afford to pay the rent. People that they can't even put food on the refrigerator. That's concerning to me, and we have to legislate in support of those communities, those residents that are struggling in our city, those residents that they cannot take their kids to the Boys and Girls Club because they cannot pay the price. Guess what? We have resources. Let's open the school. Let's have those after-school program. I'm closing, Madam President. I know it's late. Let's open those after-school program. Riverside Vet. Let's use it for a senior. That's the kind of decision that I want to see from this administration. But you're not going to see it. Election time is around the corner. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
So I say it all the time. Thank you to the public that takes your time out to come all the way down to the city council and to voice your opinions. You should not have to do it. It should be something that's already known as you're driving through the city, all the issues and concerns. So I just have to say thank you. But I have to acknowledge Madam President of the National Council of Negro Women, Ms. Beulah Gaskin, and our first Vice President, Ms. Shirley Alexander, who are sitting in the audience. So I have to acknowledge them, and to Ms. Wahida, who runs the amazing grandparents program. And today is International Women's Day, so we celebrate women. I celebrate it every day because I am a woman every day. And to our clerk and to our secretary and our BA. But to all the requests and concerns that have went forward, I know to the administration, please just follow up with the residents. When they come to the microphone, they don't want to be seen as robots. If they come to the microphone and they've come down, please respond to them. They should not have to come back multiple times to get any level of response. If they come tonight, by tomorrow morning, there should be someone reaching out. I want to put a request back on the floor. There was a time when we had constituent services that was in the chamber. So when residents had an issue, they would take it immediately, and that way they would have some level of communication. So I'm just putting it back as a recommendation to the administration that we go back to that practice, because when people come to the microphone, they leave and they feel, and they blame the council and say, you didn't say anything, but they're looking for an answer from the administration. So I'm just putting it, a recommendation back on the floor. Paterson, we have a huge agenda tonight, and we have to get through it. I think I did good, Madam Clerk. I'm within my 2 minutes. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
So, Councilwoman Mims, you say, you know, that it's important, right? We honor everyone's opinion here. One thing is people's opinion or what they think, and then there's other things that are facts. And, you know, it truly saddens me, especially to be directed directly at me and to make a statement how my car was found when people know that my son found my car, not the police, my son went in pursuit. So to make such a statement, and they've been here various times making these ill statements, that's wrong. It's wrong to say that the Paterson Police Department has not been active daily with the fire department, with the leading agency, which is the Heldon Police Department. It saddens me. It saddens me for them to come before us, and no, I'm not defending the mayor, but to see that the mayor has proof of the text messages sent to the family 3 days after, and after, and after, and then to get a response, who is this? After speaking, that's sad. Don't come here with the lies. Don't make it seem like we don't care. You know what? It is election time. And yes, we are up for re-election. And I'm going to tell you right now, this seat, I thank God that he put me here in 2014, put me here in 2018, and yes, I'm running again. And if he wants me here, I will come back. So the naysayers and the people that come here that don't like that I can get a cup of water since I've been here since 4 o'clock and it's 10:30, that's unfair. When you cut me, I bleed just like you do. I breathe, I sleep, I live, I'm born and raised in this city, and I'm raising my son. Shame on people that want to shame others. We are all here hurting. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 5 in favor, 3 absent, 1 against. The public portion of the regular meeting is now closed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I want to take all the items. I want to take first reading, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna no. We're gonna that's gonna be at the end.
So we're doing 8 first.
I'm not opening public hearing.
Number 8, Council President.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna go 8, 9, and then the establishment of handicaps. If I'm not mistaken, their first reading. We could do them all together.
Council President. The second reading ordinances have public hearings, just in case anyone from the public.
I don't think there's anyone here.
I know, but if it's, we should do those first, because it has a public hearing.
Councilman, I'd like to take the first reading. They're done quicker.
So if there's people from the public, they don't have to, they'll wait.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next time I know that I have to talk. Because
So number 8.
No, I'll allow you in a minute. If you
Number
say
8.
something, but what's so wrong is
I need to speak. Yes, Council President and honorable council members, before I read item number 8, I have to address the council members. Yes, Madam President, before I read item number 8, which has to do with the early voting and by machine, I would like to bring this to the council members' attention.
Yes.
As the municipal clerk for the city of Paterson and also the chief administrative officer of elections, after the last workshop, I had various calls from the public who have concerns about this ordinance for early voting by machine. So one of the main concerns was there were questions about the limited locations throughout the city for early voting by machines. So the first ordinance that you have in your packet on Friday, I met with legal, the Second Corporation Council, and we did some further research in Title 19, and I Joan handed out a second ordinance. At the bottom of the page, I included, legal and I worked together, and we included additional information that section 4, and it rolls over to the next page, AB. So I just wanted to bring that to the council members' attention, and everyone do have a copy.
So
It's a
there
little
is,
different, and this has to do with the
amending it to,
locations.
instead of the 2 locations, I know that we have various clergy members here, and I know that certain council members, I as well received phone calls, you know, about, you know, spreading it out throughout the city. So Madam Clerk has stated that she, with legal, there was an addition or amendment, I would say, instead of it just being 2 locations, that it would be 6 throughout the city.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I have legal to actually draft the ordinance, a different ordinance. I did not want to do an amendment on the floor that it has to say 6 locations in the city. There are some other regulations, if you read it. The County Board of Elections has other responsibility in this, so I have legal to word this ordinance so that it would be clearer to everyone, and it begins at the bottom of the page, section 4, and it goes on to the second page, A and B. Okay. May I read the title into the record at this time? We didn't have the title on there.
I need you to go ahead and put it on record, Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
So next item on the agenda, and this is a first reading ordinance, no public hearing is required, and the ordinance authorizing municipal nonpartisan early voting in the city of Paterson as authorized by NJSA 19:15A-1 at sequence city clerk.
Moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims.
Second.
Sorry,
Second.
I just had Cotton on my mind.
I know.
Second, this
Moved
discussion.
by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton, Mendez, and Velez.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Okay, hold on. Discussion by Councilman Velez and then Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilman Mendez. I have a little concern, even that we move in this, and it's clear enough that says in the section B of page 2, if any reason the County Board of Election cannot feasible provide as many as 6 sites, then the polling sites should be eventually distributed with no more than 1 per ward and minimum of 1,000 feet between sites. So I'm a little bit confused. If the county cannot supply 1 polling site in each ward, but
This is what it's saying. It's saying that one for each
Yeah, they amended it.
ward. This is the new
Yeah,
amendment.
they amended it to 1 in each ward.
so the section B of page number 2 in the top, if for any reason the County Board of Election cannot feasibly provide as many of 6 sites, then the polling site should be eventually distributed with no more than 1 per ward, and minimum of 1,000 feet between sites. So I just want to understand this part, because for example, if I have the 5th ward has 9 polling sites, and I want that polling site, for example, to be in the middle of the ward, that will be, let's pick and choose a site, a new Roberto Clemente school, okay? That feasible for the whole entire
I can answer, Council President.
Yes.
The statute, and the Corporation Council is here, it's not required to use the schools. That's what Title 19 said. We cannot use the school for early voting on the machines.
Okay.
I went into it in details with the Second Assistant Corporation Council and Corporation Council, and we studied this a little deeper than what we did the last week. So we cannot use the regular polling sites that I use for the elections, for early voting.
So it could be use a site that is not a school, but they could use the school on election days.
Election, yes. Election day polling sites are totally different from early voting polling sites. And the statute specifically said we cannot use the schools.
Now, my question in the last
Thank you,
time.
Council President.
Yeah, Council President, Madam Clerk, we done I could call it a study of expended, how much this will cost us now if, for those 4 days or 3 days of election, how much it will cost us to manage that special early voting?
Council President, if I may. Councilman Velez asked a question, how much would it cost to have this early voting? I am able to give the cost. I know municipal elections is the clerk, the city of Paterson, all the expenses is our responsibility. I am not very clear, but I do believe that maybe 3 of the polling sites, based on what I read in the statute, the state might be reimbursing the city. But I don't know what it would cost for early voting.
Not
I
at
really
this
don't.
time. Okay.
I would not be able to tell.
So, Madam BA, you would not know that. I understand that Madam Clerk doesn't have that, and especially because it was 2 sites, like the early voting was supposed to be 2 sites, and I believe you saw the public here. I know we've gotten phone calls that in order for it to be expanded and accessible to all wards, that at least representation, or at least have a poll on each site. So we gotta be careful, like when we're requesting certain things, because most of the time they come with money attached. So with that said, I'm in agreement. I want to see it expanded, right?
Sure.
And I really thank you, Madam Clerk, that you brought this to us. You brought it in workshop. It is state statute, and if this, you heard it. We want more people to be able to have access to voting early.
Council President, I have one other comment. If the council agrees to have the early voting, it's out of my hands. The Board of Elections have to get a copy of this ordinance, and they are the ones who handles the early voting, not the city clerk.
Correct. Okay.
But as the clerk for the city, it's my responsibility, it's my statutory duty to bring this to the entire council, if the council agrees or not, but it's my responsibility to bring this ordinance to this.
So Madam Clerk, one second, Madam Clerk, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is time sensitive.
Yes.
Okay, today, we need to take action on this, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how soon after Corporation Council does this become, because this is, hold on a minute, this is first reading, correct? And then the second reading, will we have time? I believe that we have to be able to, it's April 1st is when the county has to have this passed?
Thank you, Council President. So at second reading, we're also going to seek to accelerate it as well. So, and dispense with the time requirement. So I don't know what the county's timeline is for receiving it, the
deadline. Is it April 1st? It's April 1st.
That's my understanding for April 1st. But when I spoke with Second Corporation Council, he did some research, and it's in it's in Section 6. If any part of this ordinance shall be declared invalid or inoperative, such part shall be deemed severely, and its invalidity shall not affect this ordinance's remaining part. No, I'm sorry. Section 5. All ordinance or portions of ordinance inconsistent herewith are hereby repealed. I'm trying to read the section. Section 7. This ordinance shall take effect upon passage, approval, and publication as required by law, and as may be modified by any duly adopted resolution to accelerate effect.
Okay, so what I want to, because I'm just trying to figure out this, so we can ultimately, if the majority of the council moves this forward for a second reading, we can actually, are we able to do a special meeting in the workshop to put this on?
Well, I can answer, Council President. I went through the 9 yards. Second Corporation Council and I, Ben, would provide, at the second reading, would provide the clerk with a resolution because after this is adopted, it takes 20 days for publication to become law. So I will have a resolution on the next meeting, which will be the 22nd, to accelerate this, an acceleration resolution for this early voting.
No, I understand, but
Council President,
one second. I'm just trying to let me clear my mind right now to understand this. Today is the 8th. We have the 15th, which is a workshop. The 22nd is when we would do second reading.
After that's 21 days.
But it takes 20 days to take effect, and if April 1st is the deadline, how?
It's not, Council President, may I try to lend some clarity?
Okay.
And Madame Clerk has been working with the second assistant extensively on this.
Okay.
And so I know the research has been done, and I'm just looking at some of our notes. So if it goes, if it's adopted the 22nd and effective 20 days from publication, i.e. middle of April, that would still provide enough time to get notice to the county and for them to publish the requisite election notices in early May or at the end of April. So it's not an April 1st deadline, but Madame Clerk has also worked with the second assistant for a resolution for acceleration as well. We've drafted that, and that's on hand too for the 22nd.
Okay.
Should this pass the first reading.
Well, Council President, I have the last question. I haven't finished. I have a last question regarding this. Knowing that the county is going to be managing afterwards, we approve it. Where it says here in the resolution the hours of those voting sites? If we don't have
It's in the state law.
No, hold on.
The hours in the state
Corporation
law.
Counsel, can you just answer Councilman Velez? Let him answer you, Councilman.
So let me put it right. Corporate Counsel, because I know your petty jury are back there want to answer before you that are the expert. I know it's a state law for the state level. We trying to copy or bring something that the state allow us to do. We understand that. I don't know where he jumping the gun. My question is, after it's approved, okay, the county is going to make the ruling where to put the sites. The county is going to say, thank you, Paterson, to allowing us to be 3 days or 4 days before the official day of election. So the county is going to say, I'm going to put the hours of polling sites. Where in the ordinance says that we want it from 8 to 6 or 8 to 8 or whatever, because that could be managed, especially whoever is in the county level to manage the election and the county level to manage the local.
Council President, I can answer.
No, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez, it's in the statute, the hours of the voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Where's the statute at, ma'am?
It's in Title 19. I don't have that portion, but I can provide.
It's on page.
Okay,
So listen.
I can provide you with a copy,
So,
Councilman.
Madam
Okay.
Clerk, I understand about the statute, but we read the statute here at this paperwork. I don't see I had to go get my computer and to look
All
at
right,
the
Councilman.
statute to read that. And I just asking if it's in the statute to at least highlight when they're gonna put the time and hours of it.
Okay. I know. Councilman, let us move forward. It's almost 11 o'clock. I'm gonna.
Well, we got hired for that.
It is a state statute, so even while others are speaking, if we can get to that information. But let us move forward.
Council President, if I may, during the November election, on the Saturdays and Sundays, the polling sites were open from 10 a.m. until 6, I know, on the Sunday. And the other days of the weeks, because they had more days than what we're having for this municipal election, those other hours, I think they were between 9 and 8.
Council President.
But it's in the
I'm
statute.
on the line.
I have the hours, because I have the hours. It's on here in the state statute. Monday through Saturday, as Madam Clerk stated, it's 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., and on Sunday, it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So if it's within those days of our municipal election, it's right here, state statute, Senate Bill S3203 that says it. It's dictated by state statute. The hours are there. It doesn't need to be an ordinance.
Okay,
the state
so Friday,
statute
Saturday,
says what
10
we're doing.
to 8, Sunday, 10 to 6.
So I'm
There
not
you go.
debating that, and Madam Clerk is
10 to 8
absolutely right.
p.m.
It is in the state statute, and it's dictated by the state, not by any local entity.
Okay.
Our job is just to pass an ordinance stating if we want early voting, yes or no, and then they follow
Early
state law.
voting, Councilman, early voting by machine.
By machine, yes.
Right, I want to make sure that clear
yes,
to the
by
to the
machine.
record. Right, yes.
Madam President.
Just briefly, Councilman Velez, the site is 19:15A-1A-B1 subsection C, and it states, each early voting site in a county or municipality shall be open for early voting on Monday through Saturday from at least 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and on Sunday from at least 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
So that's what I want to read on the record, you, Councilman.
Madam, I'm on the line, Madam President.
I've been asked a request, and I want to acknowledge the request. We need to take a 5-minute real quick. 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Or 3 minutes? Amalinda? I know, I understand. We don't need the, she needs a break. So
Okay.
we need to, can you please 5 minutes? Thank you. I really appreciate you. Break time for a quick second.
Take a break, Joni.
She's been sitting there, how many hours now? 4?
By the way, Councilman Tank. Go ahead. Joan, is Madam Clerk here? Joan, is Madam Clerk here? So, Madam Clerk, Mr. Ming is ready. Council President Kalik. Oh, there's... Council President? Are we going to continue discussion? We have quorum here.
Councilman, just so you can understand, this is Madam Clerk's item, so
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could we start?
this is Madam Clerk's item. Okay, council members.
Council President,
Councilman Abdelaziz?
we're still in the middle of discussion?
Well,
Yes, we
two
can continue.
individuals, so yeah, just, go ahead.
So yeah, Council President, I am totally in favor of expanding any voter opportunities to the residents. I just also want the public to be aware, as Madam Clerk stated, all early voting regulations, guidelines is dictated by state statute. Right now, we're asking for one in each ward. We may not get that. Once it passes this body, the County Board of Elections determines the voting sites, and it's in state statute. So I'm for this. I support this amendment. I commend my colleagues, and hopefully they give us 10 voting sites. Hopefully they give us 60 voting sites. Whatever it is, the more the better. So thank you.
Okay, anyone else? If not, I want us
I
to.
do.
Okay, Councilwoman Cotton?
So listen to Corporation Counsel, and I know he put the, is that me?
Somebody's
I don't know why. But I want to say to Corporation Counsel, I know that that you put in the agenda. So in other words, then we really won't know until it goes to the county's office that our council members here wants to have one in each ward. I mean, you think they will go against it? I mean, you don't know. The only thing that bothers me about this is that I have asked for several things to be accelerated. And I was always told, I don't care what Corporation Counsel sitting there, said the only thing that could be accelerated is an extreme emergency. Now, do you constitute early voting as an extreme emergency? I personally don't, but when I needed something done right away, it couldn't get done because it wasn't extreme. So I want to be mindful that they can come back and tell us, and then they're going to pick where they go. That's what I don't like about it. I said, so can you get better clarity of, they may not pick my ward. They may not pick the 3rd ward. They may not pick, I know they're going to pick the 6th ward. I know they're going to pick, I hate to do that to my
Just for the
councilman.
record, the
I
6th
know, I
ward
won't
did
do
not
that.
have an early
Sorry
voting
about that,
site.
Councilman, I know, but you know, well, they had it in the 3rd ward and they had it in the 2nd ward. Okay, they didn't, but that's only my concern, Corporation Council. I don't know if you can have a conversation with them that we as council members are requesting one in each ward for early voting. It's in the resolution, but they can come back and say, we're not giving you one in each ward. That's the only thing I'm worried about. And then when you accelerated it, and like I said, you're number 4 sitting there now, Corporation Council, since I've been here. No, you might be 5. But they said that I needed some things accelerated, and I couldn't get it accelerated because they didn't consider it as an extreme emergency. So that's my only concern.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So,
He still
Madam
didn't
Clerk,
answer me.
let's do a roll call.
Yes, Madam President. So we are voting on item number 8 for first reading, which required no hearing, public hearing. And we had a motion on the floor by Dr. Mims, second by Councilman Cotton, Councilman Mendez, and Councilman Bennett. Roll call on item number 8 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Absolutely, yes. More voting opportunities allows to engage our residents and give them more more say in their government. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
I know that. So, you know, Corporation Council, hear my concerns, what I said about the acceleration and all that. So, did you want to answer me? I don't know, but Madam Clerk,
We're on roll call, Madam.
Council President didn't give him the chance to answer me.
Corporation Council.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton, for your question. So as to the first issue, the reso itself does express a preference for having an early voting site in every ward. Obviously, that's left to the discretion of the County Board of Elections. Additionally, in terms of the acceleration, I believe we have spoken to the city clerk, and we've mapped out both a situation in which there is an acceleration and it is not. We believe that under this particular circumstance, it warrants an acceleration.
Okay. We're on roll call.
I'll go with it. I'm gonna go with just for the first reading, but I still need better clarity on it for it. I heard you, Councilman, over here. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I appreciate that, Councilwoman Cotton, and I just want to lend a small bit of clarity. I think personally, this is an emergency situation. When you talk about the history of voter suppression and how the tactics for excluding certain members of the community from voting, now you're talking about adding other opportunities for voting, where now other communities are going to be taking advantage of this because it is a state statute, and more affluent areas where people are going to have better opportunities at getting a longer span period to access to the polls. I'm happy to see this thing come forward. We need to make sure that we not only give access, but we encourage members of our community to get out and be active voters. When you look at the disparaging treatment and how the leadership is selected, it has a lot to do with the fact that people in our communities don't actually get out to vote. There's a lot more to it as well. Lack of education, voting for the wrong person, things of that nature. But at least this is a good start. And those of us who don't necessarily have $50 to give to everybody to get to the polls. We have more time to get people out to the polls, make it a little more fair. But anyway, Madam Clerk, I appreciate your effort. As usual, it doesn't go unnoticed.
Thank you.
I know you had to take a few unnecessary shots.
That's okay.
And I know, just consider me like, you know, your big brother or whomever and is in the room. As long as I'm here, no one is gonna mess with my my beautiful sister, and that's a promise. I don't care who it is. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, and everyone in your office, I appreciate you, but my vote is yes.
Thank you. It's my role, council member, so I have to take the good shots and the bad shots, and I prepared. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I completely agree with Councilman Jackson. We need to educate our voters. Actually, voting starts 45 days prior to the election day. You could get a ballot in your house. Just fill out the form, send it to the Board of Election. They'll send you the ballot, fill it up, send it back. So we need to educate our voters in the city of Paterson. Some people will come here, bash about voting early because it's not convenience for them or their candidates. So as a resident, as a voter, you need to understand. This voting starts 45 days early, like I said. And for me, the last day to vote is election day. So basically, you could vote 45 days. So being said that, definitely we need those machine voting open. Hey, 3 days, that's great. If it is more, that's even better to me. That's what I feel like. My vote is definitely yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To all our Paterson residents, resolution number 8 is the ordinance authorizing municipal a non-partisan election early voting. So this is the first time in history of the city of Paterson that we're gonna have early voting. I believe that information is power right now. With this legislation, we gotta make sure that all our residents in the city of Paterson know that we, in this May election, the polling sites are gonna be open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm very happy to see the amendment on the legislation. We're gonna have at least one polling site per ward. I have a question. I didn't have the opportunity to ask a question, but this is on first reading. And I feel comfortable by knowing that more people will be able to vote. For me, I've been elected in May, and I also been elected in November. November, the amount of my number went just double. I'm confident with that. My concern, it was about the amount of polling sites, because I knew it from the beginning that 2 was not enough, but seat 1 per ward is something that much better, that I feel satisfied with. And the question that I have for the clerk, and we could do it, is from first reading. I know in second reading we're gonna have more discussion, Madam Clerk, but before my vote, just for the record, my question was on the section B of the amendment, that I know if it's the Board of Election who's gonna be responsible to select the site of the polling site, or your department is gonna be the one responsible. So I need that information, but I'm in support of early voting. I'm confident, and I'm excited to know that our registered voters, they're gonna be able to start voting on the machine Friday, Saturday, and Sunday before Tuesday, election day. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Council President, after I announce the vote, I'll just put something on the record for Councilman Mendez. Councilman Mims?
So to the viewing public, I'm excited that we're going to have early voting, but I'm more excited that the language, so Madam Clerk, thank you, that the language has expanded, where it's not going to be just in certain locations, but it will be all over the city, because we do not, if we're going to provide something that is a pilot, right, because we'll be the first doing it, we need to make sure we don't disenfranchise any voters throughout the entire city. So I think this is a move in the right direction. I'm also going to put on the record that based on some things that have transpired or alleged, that we have some monitors that will be in these sites. If we're doing it early, that there will be some monitoring of the polling sites to make sure. I know we have our monitors but I think at a higher level that there needs to be some real oversight in the elections that will take place on May 10th. So I'm just putting on the record here, but I will be sending a letter to the Attorney General's office and the prosecutor's office as well to make sure there are great eyes on the election for the 3 days leading up to May 10th and May 10th as well. Thank you, Paterson. And one thing I believe before I say give my vote is that whoever's going to vote for you, whether they vote early, or in the middle, or at the end, the voters are the voters. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Madam Clerk, I congratulate you.
Thank you.
You have explained this last meeting, and you have bring us highlight and where we're moving forward. We all agreed into early voting. I just want to send some shout out to the individuals that was here, the Past Association, Reverend Steele, Reverend Clayton, Reverend Graham, and the best Eastside High School principal, Dr. Fulmore, okay? Because they came here, advocate, and also I had to give a shout out to New Jersey Institute of Social Justice that's still sitting here watching what we do to make sure that justice is served with our decision in this council. You know, one thing I agreed is, and Madam Councilwoman at Large stated that she's going to request a letter. I think with the history of Paterson making news even in a presidential election regarding the voter fraud and all that stuff, I think they already have the notice that they have to be here. Then they don't need a formal invitation. But this will give an opportunity, the rights to people come out and vote, and probably save a lot of headaches in the results of an election at the end of the day. So it will minimize any kind of intention to do any kind of activities of voter fraud. So that will send a message that people will go out and vote for the candidate are in the ballots. I wish it will be today for I could take office before July, but I hope people go out and vote because this leadership needs to move forward, and I believe so. It will move forward the right way. And be smart when you go out and vote. Be wise and go and pray, because the only one that could change the city is the one up above us. So saying that, ladies and gentlemen, it gives you 3 days before the election day to go out for this candidate, Louis Velez for mayor. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Paterson, this is not about fraud. This is about people's rights. I'm happy, Madam Clerk, that you've done your due diligence, that you, along with Corporation Counsel, were able to get this resolution drafted through your meetings. This is something that's already going on at the state level in our general election. And so I truly appreciate you bringing this before us. Yes, we all here have to have, and we can make our comments and all, but let's not make this and taint what the true value of this is for people to not be disenfranchised and to be able to vote early. Let's take away that piece of fraud, because it just changes and taints what the true value of this ordinance is. And with that said, my vote is yes for first reading approval.
Thank you,
early
Council
voting
President.
for the city of Paterson.
Thank you. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 8 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading and the public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting of March 22nd, 2022 at 7 p.m. Council President, give me one quick second. It won't take very long. I just want to address Councilman Mendez's request earlier. The first time we had early voting by machine was last November. However, what the Board of Election did was to send all the municipal clerks in Passaic County an email and asked us for any recommendation for any location that we would think we could have early voting done. Based on any of the clerk's recommendations for the various municipalities, the Board of Election will go out and conduct their research to see if it's handicap accessible and if it is suitable to have it as a polling site. So I'm sure maybe they will come back to me and ask if I have any other recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right. Can I?
All right, so
Number
Madam
9.
Clerk, number 9.
Yes, next item is item number 9 for first reading, no public hearing required. An ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 473 of the City of Paterson Code to require the replacement of lead service lines within Paterson Finance.
Can I have a motion for number 9?
Number 9.
Number 9.
I'm moving it, Madam Clerk. Do I have a
Moved by
second?
Councilman Davila.
Second.
Discussion.
Second by Councilwoman. Why are we having a discussion on a regular meeting? We had
Well,
this
I'm
in
gonna tell you
workshop.
why. Can I tell you why?
Madam,
Can I tell you why?
One second. Did you want to be part of the move? No? Part of
No,
the
I
move?
can't.
Okay.
No.
It was moved by
Before I
Council
get
President
up.
and second by Councilwoman,
Mims.
oh, that's right, okay. Moved by Councilwoman Mims.
Council President.
Council President.
Council President, I apologize. And I'm sorry, Councilman. I just want to ask Madam Clerk one question so that as we come back for the second reading, you might be able to lend some clarity. When a voter is voting, they normally have a specific poll site that they have to go to. So in the event now, obviously, let's say it remains the same, there's only 2 sites. There is no specific site. Any voter could go to any location. Can we just get clarity on that answer?
I'm
But
sure.
not right now, don't address it right now.
No,
'cause
not
we were-
now, but
Okay.
I can get the answer. I do.
Yeah, and
Very
that's a
good.
very good
Thank you.
question.
Thank you.
But let us keep, okay, discussion, Councilman.
Council President, the reason I'm holding this discussion is because
You gotta recuse
in the DPW committee, this was brought forward at the DPW committee because they needed to pass our committee to be able to move forward. Somehow, it did not pass the committee meeting because it was requesting, and Councilman Mendez was there at the committee meeting, requesting the fee and penalizing the homeowners for not getting into the house and all that stuff. That's why it didn't pass my committee, DPW. And if it don't pass a committee, I don't know how it came to first reading and it's the ordinance. Why I'm saying this? If you look at the resolution and I go to look at the ordinance, at the fine and penalty on it, I don't think any individual out there will approve something that is not on their
Mike, no.
on their fault, okay? To charge them $250 per day because they cannot go inside the property or get make contact to the property and then above. So it was not fair if it did not pass the committee. We asked for more explanation committee to move forward afterwards. And
Councilman, sometimes certain items that require, they come through finance.
and the finance says to be able to pass, they need to go to DPW committee. It did not pass.
Not necessarily, no, Councilman.
Council President, I could show you, Billy is not here. Eamon told Billy to pass it through our committee because it needed to go to our committee, and they came with a draft. If not this, a draft. It did not pass our committee. We have a quorum. Councilman Mendez was there. I was there. And we have a thorough discussion.
That's not quorum.
Well.
Because Councilman Kalik and I weren't there, so.
You choose not to come, and Councilman Khalid was
It's not that
advised
I
at committee.
choose not to come, Councilman. Sometimes there's certain,
All right, so it was, okay, so still, if we're quorum, not quorum, it was discussed in the committee meeting that I had.
the discussion happens in the workshop, Councilman. That's what I'm trying to tell
No,
you.
never
So,
happened. Never happened in the workshop.
Councilman, this was in our last workshop.
And I mentioned why it was in the workshop for first reading when it did not pass
No,
our
Councilman,
committee.
Councilman, it was in the workshop for discussion.
If I may, Madam
We would
President.
move it to the first reading.
Well, read the penalties on it, okay? And that's the question. Read the penalty that the homeowner's gonna get because the water commission or whoever is knock your door, you're on vacation, they cannot go to your house a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month, and they're going to penalize you $250 a day because they cannot go and change your pipe from the water. So that's not fair.
Councilman, and also, Madam President, if I may,
Councilman
we have the discussion at the DPW committee. I don't know how time sensitive this, but there's got to be, the agreement was to have another discussion with the changing, and the councilman, he's referring into section C. If you look at section C, line E, it say that if the Passaic Valley Water Commission is unable to gain access into the property in order to replace the lead service line, the city of Paterson should impose a daily fine of no more than $250 to the owner until lead service line replaced is performing. A property owner or tenant may be make an application to hardship, waive, and fine upon writing notice. It doesn't make sense. Just not.
Okay.
So
if you agree on that,
wait. Councilman Khalid, wait. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Council President. I think it is very important that we change these pipes throughout the whole city. You know what happened in Newark? Everybody knows what happened in Newark.
I'm sorry, Madam President, can I close? I haven't finished. I still have the floor.
I thought you finished, Councilman.
No, I just haven't finished. But what I'm going to say in closing is that I understand that this is something that is needed in the city of Paterson, but under no circumstance I'm going to allow us to put a legislation where we're going to hit our homeowners with $250 with this ridiculous fine. They might be out, they might be out of town. We don't know what's going to happen. The language have to change of this legislation. It have to change. I mean, our homeowner, they're already going through hell with a high tax and the sewer bill that they paying. Now we're gonna bring this fine on top of them because if they're not home, they're gonna be penalized. No, the language have to change. Something have to be done.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
I just lost my word. So, like I said, it's very important that we change these pipes throughout the city.
She had to recuse.
What happened to Newark? What happened to Detroit, Michigan? We don't want to be a city like that. And also, it's clearly stated, Paterson shall impose a daily fine not more than $250. So it could be $1 fine at that. I believe when the lead pipe work's going on a street, everybody in the neighborhood will know. My house is coming in front of my house. Yeah. I should be next. They will get in touch with Water Commission by themselves. Everybody want to get those lead pipes changed.
Yeah.
So I don't have any issue with the language. I think we move forward. This is not imposing.
Wait 1 second.
My opinion.
Yeah, correct. That's your
opinion.
opinion.
Please. This is not imposing any penalties on homeowners or anything like that. It's up to $250. At least we gotta have some kind of accountability.
No more than.
Wait, Councilman. He's speaking.
So we should have some kind of accountability in it. So I don't have issue with it. I think let's vote on it up or down since it's on the agenda.
Councilman Jackson.
Jesus Christ.
Councilman, when you ask for the floor, people ask for the floor before you. You don't like to be interrupted, but you're interrupting the vice president.
Oh, sorry.
Councilman Jackson.
So my only issue with this, first of all, I think we definitely need to have an initiative to replace the lead the lead piping. We all know that there's an impact on our community, but I'd also agree with some of the others where the imposing of a fine, but more importantly than that, I think it's very important. We miss opportunities all the time. Our water company is making a great deal of money, and they're now being mandated to do this. And we should take a page out of Newark's book and make sure that the work that's going to be done is going to be done locally by local people. If we're not going to continue to lead the charge in creating opportunities for, you know, employment, economic advancement, and things of that nature, all of this money that's being spent is continuously leaving out of our community. We're spending it. We're paying the water company for services. They go out, hire third-party contractors and what have you, and the money just continues to leave out. I will not be supporting this as much as I think we do need it unless there's guarantees and provisions built in that's going to allow us to do the same exact thing. We keep talking about we don't have to recreate the ball or whatever the catchphrases are. Newark is leading the charge, and we're talking about it and not doing any of it. We need to make sure that this money stays local. There's a lot of money that's going to be spent out in doing these exchanges, these repairs, and obviously these jobs there's a possibility that they could be done by local contractors to create more economic empowerment here locally.
Council President, may I?
Councilwoman Mims and Villas.
So I think it's already been stated. So I do absolutely agree that we have lead issues. And we know through our school and our homes and so many scenarios. But the concern I have, in addition to the concern that's already been posed, are these. One, in the ordinance, there is no there's nothing that's labeled to identify what our lead numbers are that would say this is the need to do it. We know that we need it, but in the language, there should be some numbers identified to say, in Paterson, we have X amount of cases. Based on the numbers that we have, this is the percentage or what is considered the number to be a lead high, medium, whatever that looks like. That language should be identified, because then it provides a justification for what is being presented. It's called the needs-based assessment. That's number one. Number two, while we need to do this, we have to stop penalizing residents, right? It's something we're looking to do, which is a need, right? We know there's lead piping. Lead issues in the city of Paterson. Does it impact everybody? Maybe not at this point, but at some point, maybe it will. We're not Flint, Michigan. My prayers, heart, and Newark. I was able to help Newark when they had their issues. But I just think when it comes to the fines, when we say up to, it leaves it to the discretion of whoever will be providing these tickets, and that's another question. Who will do the ticketing for people that are not home? And then every day, what happens if there is nepotism and they don't like a particular person and they're the person going to the house? They may repeatedly go to that house and skip the neighbor that they do like. So there needs to be a monitoring process if there are fines. I'm not for the fines. I am definitely for the replacement, but we need to identify and have language specified, Corporation Counsel, to some of that in this item. But the fines, to say it could go up to $250, to whose discretion is that? Who makes that determination? Is it the person that's going to the door, that knocks on the door? What if the person is in the hospital? What if COVID rises up again and they have COVID? Are they gonna be fined $250 a day because they have COVID, because we're trying to replace their lead pipes? So I think we need to revisit that or amend the language to say, yes, we'll come, but even in discipline, there's a progressiveness to discipline. Maybe when we come, the next step is that we send out a letter, or the next step, we make a phone call. Then if we don't get that, then we do this. Maybe 4 steps before we put money with it. But to immediately just say, if you're not home, you're gonna be smacked with a fine, we have to make sure that whatever we do is in the best interest of our residents. First, lead piping, yes, but the fines, we have to make an adjustment and do some type of progressive measure inside of this language first. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilwoman Mims, understanding what I have heard here. I think Councilman Jackson could have agreed a little bit further when I read this part now. It says not more than 250. It's not saying less than 250. It's saying not more than 250. So it's already a set fee, 250. It's not saying up to 250, okay? So that's one. Second, okay? We have more than 24,000 properties in the city of Paterson. More than 24,000 properties in the city of Paterson, okay? The situation in Flint, Michigan, the federal government came with federal funding to assist Flint, Michigan. Newark came in with state and federal money to assist the problem of the lead situation with the water with them over there. They didn't went after the taxpayers, the property, and the homeowners. They went funded to resolve the problem. Meanwhile, that was happening, they was requesting to the community to donate water until the problem was resolved, okay? The other thing I have to say, Councilman Jackson always being vocal about this construction noise and blocking the road before the ordinance was established. If you look at 473-16, a limitation of time and operation. Here we go. They're going to violate the municipal ordinance, starting no earlier than 8:30 a.m. And finish at 6:30 p.m. When the ordinance states that construction should start at 9 to 5. Why are we making concession? Hold on, Councilwoman. Why are we making concession?
It's almost 11:30. These are all the discussions that should have been had in workshop.
Madam President.
I actually want to hear from Corporation Counsel, who asked me that he wants to address some of the stuff that you stated. So you can pause for a minute, Councilman. It's almost 11:30.
So let me finish, Madam President, because that's what happens when they want to rush things to make decision here. That's why it did not pass the last committee meeting. They tried to bring it without not even a draft ordinance. The corporate council, according to what the directors say, they have a finance meeting regarding this, and they need the approval to see if it passed the committee of DPW.
Okay,
it did not pass. You want to send it back to discussion? We could do so, but it's not going to pass with this penalty to the homeowner of the city of Paterson.
Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Council as a whole, for identifying your concerns. I just have a few things I'd like to point out that may alleviate some of the issues raised, and thank you, Councilman Velez, for bringing up the DPW committee issue as well. So my understanding is that there's a total of 6,700 lines in the city of Paterson. 3,500 lines need to be replaced. Turning to some of the issues raised, first in terms of time, 9 to 5 seems like a reasonable time, but unfortunately that's not when most people might be home. So the times had to be a little earlier and a little later to catch people either before they leave work or when they come home, because they need access. So we don't need to impose on anyone, but we just need to ensure that if we're going to pass something, there's actual opportunity to get done. Additionally, before any fine is levied, this ordinance requires notice to the homeowner. And the notice has to be at least 2 weeks in advance of any work that's going to be done. And the ordinance itself says that the notice has to be in person. If they cannot give notice in person, they have to send it by way of certified mail. And the notice has to be in Arabic, Spanish, and English. They also have to post it prominently in the property. So that's before, and perhaps a suggestion for another language, but that's before any fines kick in. Additionally, there is a concern about absentee landlords or people who don't give access to the property when they should, particularly absentee landlords. And so there has to be some sort of mechanism in there. It doesn't necessarily have to be $250, Councilman Velez, but it can, that's why it says up to, and it says community improvements is supposed to impose that fine. So,
Can it be waived? Can it be waived?
Yeah, and then the last part I wanted to make clear is that that fine can be waived. And the goal here is not to penalize any homeowner, and we do intend on waiving these fines, but we have to have something in there to ensure that there is compliance. And finally, for Dr. Mims, there is a provision in here.
Councilwoman Mims.
Excuse me.
Oh, okay.
Okay, just to address a point that Dr. Mims raised, there is a provision in here in 473-17 that is a reporting requirement. So the Passaic Valley Water Commission every 60 days shall provide a report to the city on how many lines that they replaced and how many properties it was unable to perform a replacement for. So with those things being outlined, I hope that addresses most, if not all, of the concerns. And I'm happy to do anything that the council wants. If the council deems it proper to send it back to a DPW committee, which where, you know, I think it belongs, then that's fine. If the council has enough information to move it forward, then in its infinite wisdom, they can do so at this time.
So I just,
Councilwoman Mims.
yeah, I just have a question. Corporation Counsel, you said that there is a reporting process, but who will get that report and provide oversight in the city?
It says that the Passaic Valley Water Commissioner shall inform Paterson as to the properties. It doesn't necessarily specify who, but because it's community improvements is in charge with enforcement and the fines, my understanding is that it will go to community improvements and that report can be shared through the administration.
And then my second question is, with the reporting process, you're saying it goes to community improvements. So that means there would be there would have to be a training for this new process to ensure that we are up to code or we're following the procedure, correct? Because this will be new.
I do suspect that once this is passed, the relevant director will have to ensure that the staff is appropriately apprised and understands the enforcement mechanism.
So here's another concern, just to the viewing public. Now, I'm all for, so I want this clear, I'm all for replacing the pipes. But here's a concern I have. When we pave roads in Paterson and we dig, they come back, right? Public service comes back, they dig up our streets. What has been freshly paved, it is left in a disarray. So that's why I'm questioning who will provide oversight to this, even if they replace the pipes. Who internally, I know what the Water Commission is gonna do. I'm saying the city of Paterson, because I'm a legislator for the city. Who will provide the oversight on the lead pipe to make sure it's the right inch and footage and all that type of stuff to make sure that there's no residue that's going into people's home? What is the lead time when you replace the pipes with the filters and when we replace filters? What is the give for the residents outside of the new pipes? There has to be something in addition to that. So Paterson, I'm just putting it on record. I'm definitely for this, but I just think there needs to be more in the language. It's not, you know, we have, when we're putting things forward on the council, it has to make sense for the residents. And if it doesn't make sense and there's no guidelines and measures in place, and we say, well, this person's gonna do it, we don't really know, like, it's gonna be a problem. It's a recipe for disaster.
Okay,
Thank
so,
you.
okay, thank you very much. We're not gonna have any more discussion on this. We're not. It's 11:30. So what I'm gonna do is, because from the looks of it, the majority of the council is.
Somebody had to recuse themselves?
So I'm gonna put it back to.
You know, I don't need to be reminded, Councilman.
Yes, you are the
And
president.
You know what?
One
And
second.
I should have, like, you know, I should have had a conversation privately with everyone.
Councilwoman,
but I can't.
Councilwoman,
Okay.
let us not have the discussion.
I was just gonna say.
I understand. Councilwoman, let us
I'm just
not
gonna
have-
say now that I was rescuing myself from this vote. But let me tell you something. I'm getting calls now with children with high level of lead. I'm getting calls now
She
where
cannot participate, Council President.
homeowners are being fined
Council
because
President,
they got high level of lead.
She cannot participate even in the
I'm
comment.
not participating.
Councilman, please, Councilwoman, please, I'm asking you to please, don't call out.
That's all I'm saying.
Don't speak out. Councilwoman, I understand. Madam Clerk, this item is gonna be sent back to, committee's gonna go to DPW, okay?
You know, everybody want to be in charge, and they know everything. Councilwoman, I'm gonna refuse myself. I might go home.
So, Council President, there's a motion and a
Right.
second on the floor.
No, she
I'll
said
remove
she's
my
taking,
second.
she's taking it
I
off.
remove my
So
second.
she removes her second.
Right.
Council President, you,
Yes,
okay. So go back to the DPW committee?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
So they can get more clarity and they get more information. And they're gonna be so surprised with those lead numbers in this city.
Councilwoman, you
We
could
know
come to the
that.
committee
Councilwoman,
meeting.
we-
I can't come to the committee.
You could come to the committee meeting if you want to represent the water commission with your statement, you could do so.
I'm not
So you could bring your,
representing.
you are the chairwoman of water
I am not the
commission.
chair. See, you don't read.
So
I'm
that's
not
why
the
they told
chair.
me. That's why they told me.
I'm not the chair.
All right. So,
Okay,
hey.
Madam Clerk, let's do number 10, repealing.
Yes, Madam President. Next item.
That's the only one for repealing. right?
Yeah, I think that's the only one for repealing. I
Yeah,
did
then
look
we
at it.
could do all the others
The
established.
others are established.
Okay.
Okay, so item number 10 for first reading, no public hearing is required. An ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. The locations are 307 Fair Street, 659 East 32nd Street, 83 Temple Street, 432 Buffalo Avenue, 439 Totowa Ave, 164 Lexington Avenue, 627 East 19th Street, 299 East 33rd Street, 18 Park Street, 369 East 19th Street, 259 12th Avenue, 233 22nd Avenue, 1059 East 26th Street, 715 20th Avenue, 122 Caldwell Avenue, and 449 East 31st Street, Department of Public Works. May I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Okay, moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
No, Councilman Khalid.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Khalid. I'm sorry. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 10 for first reading approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 10 for first reading. Councilman Khalid,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes, Madam Clerk, on item number 10, repealing establishment of handicap parking space at various locations.
yes, sir. Yes, the vote is yes, Councilman?
What's your vote?
Councilman Mendez, yes? Yes, okay. Councilman Mims?
So I want to put it on the record because sometimes people talk about the ordinances that are placed for handicap parking. I want to duly note it that this people in our community have to apply through the state and be medically clear to receive this. But I also want to put on record that this item is showing the due diligence of our DPW department as they go out through the community for people that no longer need it, that they're repealing or removing them. And that's what this item is doing. So there is a balance. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
As my Councilwoman Mims just stated, and as a chair of DPW, we look into this real thoroughly, we look real deep. All the establishment, handicap, and medical clearance and motor vehicle honors, giving the rights to them to use that handicap plaque or license plate. We had to follow the compliance of handling a spot in the street because I don't want to go against nobody that have a medical condition that probably you see that it's okay, but the doctor is the one that certified that. So, and we only following the Disability Act in that question. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
So before I vote, council members, please, 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 I'm gonna ask that you do not give a full spiel. We're now 11:40. I just got a text right now. I don't even think they're listening to us right now. Mr. Ming, I don't know if you hear that noise. You saw how I kept looking like this. You don't hear the noise?
There's a ground.
That's how it's coming out in YouTube. There's no...
Yeah, Mr. Ming, there's a ground
Mr.
touching
Ming?
another ground. Please check it out. I learned that in school.
Councilman.
Oh. Okay.
Do you, is it something on your behalf? Oh, it's the sound system. Okay. We have to continue, right? Okay, so Madam Clerk, we're gonna do 11.
Oh, Council President, I'm sorry. You gave me your vote for number 10?
I didn't?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes, thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of March 22nd, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Very good.
So-
Madam Clerk, items 11, 12, 13 are all ordinances establishing handicap parking spaces?
Yes, so 11. Next items for first reading, no public hearing is required, is item number 11, 12, and 13. So item number 11 reads, ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on City Road. 73 Bloomfield Avenue, 74 Bloomfield Avenue, 931 East 19th Street, 161 East 22nd Street, 656 East 24th Street, 468 East 25th Street, 173 Maryland Avenue, 80 Park Avenue, 598 River Street, 11 18th Ave, 194 21st Ave. Department of Public Works. May I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Clerk.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mims.
My apologies. It was moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on items 11.
Oh,
12.
Council President, I'm sorry. I didn't read the others. All right.
Oh, you did? I thought that was quick.
No, I didn't. No. Can we just, I'll just finish this one and then we go on to 12. Is that okay with you? Or you want me to read?
Yeah, just keep going.
Okay, let me just read, continue. So that's item number 11. Item number 12. First reading ordinance, no public hearing required. Ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. 335 Buffalo Avenue, 26 Elk Street, 166 Manchester Avenue, 150 Putnam Street, 81 22nd Avenue, 52 Rochester Avenue, 146 Putnam Street, 76 Highland Street, 78 Chestnut Street, 54 Trenton Avenue, 69A Paterson Street, and 116 Hamilton Avenue, 19 North York Street, 175 Redwood Avenue, 203 Fort Avenue, 33 East 13th Street, 976 East 24th Street, Department of Public Works. That's number 12.
Move.
Next item is item, that was 11, 12. Next item is item number 13. For first reading, no public hearing is required. Ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads, Department of Public Works, 209 Union Avenue, and Don Bosco Avenue side, west side. And again, we have another 209 Union Avenue and Don Bosco West Avenue side. So 11, 12, and 13.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on items 11, 12, and 13.
Roll call on items 11, 12, and 13 for first reading. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
I just want to take this time to thank this week a third ward resident for calling me and just inform me about a handicap that was not utilized the right way because the family moved out. So that's the best way. I would like to encourage our residents to report those locations where those handicap are not being utilized for any reason. So that way it could help us to return that location to the general public, the parking spot. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Madam Clerk, just for clarity, this is for 11, 12, 13?
Yes, 11, 12, and 13, correct.
Thank you. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Establishing handicap. So my vote is yes, but just in case you see somebody abusing or the privilege, you could also report it and they will take action on it. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items 11, 12, and 13 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of March 22nd, 2022 at 7 p.m. for both items 11, 12, and 13.
Thank you very much. Councilors, can you do me a favor? Can everybody turn off their mics for a minute?
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik, thanks. It's gone. The feedback is
Okay.
gone.
Okay.
Number 14?
Let's proceed. Item 14,
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 14 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a no stopping or standing zone on Main Street between 21st Avenue and Washington Avenue, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 14.
Roll call on item number 14, Councilman Kalik,
Vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Velez? I got it. Councilman Velez?
Oh, yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 4 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, March 22nd, 2022, at 7 p.m.
Item 15, please.
Next item is item number 15, and this item requires a public hearing. Resolution authorizing an application to the Passaic County Open Space Farmland and Historic Preservation Trust Fund for the Eastside Park Improvement Project Phase 2 Historic Steps. Administration Resolution 22128.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilwoman Mims.
Pu-
The public hearing is now open for this item.
Seeing no, move to close.
Seeing a move to close by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 15.
Madam, okay, go ahead.
Roll call on the public hearing for item number 50, close the public hearing. Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 15.
Thank you very much. So at this time,
Council President,
council members, this
President.
item it's an authorization, as we spoke in workshop, to have them go and put in an application for Passaic County Open Space.
Okay,
So it's
I
an
got you.
application, okay, and this is for the historic steps. As you've seen, there's been quite a few people coming before us, discussing this. So Madam Clerk, roll call on item 15 for this resolution to authorize them to go out and submit an application to Passaic County Open Space.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 15 for approval. Councilman Kalik,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
So in other words, in the capital bond ordinance, you could remove those two items that they have for West Side Park, East Side Park Tennis Court for it, because if we get the money from it, we don't need to go bonding
Totally
for it.
two different things, Councilman.
Just in case, if we get funding
Okay.
from the open space,
Different,
I
different.
just want to make
Councilman,
sure we
stick to
don't
the
need to
agenda,
spend.
please.
If we get funding from open space, that means we could save taxpayer money. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 15 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Council members, item 16 is the same as 15. The difference is this is for the tennis courts. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
16?
Yes, next item is item number 16. Public hearing is required on this resolution. Resolution authorizing an application to Passaic County Open Space Farmland and Historic Preservation Trust Fund for the Eastside Park Improvement Project, Phase 3 Tennis Courts. Administration Resolution 22129.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. The public hearing is now open for item 16.
Seeing no, move to close.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing for item 16.
Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 16, Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
I'm very pleased by looking at this, of getting into an application to open space for the tennis court and for the historic step at Eastside Park. So there was one of the speakers that asked me that question, sent me a text, so we're voting on this. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Councilman Velez.
So as I said it before, the resolution authorized an application to Passaic County Open Space Farmland and Historic Preservation Trust Fund for the Eastside Park Improvement Project, Phase 3 Tennis Court. If they give us a lot of money, as we wish they give us a lot of money, so we could save on the capital bonds ordinance that we requested the money, almost $150,000, and the other park will be $300,000. Open space, we want to save taxpayer money. Give us what we deserve, so that's we could save money. Thank you, Council President, for listening to me. My vote is yes. Save taxpayer money.
Madam President?
My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank
The
you.
vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The public hearing on item number 16 is now closed.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 16 for approval.
Yes, ma'am. Roll call on item number 16 for approval. Councilman Kalik?
No, Councilwoman.
Oh, I'm
Cotton.
sorry. Councilman Cotton, you're there. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Councilman Cotton, I didn't know you come back. Sorry. Councilman?
Oh, I'm sorry about that,
It's
Madam.
almost
That's
midnight.
okay.
Thank you.
This is for approval. This is to submit an application to open space for the tennis courts in Eastside Park.
Okay.
Number 16.
My vote is yes.
Oh, thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Eastside Park Tennis Court is in tremendous disrepair. I'm looking forward to get this funding, fix the park, but most importantly, maintain the park with maintenance. And that's what we're looking for, and that's what we need in all the park, city-wise. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
So the message goes to the open space. Please give us the funding. We want to avoid to bond to fix our parks, and we will save taxpayer money. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
My vote is yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 16 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. 35.
Next item is item number 35 on the non-consent agenda, resolution supporting an application to the Passaic County Open Space, Farmland and Historic Preservation Trust Fund for the Pennington Park Improvement Project submitted by the Friends of Paterson Parks 501c3 charitable organization, administration resolution 22148.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims,
Second.
second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 35. Council members, this is to support an application to Passaic County Open Space. I'm really grateful, Madam BA, for the Friends of Paterson Parks. Pennington Park, as we all know, is in dire need. So roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 35.
Yes, ma'am. Roll call on item number 35 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
To the Historic Preservation Trust Fund, please give us what we need so we could save some taxpayer money. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 35 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item 36.
Yes, next item is item number 36 for approval, resolution authorizing the application for and acceptance of the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund, Financial Empowerment Cities Initiative Administration Resolution 22149.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Davila,
Second, okay.
and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 36 for approval.
Roll call item number 36 for approval, Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that even though I know when the Financial Empowerment Center first started, it had some bumpy roads to it, but they have started now doing an excellent job. They have come in my ward a few times already to help people with their credit and how to get their credit straightened out, and we have some statistics that they came out with, and so I'm saying now they're going back out to bid. The last application was done with United Way, but now we have to go out for bid and see what. But I know that this is really very important for our community, especially with my Paterson Habitat, who's getting ready to build 10 more homes in my ward, and we want to make sure that people are able to be able to get them, and they must get their credit in order to do that. And they can go down to the Financial Empowerment Center, and that's a good thing. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, I know we are on roll call, Madam Clerk. I just had my concern with this legislation is that on the second whereas, and Madam President, I know we jump into the roll call right away, but so we're gonna obtain $170,000 grant funding plus extensive training, technical assistance over 2 years to create an office for financial empowerment institution, local finance empowerment effort. But we're gonna have to add $120,000 in local machine fund. So I will try to get some details on this. I know I'm gonna have to pass on this. I don't feel, I need more details on this. Abstain, Madam.
Okay. Councilman Mims?
So when the Financial Empowerment Center was first proposed, I remember working with the administration, and actually when you read the resolution, I was the sponsor on this item, and many people have been positively impacted by the Financial Empowerment Center, which is located inside of Center City Mall, partnering with Ms. Inga Spungen, and I can't think of the group, I know it all the time. But they're doing a great job. So I just want to say to all residents that are in need of credit repair, to be financially stable, and so many other things, please take the opportunity, go into Center City Mall, meet with this group, and really get your, get your life on track. So with that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
So we received $170,000 from a grant. We are investing to the community from our coffers, from your taxpayer money, $120,000 to match it with them. I think is a must because we invest in taxpayer money to educate our community to succeed in this difficult time. So I'm not going to say it's a waste. It's a benefit for our cities, for our residents, to match something that the community at large is taking the opportunity, especially in this times of pandemic and this time of needs. So, I'm not going to say I commend the taxpayer to paying the taxes to support our residents. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
The taxes do not pay for this.
Oh, no?
To the community, I got the floor. Taxes are not paying for this. I'm just thankful that we do have this entity, this financial empowerment fund, which is available to all Patersonians. I agree, please, if you are in dire need of repair of your credit report and just financial empowerment, as it's stated, I would definitely recommend for you to visit the office in Center City Mall. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote for item number 36 is 5 in favor, 1 abstain, 3 absent. Item number 36 is hereby adopted.
Council President, where the funding comes, the $120,000, where it comes from? The $120,000 that we match in to get $170,000, where it comes from? Here in the resolution says,
Madam BA.
if awarded, the city will need to contribute.
You asked a question, Madam BA.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, that can be a combination of efforts. So far, for the Financial Empowerment Center, we have utilized supplemental transitional aid. We have utilized private funding from financial institutions. It hasn't been our city taxpayer dollars.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, item 37 for the record.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 37. Resolution authorizing a second contract extension for up to 90 days with Citywide Towing Inc. for towing and impoundment yard services for the City of Paterson Administration, Resolution 22-150.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 37 for approval.
Roll call on item number 37 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say for Citywide Towing, I have seen them in action. I've seen what sometimes people do so they can't get their cars towed. These guys have been very creative on how they're getting these cars out. Especially trucks too. I've seen them towing the trucks. I'm not sure. I know they're going to go out to bid. This is up to 3 months, right? This contract is 3 months, 90 days. Yeah, but I know they've been working diligently with towing and especially with the the trucks that comes here and park overnight, some of them are so bold now, they don't care where they parking, they just parking. And they shouldn't even be on residential streets, but with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and definitely citywide towing. I definitely believe that they're doing a phenomenal job. I would like to also thank the resident of East 89 because we dismantled this storage that a individual has on a residential area. So we received the complaint, we called the police, we took action, and it took us a couple hours, but we cleaned the site, and they haven't come back there. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Oh, okay. You know, this company have a good understanding of the needs of our community, especially when they understand, when they towed the cars away. I never heard a complaint back saying they have views of us. I see a report coming back saying that they understand that they broke the law, the car had to get towed, but the company understood the financial situation that the individual is in. But one thing I could advise, because I received a call yesterday that business owners are taking in their hands to tow cars that are parked in the city streets. For example, if a driveway is blocking, you don't need to call a private tow company to take that car out of the driveway. If it's in the street, they had to call the police department. The police would take action and they would make the call to tow or not. So make sure that never happen again. But yes, this company is doing a great job out there, and they understand the financial needs of the residents when it comes up to retrieve their cars. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 37 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item 38.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 38 for approval, a resolution authorizing use of competitive contracting process to solicit proposal for consultant services to provide operational assessment for several City of Paterson departments and divisions. RFP number 2022-40, Administration Resolution 151.
So moved.
Which one is
You've
that?
been pushing on this, right, Councilwoman Mims? Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Council President Davila.
Discussion.
What? What was number?
38.
Who moved it?
Councilwoman Mims
And who?
and second by Council President.
Oh, 37? No, 38.
38.
No, 38. To solicit proposals.
Going out for bid.
This is not awarding a company, it's to
It's going out for
solicit
bid.
proposals.
Right.
To provide operational assessments for several City of Paterson departments and divisions. Council members, I think we could do a roll call on this.
Sure, just a quick discussion, Madam President, just for the record, and to Madam, to the VA. Madam VA, so we're going out for proposal for consultant service for an assessment on several City of Paterson Department Division. Can you elaborate a little bit more about this before we vote on, about the different areas that we need assessment on?
Yes.
Just for the record.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, Council President. This started with a conversation with our partners at the Department of Community Affairs. And a few years ago, they actually awarded the City of Paterson additional funding as part of the transitional aid process, earmarked specifically for operational assessments. It wasn't enough to do an assessment of every department and to analyze, but we did include for you some of the backup and the specs of what we're including for this bid, and we prioritized the areas of public works, purchasing, personnel, and tax assessment, because there's been changes in some of those departments. There's always, a desire to have a full understanding of the needs for staffing in those areas, especially regarding the discontinuing with the reassessment program in the tax assessor's office, knowing that there's some questions about is there an ability to privatize certain tasks within public works, We've had that questions about, recycling or about bringing in-house trash pickup. So all of those will be what is evaluated through this operational assessment. You can see a lot of the details that are there that we're providing. And then, as we noted, somebody could come in and only want to bid on the public works portion, and they might not bid on the other sections, and vice versa.
Okay.
But so Madam BA, so what you're saying is that, so we're going out for those consulting company because we don't have the staff in-house to do the work. So you mentioned public work. So in the public work, we're just talking about recycling, street and road, fleet, park, and sewer. So.
No, it's a consultant for the assessment process, and that is in part to have the expertise of people who are outside of the city, who are experts in this area and might have, kind of run public works departments themselves in other cities and municipalities. So that's why we are using this as an open bidding process, and again, using competitive contracting to do so.
Roll call.
So, Council President, so I'm reading the scope of work. Madam BA, are you capable to do this as a business administrator, or you need assistance from a company to assess our departments?
Yes, this is going to be an outside perspective.
So, based on your experience, Madam BA, how much does this have cost other cities to do?
That's why we focused at this area. We'll see when the bids come back. We have $200,000 that was given to us by the Department of Community Affairs for this effort.
Okay, so because I've seen the scope of service that you have in each department here, it looks like you pretty know whoever put this together already the assessment that the city have in those departments. For example, you know how many fleet numbers we have and personnel, 19 number of vehicles maintained, 170 parks. It says how many cars, personnel we have.
Councilman, that's
the profile. That's not the scope of work. If you look at the next page, it goes through all of the different areas that we're going to be asking them to, the work that we're asking them to perform. And then the project deliverables on the final page.
So based on the experience, what other municipality have done this to their department? And you could get a model how much they have spent.
I don't know, Councilman. I think, again, this is going out to bid. We'll be able to, it'll come back in front of you to award the bid. That will have the specifics on the costs.
How do we take
at this point in time,
regular meeting to go over the same things we do in workshop? I don't understand it.
Well,
this is very frustrating.
Well, I don't know why, Council President. I just
This is very frustrating, Councilman. It's midnight. It's midnight. These
At what time?
items,
At what time you left in the last meeting in the workshop? At 2 o'clock in the morning, right?
Exactly, Councilman. We should not. This is not conducive to business.
So, because I'm asking valid questions, not consultative to business.
Councilman, you had the entire week after the workshop. You received this at home on Friday. The entire weekend, you had a Monday, and now we're going over the same thing that we discussed in workshop. I really want us to move forward, and I want us, Madam Clerk, roll call on this item.
Yes,
Item 38.
Roll call on item number 38 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
It is very interesting. I've been hearing since I've been here, we need an assessment of our each department, Here comes the proposal. Now we're going to question it. So what are we asking? My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is no.
Councilman Mims?
So I agree, Councilman Kalik. This is something that we have asked for, and it's clearly outlined, and it's something that's needed to make sure that we get back bids that will ensure that we get the best assessment for the city. With that being stated, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
In other words, we'd be asking for the past, not only assessment, we'd be asking also to audit this department to see if they perform in the way that the taxpayer wants. I agree on that. But I want to make sure that whatever is put in here is, if they could do it in-house, we save taxpayer money. So that means this administration needs to understand that we're trying to save taxpayer money. When it comes up to proposals for consulting, that word consulting, and we see in the past who take all the consulting work from the city council. So I want to make sure that is a fair practice to invite anyone that knows how to do this job to have the fair participation on it. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, we are voting on item number 38.
Yes.
Your vote is yes. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 38 is hereby adopted.
Very good, Madam Clerk. Item 39.
Next item is item number 39, resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Latricia Darnett Daniels, sponsored by Council President Davila, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Dr. Mims. City Council Resolution 22152.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
And I second it too.
No.
Ladies.
Roll call on item number...
And it's second by Davila, too. There you go. Moved by Cotton, second by Mims and Davila.
Oh.
Roll call, Madam
Roll
Clerk.
call on item number 39 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
You know, this really was sad for me. I've known this young lady as the little one playing sports with my little Candace. And we just want to memorialize her life. She worked with Recreation for like 25 years. Young girl, beautiful young lady. And we just want to, as the women of the city council here in the city of Paterson, wants to memorialize her. To Latrice, to her family, I give you my deepest condolences to her. She's going to be dearly missed. I've always known her to be my baby girl. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My only issue with this, Councilwoman, is that the women just want to take over everything. This young lady hung out at Jacksonville so often. I mean, we're going to have to do something special for her. We're going to definitely miss her. She was always the spirit and life of the party, and she's going to truly be missed. And my condolences go out to her family, Andrea, and the entire family. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
So I think the sentiments for the life and the legacy of Latrice, I believe words will be spoken about her for years and decades to come. When you think of the Division of Recreation, when you think of our kids needing summer camps and after-school activities and so many different things, and just to see her in the community, always providing resources and assistance with a smile, she will never be forgotten. To her mom, her dad, to her only son. Prayers go out into her friend circle. I was really, really impressed with the friend circle and all of the stuff that they did. And to the Recreation Department, our prayers continually go out with and for you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 39 is hereby adopted.
Very good, Madam Clerk. 42. Remember 40 and 41 were removed. 42.
Number 42? We're removing number 40?
40 and 41 were removed. We're now in 42.
Okay, so 41 is good. 40 will be removed. It's taken off, and 41 as well. Next item is item number 42. Resolution authorizing an award of contract to Niglia Engineering Associates for qualifications, proposals for the design and permitting for the reconstruction of River Street, Division of Engineering for Department of Public Works, RFP number 2022-30.1, Public Works Resolution 22155.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 42. Yes to River Street.
Roll call on item
Roll
number-
call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 42 for approval. Councilwoman Khan? Yes. Councilman Jackson? 42.
Reconstruction of River Street.
Councilman Khalid?
I voted yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
So Paterson, you've been begging, you've already have rolled through River Street. It encompasses 3 wards, the 1st ward, the 3rd ward, and the 4th ward. This is long overdue. I'm really happy that this is a responsible allocation of funds from the American Rescue Plan for River Street and its sewer infrastructural concerns. It's not a repaving, but it's deeper than that. So I'm glad that we'll do it right the first time and we won't have to revisit it. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
So as Councilwoman Min says, it goes to the 1st ward, it goes to the 3rd ward, it goes to the 4th ward. We all drive to those wards, so I'm happy it's gonna get done sooner or later, before 2024, but at least they starting with the design and permission of the reconstruction of it, so my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Also, I want to thank Fred.
Yes, my vote is yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Very good, Madam
Council
Clerk.
President?
Item 43.
Council President?
On the non-consent.
Next item is item number 43.
I'm sorry, Council President. I just wanted to make sure this was on the record for that vote. That contract is funded by number 4, the second reading ordinance, as we were discussing the money for River Street. So
Okay.
while the council voted to approve it, unless we vote to approve number 4, it actually would, we would have to take it off, or we just can't go through with it.
So let's do number 4, and number 4 is with 43, correct? Okay, second reading ordinance, let's go, council.
Number 4.
Madam Clerk, second reading, number 4.
Next item is item number 4, second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. Capital ordinance providing for various sewer utility improvements by and in the city of Paterson, county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, and appropriating $7.3 million therefore from grant proceeds received pursuant to the Federal American Rescue Plan to pay for the cost thereof. Finance ordinance 22022.
Second. Moved by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilman Velez and Mims. The public hearing is now open for item number 4.
So move, no close.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 4 for second reading approval.
Yes, roll call to close the public hearing for item number 4. Councilwoman Khan? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
$7.3 million going to the right place for River Street. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
That will rescue the floor. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 4.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call for second reading approval.
Right. Roll call for
Item number
item
4.
Roll call for item number 4 for second reading. Councilwoman Khan? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Number 4.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I'm so sorry. As everybody been saying so far, this is for River Street.
Yes.
Everybody's been waiting for River Street.
Yes.
So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And for those residents that they see me all against about some of the projects that this administration has been putting on the table with the money of the $64 million for the rescue plan, this is a responsible investment. We're investing $7.3 million to fix River Street, long overdue. I campaign against that, and I'm very happy to see the money that is going to be allocated for us to at least start the project. 42nd, resolution 42nd was the engineer part. Now we got the whole 7.3, which is the everything combined together. So my vote is a super yes on River Street.
Councilman Mims?
So I'm excited, right? Because River Street has been a concern across the city. So $7.3 million. Not just approving the money for River Street, we also, the item before was the architectural design work. But in the week prior to we 2 weeks ago, we had an item on the agenda to approve project managers, which I've been begging for almost 4 years. And so now we'll not just be doing the work, but we will have project managers that are certified to oversee the work to make sure it's done properly. So when we put all the necessary pieces together, it brings us to a place of wholeness, and I'm really excited about that. River Street, architectural design, and project manager to oversee it. You can't beat that with a baseball bat. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
So studies, architectural design starts first, and we approved that in the past resolution. Now we have $7.3 million going to that project. And we all know that the estimated spending on that project will be over $11 million. So hopefully from this point to 2023 or 2024, we could probably see this road paved. So don't think that tomorrow they're gonna put the black top on it, okay? So, but at least it's a start. And let me say something. This has been in the works since 2010, way back. People crying how they've been going to that road, and the road is deteriorating. And trust me, it's in a flood zone. And hopefully the design comes back how to prevent the river goes to River Street and damage it again. So, you know, all that planning will be there. I know Council President has a little bit headache probably, but my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Do you have a problem with me putting my hand on my head?
No, I have a problem when I'm talking, you making this, with this.
I didn't realize that my fingers make sounds when I hold my head up.
No, but I look at you
Okay,
when you go
Councilman,
like
please.
this, every time I say something.
Councilman, we don't have to speak on every item.
Who say
Madam
who say
Clerk,
that? Who
Madam
say that?
Clerk, Madam Clerk, my vote
There's a
is
freedom of
yes on
speech
item number
in this council
4.
or not?
Is that where we are, Madam Clerk? Item number
Yes,
4?
number 4, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
For
my
second
vote is
reading.
yes, and
Okay.
I'm very happy to see this allocation.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 4 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 5 for
Here we
second
go.
reading.
Item number 5, second reading, public hearing is required, and capital ordinance providing for various combined sewer outflow improvements by and in the city of Paterson, the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, and appropriating $3,650,000, therefore, from grant proceeds received pursuant to the Federal American Rescue Plan to pay for the cost thereof. Finance Ordinance 22023.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. The public hearing is now open for item number 5.
Seeing none, move to close.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Yes, council members, and I apologize for being slow to respond to the number 4, but I won't miss the opportunity to talk about this one. As I understand it, this money is coming from the ARP funding, the $73 million as well as the $3,650,000. My question is, my same question as I posed 4 years ago regarding the money that's being spent. Do you have any numbers or estimates of approximately how many individuals from Paterson will be working at this site? How many contractors have been solicited to provide services, to receive, to be a part of this money being spent? In total, that's $10 million. And I can't still identify one resident, one company, one corporation, one engineer, one contractor that's been mentioned to receive a benefit from $10 million, more than 10% of the ARP funding being spent. When we talk about the residents being first and prioritizing the needs of the residents, but here it is, 10% of the budget's being spent, and I haven't heard about how it's going to benefit the residents directly. We need new streets, we need new roads, we need an improved sewer system, but we also need employment. $10 million being spent. The first organization, Neglia Associates, does anybody in here know who that is? What's their residents? Who they're employing? In our office, we have 10 individuals who are looking for jobs right now. Is anybody, Do you have numbers on who's being employed, who's being empowered, who's going to receive a percentage of $10 million that's being spent right now when PHC asks for money for anti-violence and we have to submit a proposal when this proposal's process hasn't been even started yet. But this proposal, without a committee to review the contracts, to vet it, is being approved almost as fast as the first one is being approved. I think we really need to take some deep consideration on how we spend this funding, because more than 10% had just flashed by us. And I haven't heard of one individual, one organization, one company that's being empowered or getting a job based on this $10 million that's being about to be allocated. So is there any answers for that? Yes.
So Madam BA, I would ask, and I know that the purchasing agent is here, and I know that this is a whole bidding process, and we don't just award contracts just to award them, so if you can please address, there is no rebuttal, just so she can answer your question. Madam BA?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Yes, for this, again, what we're doing today by the council voting on these ordinances is appropriating the money, and they're appropriating it through the capital ordinance process. So that money is available for use. Still have to go through the normal bid process, purchasing process. The only contract that is being awarded is what was voted on for number 42, and that's $151,000. So it's not $10 million, it's the appropriating the $10 million so that it's available for the larger project. And again, it's a public bidding process. Paterson businesses are welcome to participate in all of these processes, and we're trying to make them more transparent and clear for the community to participate. But you can always, anybody can go on the purchasing website, on the City of Paterson website under the administration. There are bid documents available, anything that's up for bid at any point in time.
Thank you very much.
Sure, Madam President.
Yeah, and I would also, let me just add something to that, because I know, like, even where I work, like, there's always been, like, you know, how do you do business, you know, with, you know, X entity, right? And so what I've found is that some people, unfortunately, at least locally, don't have the means. Like, they're not fully registered with the state. Like, there's certain things that need to happen in order for you to be able to do business with the City of Paterson. And I know our purchasing director is here, and he always says, you know, these are the specs, this is what is required. If you have all your documentation, you could submit. So just wanted to say that. Councilman Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to add this, brother. I'll tell you, you have so much passion when it comes to a job opportunity for our community. And I'm going to tell you, we need to find a way to help our community. I don't want to go back to the stadium. We mentioned the stadium so many times, but you know what? But it really hurt that we spent almost $100 million and we got no opportunity for a Paterson resident. We got to find a way. There's other cities that are doing that. Now, what I have in mind, and I need the help from Madam BA, our expert of purchasing agencies here. There's two things. It's called multiple vendor policy, subcontractor. Can we talk about finding ways? And I'm going to bring this to the table because a week ago I have a meeting with local business, a brother from the Jamaican community that they do concrete, they do metal. They're in the construction business and they have bond. They ready to go. And they was talking about that they don't have the opportunity to do business with the city. And I'm like, you know what? We need to address that. So now, I don't have the knowledge, I don't have the ability. I know that all the municipalities are using what is called multiple vendor policy to give opportunity to those small companies to be able to participate, and also subcontracting or those small companies in those big projects. How can we bring those local companies into those big projects to be part of that and to leave some of that money in our community?
Okay, well, you can't. I'm sorry, because we're having a full discussion.
Now, this is a public hearing.
No, I know. No,
Yeah,
I know
hearing.
it is a public hearing, right, but there is like the rebuttal. I think the purchasing director wanted to say something.
Good evening, council members.
Good evening.
evening.
Good
morning.
Clearly stated by Madam BA, we follow the purchasing laws. We advertise in the newspaper and everything that you are well aware of what we do. Now, when it comes to this particular, like locals, we had the ability and we prepared to, as probably something similar to what you did, put seminars together. Oh, Council President, we were part of one meeting like a year and a half, 2 years ago, and it was really successful. The idea for all the local vendors to be able to know what the paperwork needed for them to be ready to participate in the bid process. Now you talk about the opportunity to, as you mentioned before, they can be subcontractors for the general contractor, but we cannot tell them what to do. But the opportunity is there, it has the newspapers, it has TV, but also at the end of the day, I follow what the idea is. I would say you put legislation on the table, something regarding to ordinance, like a big contract of this label, maybe a part of, we used to do something like this many years back when we did a couple big construction business. And the idea was to, yes, stipulate your company will hire Patersonians, how many? Company will show paperwork before the contract was given out, how many Patersonians are in your company? 0. How many Patersonians will be hired to do this work? 2 or 3. Or if they don't have the ability to, because they, what can I say, being prepared for, like they have the license, being carpenter, electrician, or so on and so forth, they will put a percentage of the total contract amount.
Subcontract.
Yes. Yes, for training.
For training.
And we will hire, we will go out to request for proposal for a local institute for training, electrician, carpenters, masons. So I usually leave that there because everything is possible, but has to be instituted.
Sure, but so with that being said, Harry, can we, because this has been long overdue, now that Corporation Council, you hear, can you work on that legislation? So you hear the purchasing agents, it's doable, it's there. And I mentioned this because myself, when I was a commissioner at the Board of Education, along with Chris Irving, we put together what is called multiple vendor policy in the school, in the Board of Education. And we did that, Commissioner Irving and myself, back in the day. So we got to do, so we need your help, and Corporation Council, can we put this together and go through the, go to the committee and present it at the workshop? Because listen, we're missing this opportunity. We're spending, it's hundreds of millions of dollars that we're spending in this city. And I'm just gonna say this, Paterson is not a poor city. We've been making a lot of poor decisions, but Paterson's not a poor city. We have $1 billion budget between the school district and the municipality and the city. $1 billion. We're making the wrong decision, so we got to find a way to make sure that some of that money stay in the community. Now with the tax credit, we have a $100 million stadium and so many other projects, but we don't have Patersonian taking advantage of those construction. And it's not impossible because there's other municipalities that are doing that, and we're not doing that. So we need your help, and Corporation Council, if you could work together to present that as soon as possible and making sure that we help our resident, because I'm gonna tell you, on that meeting, I met so many people that they're ready and prepared to do the job, that is incredible. And they do job in all the municipalities except in Paterson. So we need your help with that.
Don't apply, but before anything happens, with all due respect to the chair, Council President, the initiative or whatever is going to be done, we have to be first, have to have the conversation
together.
With
they have to be
to see if how feasible it is. But now let me finish with a multiple contractor. could be a contract that can be awarded to multiple vendors because they say the 43 properties need to be demolished and we can separate them. But the concept of the multiple vendors, the board school is 18A. We under 4811. So
we will follow your lead. So you're the expert, and we have corporation counsel here that would combine. You could definitely bring a legislation that is going to be legal and is going to be helping our Patersonian that could do business with the city.
Okay.
Council President.
Thank you very much.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
I have Mr. Harry. Harry.
I'm sorry, you wanted the floor?
Harry.
Okay.
Sorry, I interrupt you there. You stated that when we are under contracts or they bid for contracts, there's a specification that they're supposed to hire employees from Paterson if the funding is from government money, right? Correct? And they bid on it, they honor the contract. They're supposed to hire employees from Paterson?
the specification can be, first it has to be through here, legislation, ordinance. I cannot just create specifications. It has to be something like that's what they want. What is the backup document, which would be an ordinance saying, if you're going to get a contract for, let's say, over $1 million, these are the requirements.
So that's a memorandum of understanding, especially when they happened with Hinckley Stadium. There was a memorandum of understanding that they're supposed to hire Patersonian, correct?
I wasn't part of that.
No, you wasn't part. But I believe there was a memorandum of understanding regarding that. Now, if the memorandum of understanding state that they need to hire a Patersonian to X job in that construction, if they're not compliance on that, can we pull the contract because they're not compliance?
Yes, because it will be monitored. Every contract, if it goes that way, it's just an idea that it's being put on the table because of what I heard before this conversation started.
Correct.
It will be ways to monitor and also ways for the contractor to say and establish, yes, I can do it, yes, I will do it, or I contribute to a percentage of the total material or labor hours and money. So a person, for example, anybody who would be interested to gain a trade from Paterson, we go and request for proposal for a trade school, and the funding for the 2% or 1% from the total amount, it can be used for the payment.
Correct. So saying that, Council President, look, I gotta put this example. Sometimes, and please don't miscommunicate. I understand Councilman Mendez saying about subcontractor, contractor, and subcontractor. The only person who can do that, and we cannot say that, is the contractor that hires their own subcontractor for electric, plumbing, whatever.
Right.
The only person, okay, that I see that doing in Paterson, hate me or whatever you want to do, is Shaw Florio. Shaw Florio hires 70% from an employee from Paterson. Everything that he purchases from Paterson, subcontracted minorities company from Paterson, okay? His investment is in Paterson. Hold on, but I have to say this because something we had to learn from those private developers when they invest in the city and keep the taxpayer the money in the city. So I know there's some regulation by state that we cannot assign subcontractor to a project. They have to be coming from the one that was awarded.
UC.
Correct, UC, correct. So I just want to make sure that this is on the record that a lot of people bomb developers that invest right in our city with employment, material, and subcontractor. So don't kill them. Let's keep them here in Paterson.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Director. All right, Councilman Jackson,
very
and then I just want to
just commenting back. First of all, we should be required to make sure we make it happen for people. And I'll be very curious, Councilman Mendez, with that comment with regard to you and Chris Irving writing that legislation, because out of a $700 million budget, I don't see very many local contractors working for the school board. In fact, if it wasn't for the bus company, I don't think we could classify any. But with that being said, I mean, even the majority of the teachers that work at the district are not from the city. And those teachers that are from the city seem to get a raw deal many times where they don't get a fair shake at some of the positions. But anyway, with that being said, Council President and council members, it is not only within our purview, it is our obligation to make sure. And I, urged most of you, was just about pleaded, especially when it came to the Hinchcliffe Stadium deal, because I saw the writing on the wall. And there wasn't one deal that was passed from this administration where there was a guarantee. They talked about it, but it was never in the contract. And I specifically outlined that. It was never in the agreement. And now all that money's gone and the contractor's laughing at us. He's not obligated to do anything. And they've already spent, they're over budget. Now they're looking for more money to spend. Anyway, I'll let it rest there. Are we ready to vote?
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Move.
Second.
Move to close the public hearing by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number, 5.
Yes. Roll call to close the public hearing, item number 5. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 5.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5 for approval.
Roll call on item number 5 for second reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Kali?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm definitely in full support of this ordinance allocating $3.6 million for the combined sewer overflow to all my third ward residents. We all know what we're facing on 18th Avenue, 17th Avenue, close to Park Avenue, Brilliant. Every time we have a little bit of rain, the flooding problem is incredible. We got our residents, they're getting water in the basement. A lot of them lost their cars there, so we have a major problem in that section. And I'm looking forward, Madam President, that this administration take care of that area with those $3.6 million, because that's a 911 situation. So to our third ward resident, we're taking action. 18th Avenue, East 84, East 35 should be taken care of with this $3.650 million that we allocating. So that's the reason why I'm supporting this bond. And Brother Kelsey, thank you for advocating for our Patersonians to get jobs, and to our purchasing agents. I just want to put on record, thank you for your information. And I just want something to be done on the legal way, and I know it could be done. I hear your explanation, so we're gonna follow your lead and Corporation Council. But something has to be done on this on this governing body for us to approve it. And we only are responsible for the legislation, to create the legislation, and the administration is responsible to implement it. So with that being said, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Councilman Mims?
So first of all, thank you, Madam BA, for sending out the CSO water flow overview to all the council members. I requested it in the last meeting, and we got it once again, but I thought it was important that the council revisits it to, to gain understanding and clarity of the CSO issues in the city of Paterson. But I also want to put on record that there's a New Jersey waterway bill that pushed this initiative even from the beginning, that if we would not start putting a plan together, we would be billed $10,000 per day. So I'm really grateful for this item coming forward to show that we are going to be in compliance with that bill and with the law that outlines the need for taking care of this issue, but more importantly for the flooding and the sewage backup issue that we have in the city based on that CSO plan that was created. So with that stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I just want to send a message to the residents on 20 Avenue, all the way down from Straight Street, all the way down to East 24, the residents from Madison Avenue, Market Street from Madison Avenue, all the way down to East 25. Madam BA, hopefully on the various CSO that we have, combined sewer, that area is in the list to repair. We have business owners and residents have lost everything, and because it's not a flood zone designated. They don't qualify even for insurance and all that stuff. So it's a big problem every time it rains, you know, and create a problem from there. Marta Artezibia is being vocal in this area. She even submitted signatures regarding the situation on 20th Avenue between Madison Avenue and East 24. So hopefully, if the list is, look at the list, make sure those trees are in those lists, and make sure that it's done properly for our residents, have a relief, and they don't lose a lot of stuff in their houses because the flooding causing the sewer problem. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 5 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 6.
Next item is item number 6 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing all-way stop control intersection of 17th Avenue and East 31st Street, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 22024.
Second.
So moved.
It was moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Velez. The public hearing is now open for item number 6.
Seeing none, move to close.
Seeing the move to close by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 6.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 6, Councilwoman Khan.
Closing the public hearing, Councilwoman. Huh? East 17th Avenue.
I'm sorry.
East 31st.
We close the public hearing.
Public
Yes.
hearing.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 6.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 6 for second reading approval.
Roll call on item number 6 for second reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know, Councilwoman Mann's been fighting for this four-way stop sign. I don't know how long, but I need for Corporation Council, Rosa Parks and King Street, it's been passed for over like 60 days. I need to get them stop signs at Rosa Parks and King Street. Please, please, please. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know Councilwoman Mims has been working on this for a very long time. I also been in contact with so many of the residents on that section of the third ward, and they also expressed a concern also to me. So I'm very happy and satisfied that we're working as a team and we will get this done. So the only question will be if it will be possible to expedite the process and put it, as soon as possible to avoid any other accident. It will be tremendous. It will be great. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mims?
So I just want to shout out Big V Val Freeman. She does her chronicles, and I was on one of her chronicles, and a woman by the name of Tasha was on the chronicle, and she made a comment in regards to an issue in her area. Based on her comment, I sent an inbox to her, sent a request over to Hung Chow, to our DPW director, in regards to accidents and the need to do something in that particular area. In that particular area, there is a flashing light, but there's been numerous accidents to the point we approved the first reading, and I would say days after we approved it, I was in Fast Break Cafe, shout out to Shane Gerald. I was in Fast Break getting some lunch, and she called and said, "Where are you? You need to come immediately." And I went around the corner, and there was a serious accident where someone left the scene of the crime. Their bumper was left there, so we know who did it. But the other vehicle was smashed into someone's property, and they were bleeding profusely. So this is something that's needed. I want to thank Tasha for her due diligence of making the comment on Val's live. And Val, keep your lives up. We get four-way stop signs done. So. Tasha, I know you're probably, I don't know if you're sleeping, you said you'll be watching, but if not, you'll watch it tomorrow. This is for the residents over in that area. This is just a start, but we definitely need to do something because the speeding is out of control all throughout the city. I agree with Councilwoman Cotton. I can't even remember the other items that I pushed for and this council voted, and they're still not done. We are way beyond the 20-day mark. So if we could just to catch up with some of those areas, that would be great. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I'm gonna talk on the rest of the Fifth Ward and the other side of 31st Street. So, listen, this ordinance was drafted in January 14, 22. Councilman Rubik Mims did the right thing when she wanted to get things done. She get the concerns, bring it to the committee, explain why, the committee pass it, and thank you for corporate counsel and the team for drafting it and making sure, and just city engineering to doing the diligent work. The only situation I gotta say is, I will ask administration to see, to look into all those ordinances we have approved and make sure that the administration don't pull those employees to do other jobs, and make sure they stay focused and put in stop sign, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why probably is delay. So,
Okay, let us go. Okay. Let us move forward.
We got a family.
I have a family too.
Okay, okay. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 6.
We are roll call now.
I'm waiting.
I'm just waiting for vote.
It's Councilman Velez's turn to vote for number 6.
You said what?
Councilman
He's the
Velez.
last vote.
Yes.
I mean, I'm the last vote, but did you vote?
Councilman Velez did not vote. Yes.
I was trying to vote, but you interrupted me.
Councilman, you're taking, Councilman.
This is out of line. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and it's like a joke to you. Well, I got kids, I got family at home. Come on. This is, just watch the video and listen to it and see what you say, Council. It's a 4-way stop sign.
Can we please vote?
You can't go.
My vote is
We have
yes.
2 more items.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 6 is hereby
you
adopted
very
on
much.
second
Madam-
reading. Next, number 7.
Number
Next
7.
item is item number 7 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing commercial loading zone on Sparrow Street between Highland Street and Butler Street. Public Works Ordinance 22025.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman. Huh? You didn't want to move that one?
I didn't hear you.
Yeah,
That's
you
Butler
move.
Street and
Was
Highland.
that Councilman Velez?
Yeah, but that's the, I mean,
You move it.
I
We
second. You move
That's
it.
the loading zone on Sparrow Street?
yeah. I just want to make sure the time was right. Move it, I'm sorry.
Second.
I'm in La La
Moved
Land
by
now.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah.
Second by Councilman Mendez and Velez.
Public hearing?
The public hearing is now open for item number 7.
See no move to close.
Second.
Seeing no move to close by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 7 to close the public hearing.
Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 7. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson? Yes. Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 7.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 7 for second reading approval.
Roll call on item number 7 for second reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 7 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very
We
much.
have
Last item, Madam Clerk,
43.
on the, I believe is item 40.
43, right?
Yes,
The
43.
last one on the 43.
Yes.
Okay?
Roll-
Madam Clerk, last item on the
Yes, ma'am.
non-consent agenda is item 43.
Right, the next item is item number 43 for approval, the resolution authorizing the award of contract to Athletic Fields of America for the Riverside Oval Athletic Field Artificial Turf, bid number 22.16, Department of Public Works.
So moved.
Public Works Resolution 2215.
So moved.
Second.
Okay,
I'm not gonna say
so
nothing.
moved by Councilman Mendez and Velez, and second by Councilwoman Mims. Madam Clerk, roll call on item 43 for approval.
Yes, roll call on item number 43 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Clerk, this is for a Riverside Oval.
Yes, sir.
This is really what, still talking about the fields and the parks. With that being said, my vote is yes, because I went to school 18 when I was a kid. And we would go over there for Fields Day. My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Cotton, I have a slight different perspective. If we're going to not support the other initiatives that's on the list, we should be doing it fair across the board. We shouldn't have certain parks getting attention while the others are not, even based on the items that surround it. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Very excited to see that we authorized in the award of contract to the athletic field for the American Riverside Oval Athletic Field. And so I'm looking forward to see this field renovated. And it's my hope and my desire that the school 18, which is a school, a overcrowded school that doesn't have a playground, that doesn't have an area where our children could play, could definitely utilize this park, you know, just to use it all year round. That's my hope. And I'm dreaming to see our children playing on that renovated field. All our children from school 18. They deserve a playground. They don't have any area to exercise and to just, you know, have fun on their time off in the school. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So just before I vote, I just want to put it back on record again. I know I posed it to the BA in regards to, I remember the discussions around the parks and the fields, that when we, with the grant writer that we have on staff now, that they would look into some of the MLB grants for these type of fields. So I just want to put it back on record so that if there's any offset of costs that are attached to this, that we can utilize those funds. I think when we're doing these type of fields, we have to tap into the grants that are available through the Major League Baseball. So I just wanted to put that on record once again. With that being stated, the 3rd Ward needs this field renovated. They've been asking for it, and we're here to do it. So we're awarding the contract. We're not in the beginning stages, and this was, and I think we did it in the right timing, because we have to do it in time so that it can happen for the people to play on there. So with that stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
See, when I'm excited to see this. School 18 was the school that my kids went about 30-something years ago. I gotta say this, and everybody deserves to have a field like the one that we're gonna renovate now to put it up to date. But we have to keep in mind that the adult leagues, Liga Costambar, without having funding, they go there, they level the field, they go there and clean the field, they go there and do things way before planning to do this. So hopefully the adult leagues have the same rights that our kids has, because what I hear rumors around, I don't like to hear the rumor. This field is for the whole entire community, and I hope the kids, also the adults that use that field, have the same rights to use it. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Item number 43 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Before I entertain the motion to close the regular meeting, I see that we all have flowers here, and I just want to say thank you.
What about mine?
On behalf of the mayor, he has given us flowers for International Women's Day, so Much appreciated. Thank you very much. These flowers are beautiful. I don't know where they're from, but they're beautiful. So I just wanted to say thank you. Paterson, thank you as well. Can I have a motion to close?
Move.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton. Do I have a second?
Move.
Second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the regular meeting of yesterday.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the regular meeting of March 8, 2022. Councilwoman Cotton?
I'm gonna let Councilman Jackson go before me.
Councilman
I'm
Jackson?
passing for now.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Get up.
Councilman Mendez, we're closing the meeting.
Oh, okay. All right, Councilman Jackson, you just voted? Oh, wow. So he didn't.
No, I got to still
Can I just let me allow me just to use you 2 minutes? No, I'm just kidding. Before my vote, Paterson resident, let's continue praying for our city. And let me just say this to all the business owners: just be careful out there. There's been an incredible amount of robbery, North 3rd, East 33rd, the grocery store, Cepeda on River Street. Madam BA, I know that the director is aware about the situation. Please, let's stay on top of that. We need more police officers patrolling our community, our neighborhood. There's been people robbing those businesses on bicycle. It's just unacceptable. I mean, we need police presence in our neighborhood. We got to work together to make our city better. We all hear our Patersonian that came in front of the public portion speaking about the condition of our city, and it's my hope that, election is around the corner, but it's my hope that the mayor wake up and start addressing a lot of the concern. He's still sitting on that chair, at least until May 10th, but at least or July 1st, I hope that he address the concern of the community and open the door on the second floor for the residents of the city of Paterson when they need to speak with him, when they need to have a conversation. You're there on the second floor to serve the people of the city of Paterson. Mayor, I invite you to drive around the city. Look at the condition of the city. Look at the condition. Talk to the people. I mean, let's continue to pray for our city. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Do we know where our children are? Do we know where our families are? Where we need to be? Home. So Paterson, I'll say my speech for next week.
Okay.
I'm exhausted. God bless you and good night.
Did you say your vote was yes?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez. We're closing.
For
Councilman
2 minutes?
Velez.
So Councilman Mendez pointed out the situation, robbery, et cetera, et cetera. I had to say thank you to the Paterson Police Department because I called them to put extra attention on Market Street and Park Avenue between Main Straight Street and Madison. They walk in the beat. They having patrolling out there. Be aware, Paterson, that our police is not just standing by. They're doing their surveillance around the area. Criminals, if you out there, you listen to us, what they're going to do when they come for you, make sure that you do it not in Paterson. So I want to thank the Paterson police that they are working around the clock, making sure our streets are safe, especially the areas that was pointed out of incidents of robbery, et cetera, et cetera. So the police is out there. Make sure that, say thank you when you see them. Moving forward, we need to learn how to budget properly for make sure that we get police on the streets. So saying that, Paterson, stay tuned. And buenas noches and good morning today. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yeah, I have
Madam
to vote.
Clerk, I just want to say thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman
Yeah, I didn't
Cotton
vote.
did not vote.
Oh, you
Sorry.
didn't
I
vote?
did because
No, she
I didn't have the opportunity to even say anything when we closed the public portion. I didn't have the opportunity. But I just want to say a few things, and that's why I said I thought everybody was going to get up like they normally get up and leave. Thank you, council members, for sitting by. I just want to say to my council President Davila and my councilwoman Mim, happy International Day. I just want to say to the mayor, thank you for the flowers. I want to thank my aides for sending me the flowers. And it's really nice to think about people. There's 3 things that I need to put out there, and I want to put out the financial center that we have. And I say that because we're going to get some of those houses, one family built in the 4th Ward, And if you want to reach out to them to help you get your credit straightened out, you can call 973-977-5524. I'm just going to keep saying that Bridging the Gap, the ceasefire, had their operations again from the 4th Ward to the 1st Ward on Palm Saturday, which is April the 9th, 2020. We will leave from the library on Broadway and go down to Cobb's Park. And I think we start at, I don't even see a time, usually like 10 o'clock in the morning. Also to the family, to Felix de Jesus, please, community, you know, if you see him, please report. If you have any information out there, please do say something. I just want to also say that to the lady Joyce Palmer, when she talked about the why, I had mentioned the why to the mayor and to the BA of the YMCA. Is no one in there now? I was thinking as the YMCA on Carroll Street, which touches the 4th and 5th Ward, which would be an ideal community center. But so that's still maybe on the table. I'm not really sure. But I know no one is in there now. No one is in there. They have a finished basement. They got a 2nd floor. So I wanted to put that out there. Also, I would like to say to the community out there, there's a lot of stuff going on. And when I hear my council colleagues talk about robbery, yeah, they tried to break into my house today. I came home, and they had a cooler by my 1st floor window. We keep all our windows locked on the 1st floor, and the 2nd floor too. But you can see where they was trying to pry the windows over. So I want to say to neighbors, please, let's look out for each other. Let's watch each other. My neighbor across the street has a camera, and he can identify. He can kind of clearly see the face that we're going to pass on to our police department. So I just want to say, neighbors, we got to help each other. I've been in my house 37 years now. I have a new neighbor. He just moved in from the Bronx. He's doing a lot of work on his house. And like they said, Paterson is a city that they can live in because they're getting outpriced out of New York. They're getting outpriced out of Jersey City. They're getting outpriced out of Hoboken. They're getting outpriced. And they're coming to our city looking for a backyard, looking for a driveway, you know, even looking for good neighbors, because, you know, you have to have good neighbors. And I'm saying to neighbors, let's look out for each other. Let's look out for each other's house. And to you all out there, to all my women out there, and my stenographer sitting up there, we never even say hi, but happy International Women's Day. To my BA, to my Madam Clerk, Sonia, to my Secretary, Joan, my BA, Kathleen Long, wish you a happy International Women's Day, and to you all women out there, wishing you a happy International Day. Coming up at the end of this month, I'm having a luncheon with my Passaic County African American women on March the 26th. If you would like to attend, please do so. And I can say, and Councilwoman Mims and I can say, that we were proud to see our ladies with NCNW tonight sitting in our honors with our Madam President Beulah Gaskin, our Vice President Shirley Alexander. We also had Deborah Major with us. We had Mary Palmer. We had Miss Wahida Muhammad. So it's nice to see, and I always say we must engage each other as women to come out and support different organizations and different things. So with that being said, TV land, let's look out for each other. Because there's so much stuff going on now that's happening. And the only thing I'm afraid of right now is that March 15th, I believe, is the moratorium is being lifted for public service, is being lifted for the rent, is being lifted. I got a call today, and I'm going to take advantage of it. I get the foreclosure list from my secretary, and I forward it to some people who requested it from me.
Councilwoman.
But I just want to say that up and down Broadway, a lot of those buildings are in foreclosure. Community out there, if you want to interested in getting something, now is the time, because it's coming and you see it. And I also want to thank one more person, and if I have to do it myself, then I will. I want to thank Victoria Oquendo. She sent me a website for grants, for parks, for urban cities. I never saw it before, and I want to say to her, thank you for sending it to me, Because if I have to use my own nonprofit, which is under my husband's name, Ed Cotton Foundation, to try to get money, then I can do that, because we need more nonprofits out here applying for grants. We need you nonprofits out here applying for grants. With that being said, thank you. Good night, everyone. God bless you all. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
So Paterson, Ming, I want you to please focus on the 3 people that are sitting on this dais. Zoom in. So Paterson, this is what happens when the rest of the council just talk away, and then they get tired, and then they don't want to listen to the last speaker, which is me. But on that note, Madam Clerk, to Madam BA, to my council colleagues, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, to our assistant, Joan, I just want to say thank you to Emma Linda. All right, thank you as well, you know, which is our court stenographer. I just want to say, you know, thank you. And once again, you know, Women's Day is every day, right? But it's nice to have that one day of acknowledgement. And again, thank you for the flowers. And it's interesting, though. The mayor gave us flowers, right? And our councilmen here, you know, just, you know. But anyway, with that said, Paterson, you have a good night.
And they could have chipped in.
Madam Clerk, yeah, we should go now, right?
Yep.
Well, brothers, 2 brothers, whatever. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The regular meeting of March 8, 2022 is hereby closed. Good night, everyone. Council President, Councilman Jackson had a question earlier.